Waqf board chairperson rushed to the location, she addressed press and targeted a national conference, blaming them, calling this as not spontaneous but very well planned conspiracy because the NC can't see there's good work being done under a BJP leaders and under BJP leader, and the Waqf has been doing some great job as far as shrines and mosques are concerned. Post that, we know the national conference reacted, and then one after the other, political leaders, Mehbooba Mufti, and everyone jumped into the fray. And in fact, they targeted the government, the LG administration, for lodging an FIR against the people because, according to them, this was clearly an incident where the religious sentiments were hurt, and it was all spontaneous. FIR was not needed. The police sources also initially said that the people who did it had no idea what this was, and they did not know that, in fact, vandalizing the Ashoka emblem would basically bring the might of law on them. So that was also one version, but then we know FIR has been lodged, and now one after the other, now senior BJP leadership also coming to back the Waqf chairperson, saying that Mehbooba Mufti and Umar Abdullah, they have misplaced priorities, and they want to bring back the gun culture, stone pelting violence in Kashmir, which is calm, which is seeing its period of stability, peace. So these statements are coming in thick and fast, but a controversy that clearly has blown out of proportion, and it's snowballing still as more and more political leaders are reacting.
It indeed has been snowballing with each passing hour at this given point. Mir, thank you for putting it into context and bringing us all the latest on this. And with that, viewers, let's actually take you through all that's happened so far, which led to the culmination of the current circumstances. 2 days after a mob vandalized a renovation plaque bearing the national emblem at the Hazratbal Mosque in Jammu and Kashmir, the Srinagar cops have accessed the CCTV footage, and they have also come out to detain 26 people in connection with the vandalism. The mob, armed with stones, defiled the national emblem, as can be seen in the visuals, on a plaque placed outside the main prayer room following the Friday prayers. Meanwhile, politics over the incident has been snowballing. The BJP has alleged that the incident was pre-planned and has labelled it as an act of terrorism. It has escalated its attack on the NC and the PDP, alleging that their leaders' statements reflect a nefarious mindset. Well, what are they referring to? Well, the BJP has sought an apology from both Mehbooba Mufti and Umar Abdullah, the chief minister, at this given point. As earlier, Mehbooba Mufti defended these very vandals and demanded action against those who installed the emblem at Hazratbal. Even Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister joined and echoed similar sentiments and tone, saying that there was no need to install an emblem at the shrine in the first place. Even Kashmir Grand Mufti Nasir ul Islam has echoed the same stance. Here are some of the reaction in terms of what has exactly been said by some of these political leaders.
उस पत्थर पे एम्बलम लगना चाहिए था या नहीं लगना चाहिए था, पहले तो वो सवाल बनता है। मैंने अभी तक किसी भी मजहबी दायरे में, किसी भी फंक्शन में इस तरह का एम्बलम का इस्तेमाल होते हुए नहीं देखा है। तो क्या मजबूरी बनी थी कि हजरतबल के इस प्रोग्राम, इस पत्थर पे एक तो एम्बलम इस्तेमाल, और फिर पत्थर लगाने की क्या ज़रूरत थी ना? क्या काम काफ़ी नहीं था? दरगाह हजरतबल को ये सूरत जो है, ये शक्ल शेर कश्मीर शेख मोहम्मद अब्दुल्ला ने दिया था। मुझे तो बताइए ना, कहीं पे उन्होंने ऐसा पत्थर लगाया? आज भी लोग उनके काम को याद करते हैं, इस बात के बावजूद कि उन्होंने वहाँ अपने नाम का कोई पत्थर नहीं लगाया। पत्थर लगाने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं थी। अगर काम सही होता तो लोग खुद ब खुद उस काम को पहचान लेते।
उसके खिलाफ एक्शन होना चाहिए। जो अवकाफ के जिन्होंने ये लगाया, जिन्होंने किया, जो ये एक फैला रहे हैं कि इन्होंने जी मुल्क का जो एम्बलम है उसको तोड़ने की कोशिश की, मुल्क के एम्बलम को तोड़ने की कोशिश नहीं की, बल्कि हमारे मज़हब में बुत परस्ती का जो के खिलाफ हमारा मज़हब है, तो वो उसके खिलाफ लोग थे कि ये क्यों लगा वहाँ पर। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये कहना कि भाई इनको पब्लिक सेफ्टी एक्ट के अंदर बंद करना चाहिए, टेररिस्ट हैं, मैं तो कहती हूँ उनके खिलाफ एक्शन होना चाहिए सेक्शन 295A के अंडर, बिकॉज दिस इज ब्लास्फेमी फॉर अस।
आसार शरीफ हजरतबल की अहमियत और हसासियत के पेश नज़र क्या मोहतात रहने की ज़रूरत न थी, जबकि नेशनल एम्बलम के बगैर भी काम चल सकता था। वक्फ के मुंतज़मीन और मौजूदा उलमा, अइम्मा हजरात, आसार शरीफ हज़रतबल के ने मुसलमानों की जज्बाती वाबस्तगी से मुकम्मल तौर पर वाकिफ़ होने के बावजूद फितना व फसाद से बचने की तदाबीर इख्तियार नहीं की, जबकि वो जानते थे कि नेशनल एम्बलम के नस्ब किए जाने के बाद नताइज किस कदर ख़तरनाक होंगे।
हज़रतबल दरगाह हो या और भी तमाम जो धार्मिक स्थल होते हैं, उनके अपने व्यवस्था होती है, उनके अपने जो भी सिस्टम होता है, उनका सबको सम्मान करना चाहिए। और ये मैं मानता हूँ कि देखिए, ना पत्थरबाजी का मैं समर्थक हूँ और ना ही जो है वो कोई किसी राजनीतिक लाभ के लिए पत्थर कोई गाड़ दे वहाँ पर, उसका भी मैं पक्षधर हूँ।
Shifting focus now to a political story from Gujarat. Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal has echoed Rahul Gandhi's sentiments. Upon his arrival in Gujarat, the former Delhi Chief Minister launched an attack on the BJP, accusing them of stealing votes during the elections. The Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that vote theft is a serious issue and is rightly being raised by the other opposition leaders. The BJP has hit back, criticizing Kejriwal for touring Gujarat while Punjab is grappling with floods. The party has also alleged that for Kejriwal, his national ambitions come first and that he never stands with the Aam Janta during tough times. Let's listen in to what the political reactions are in this very story.
और जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अब लगने लगा है कि वो जीत नहीं सकते, तो वो वोट चोरी करके अब जीतने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
वो अरविंद केजरीवाल जिन्हें पंजाब के पंजाबियों ने भरपूर समर्थन दिया था, उनको वहां रहकर उनकी मदद करनी चाहिए थी, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल गुजरात के ऊपर है। जब तक दिल्ली की सत्ता में रहे तो दिल्ली के लोगों के सुख दुख से कोई लेना देना नहीं था। दिल्ली से बेदखल हुए तो पंजाब में जाके डेरा जमा लिया, और आज जब पंजाब पे मुसीबत आई है, उनके मुख्यमंत्री अस्वस्थ हैं, बीमार हैं, उस समय उस अपने आप को नेशनल लीडर कहने वाले केजरीवाल को पंजाब के साथ खड़ा होना चाहिए था, लेकिन भागकर, फितरत है उनकी भागना, भागकर गुजरात चले गए।
Now, this is breaking news coming in from the state of Maharashtra next. Amid rumors of rift in the Mahayuti, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde clears the air. He has come out to say, and in fact dismiss, all claims of any rift. He has said, and I quote, working with Chief Minister Fadnavis as a team, not in the race to take any credit. These are some of the remarks that have come in from the Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde at this given point, and this is with regards to there being rifts, or rather there being rumors about rifts within the very Mahayuti government. Several times this has been put to question, even when the alliance had won in Maharashtra since day one. There have been questions with regards to Eknath Shinde's ambitions of becoming the Chief Minister himself, and post being given the Deputy Chief Minister's role, there were questions with regards to whether he shall continue, or rather whether he shall be cooperating within the very Mahayuti at this point. But time and again he has come out to dismiss such rumors, and yet again we see such comments coming in from him. Mustafa Sheikh, in fact, joins us at this point on the broadcast to bring us more details and context to this very story at this point. Mustafa, a very good morning to you. Take us through what exactly has been said by Eknath Shinde this time, reaffirming his cooperation with the Mahayuti alliance and the fact that he will be working with Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis as a team, as he has been.
Well, the background of this issue is that full-page advertisements on all newspapers has been published, and in that Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is seen paying for tribute to Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. And this also came on the day of Anant Chaturdashi, which was the last day of immersion of Lord Ganesh. And because there was no mention about any deputy CM or anything else, the ad had taken everyone by surprise. Full page as paying tribute, saying Deva Bhav. So this was something to project Chief Minister in the forefront. So Eknath Shinde's comment that he is not into the race or in government for credit somewhere shows that there has to be a delicate balance in coalition, especially in Maharashtra. It's a coalition of three parties, and hence these advertisements came out projecting Devendra Fadnavis, especially in the background of Maratha getting reservation in the OBC, projecting that it was Devendra Fadnavis who made it possible. Somewhere Maratha leader like Eknath Shinde was uncomfortable with this thing. This is something which is unsaid, but it's clearly seen, and hence Eknath Shinde said he's not into credit war or anything. He will just do his work in the government and
Right, Mustafa, thank you for bringing us all those details with regards to this very update that we bring to our viewers. The mayhem, the monsoon mayhem across North India has been nothing less than alarming at this given point. North India is battling one of its worst flood crises in decades. Flood fury triggered by relentless rains across states including Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Punjab, Uttarakhand and even the national capital, submerged homes, destroyed crops and displaced thousands. The worst affected in the mayhem are Punjab's farmers at this point. The Satluj has swallowed up vast fields and farmers have lost all their land and livelihoods. The death toll in the state has in fact risen to 46. The Delhi government, meanwhile, has pledged to give 5 crore rupees as relief fund to Punjab. In Jammu and Kashmir, if we speak of what the situation is, another cloudburst triggered flash floods and mudslides on the Sonamarg-Jozila road leading to the closure of Srinagar-Ladakh highway. Efforts are on to clear the debris and open the road. Here are some of the ground reports that we bring to you from these areas.
हर एक क्षेत्र में और मैदानी क्षेत्रों में जल भराव भी काफ़ी हुआ है और इसके लिए हमने भारत सरकार की जो टीम है जो आपदा की आकलन की क्षति का आकलन करती है वो टीम भी यहाँ आ रही है और हमारा प्रयास होगा जल्दी से जल्दी चीज़ों को फिर से रीस्टोर करें और उसके लिए युद्ध स्तर पर काम हो रहा है। जैसे ही बरसात कम होती है तो हम युद्ध स्तर पर लगेंगे, सबके सहयोग से फिर से सब चीज़ों को व्यवस्थित करेंगे, सबको पुनः जो जनजीवन है पहले जैसा बने, भगवान से ही प्रार्थना करेंगे।
दिल्ली सरकार की ओर से हम पंजाब सीएम रिलीफ फंड में 5 करोड़ रुपए की सहायता देने की घोषणा करते हैं। हम उन्हें चाहते हैं कि पंजाब जल्दी इन विकट स्थितियों से निकल कर के बाहर आए। वसुदेव कुटुंबकम, हम पूरी धरती एक परिवार के नाते है। पंजाब और दिल्ली पड़ोसी राज्य हैं और पड़ोस के अपने इस दुख दर्द में दिल्ली उनके साथ में खड़ी है, कंधे से कंधा मिला करके।
मैं हैरान हाँ, झूठ का नैरेटिव चला रहे हो। 11,000 करोड़ रुपया NDRF के अंदर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को पिया, लगभग 250 करोड़ रुपया ते हुण लास्ट किस्त आई है। इस तो अलावा केंद्र सरकार ने खुद प्रधानमंत्री साहब ने मुख्यमंत्री ਨੂੰ फोन करके कहा, गवर्नर ਨੂੰ फोन करके कहा कि हर जो ਵੱਧ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ हेल्प है मिलेगी। खुद कृषि खेतीबाड़ी मंत्री ने इत्थे भेजा कि जाके मौके ते जायजा लवो। गृह मंत्री ਜਿਹੜਾ NDRF ਦਾ इंचार्ज है, ਇਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ देखो आर्मी आई है, मुख्यमंत्री साहब ਦੇ कहते आई। लेकिन मैं इत्थे एक मंग करना, अज इत्थों दा दर्द देख के ਉਹ जिन्हां ਦੀ 250 ਜ਼ਮੀਨ होने मैंने एक किसान खड़े सी कि साडी ਜ਼ਮੀਨ हड़ लै गया। ਇਹਦੀ CBI ਜਾਂਚ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ, ਕੌਣ ਰੇਤ ਖਨਨ ਕਰਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ।
जिस प्रकार की बर्बादी हुई है वो सारी देश ते दुनिया देख रहे हैं। हालात बड़े नाजुक ने और राहुल गांधी ने बहुत ही गहरी चिंता दिखाते हुए सारिਆਂ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਲਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਫੀਲਡ ਤੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਹਾਇਤਾ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਾਥ ਦਿਓ ਇਸ ਦੁੱਖ ਦੀ ਘੜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਔਰ ਬਗੇਲ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਵਿਸ਼ੇਸ਼ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ 2 ਦਿਨ ਦੇ ਦੌਰੇ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਜਾਇਜ਼ਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ भी करेंगे ਤੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਨਾਲ राहुल जी ਨੂੰ भी रिपोर्ट देंगे।
मुख्य रूप से बात यही है कि ये जो बाढ़ आया है वो दोनों केंद्र और राज्य सरकार के निकम्मेपन के कारण से, लापरवाही के कारण से। यदि समय रहते जैसे पहले पिछले वर्षों में बांधों से पानी खोले जाते रहे, वही व्यवस्था की जाती तो इतना बड़ा नुकसान पंजाब में नहीं होता। सरकार के तरफ से कोई सुविधा दी नहीं जा रही। केजरीवाल जी NRI को बोलते हैं कि हम मदद करो। अरे सरकार में बैठे हो, सरकार की तरफ से आप क्या कर रहे हैं वो तो पहले बताओ।
With that, we have breaking news now coming in, and this is in fact rather concerning what we are picking up. A car has plunged into Shipra River in Madhya Pradesh's Ujjain. 3 cops from Unhel station were suspected to be drowned. The body of Unhel station in charge has now been recovered. Search operations to recover the other 2 bodies are still underway. The car fell into the river en route Unhel itself. These are the latest details we are bringing to you, and even the visuals that we have accessed of the very river banks from where they are trying to recover the remains of this very car that has plunged. One body who was in charge of the Unhel police station has been recovered so far. However, there were 2 more who were in fact in that very car when it plunged into this very river. Search operations for their bodies, their remains are still underway. It's extremely tragic what's taken place at this given point. These are the preliminary details that we are bringing to you. The cause behind such an accident still remains unknown, but investigation shall take place. But the prime importance at this given point, or rather the priority at this point for the teams involved in the very rescue operations, is to find the other 2 bodies. These are some of the visuals of the very search operations being underway, and search operations have been underway overnight, as we are given to understand from the visuals itself. Search across the river is currently underway to see if the bodies are found a little away from the spot where the car in fact plunged to this tragic fate. These are the latest updates we are bringing to you from Ujjain at this given point on this rather tragic accident that's taken place. We are now shifting our focus and bringing you breaking news from Punjab, and this is flood-hit areas in Punjab. Prime Minister Modi is to be visiting the flood-hit areas in Punjab. This is the latest update that we are picking up. In fact, since yesterday there were reports of this being a possibility, and now it's been confirmed that Prime Minister Modi is to visit the flood-hit areas in Punjab. We in fact have Piyush Mishra joining us on the broadcast to bring us more details. Piyush, take us through what we're picking up at this given point. It's being confirmed finally that the Prime Minister shall be visiting these flood-hit areas in Punjab.
Well, certainly what we are now learning is that Narendra Modi is going to visit the flood-hit areas of Punjab on September 9. He is going to begin his visit by visiting the district of Gurdaspur, and it's going to be a very important visit of Narendra Modi, where he's going to take stock of the situation. He's going to meet with the people who are affected by flood. Farmers are also going to be the part of his Prime Minister's visit. Narendra Modi is going to share their sorrow and take every possible step to help the victims. Remember that BJP Punjab has also put out a detailed post where it has mentioned, and I quote, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi is coming to Gurdaspur, Punjab on September 9th. He will directly meet with the flood-affected brothers, sisters and farmers to share their sorrow and take every possible step to help the victims. This visit of the Prime Minister proves that the central BJP government always stands for people of Punjab and will provide full support in this difficult time. So that's what the post also says, where it is mentioning about the date when Prime Minister will be visiting the Gurdaspur, Punjab. And it is also saying that Prime Minister will directly meet with the flood-affected farmers and will do every possible step to ensure that they are provided relief. Remember that there are around 13 districts in Punjab who are completely flood affected, and because of that, we have seen earlier Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan also visited there, where he also took stock of the situation. Earlier, we had also reported that Prime Minister will be visiting various parts of the country which are flood affected, and he is going to begin his visit to Punjab's Gurdaspur, where he is going to meet with the victims and farmers, where he is going to share their sorrow and take all the possible steps to help the victims.
Absolutely, Piyush. The circumstances that we see, or rather the visuals that have been coming in, the reports that have been coming in from Punjab at this given point, really are heart-wrenching to say the least. We've been hearing accounts from farmers who've lost all their livelihoods, all their lands there, And well, till yesterday, there was still, speculations with regards to whether the Prime Minister will be visiting. In terms of relief being given from the centre, what more details are we picking up? Because so far we know that the Delhi government has already promised 5 crore in relief fund to the Punjab government at this given point. Any more details we are picking up in terms of what may be coming in, or rather what we may be expecting?
What we are now told is that the Punjab government has already sought assistance from the central government so that the victims can be helped. Remember that Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan had also visited various parts of Punjab, including Gurdaspur, Amritsar and other parts of Punjab, where he had taken stock of the situation. And now what we are told is that the central government is likely to announce a special package for the farmers to help the farmers and also flood affected victims. Like the post itself mentioned that the central government is going to take all the possible steps to ensure that these victims, are given relief. And the PM's visit is going to be very crucial at a time when there's a lot of problems being faced by people there.
Right, we'll try and get Piyush back with us at this given point. But viewers, in fact, this is an official post that's come in from the BJP Punjab, wherein they've said that Honourable Prime Minister is coming to visit Gurdaspur, Punjab on 9th of September. That's the date that's been given. He will be meeting directly with the flood-affected brothers and sisters and farmers to share their sorrow and take every possible step to help the victims, as Piyush, my colleague, was also mentioning. And the visit of the Prime Minister, as they have reiterated in their post, the BJP that is, proves that the central BJP government always stands with people of Punjab and will provide full support in this difficult time. So this does give more hope to the flood-affected, the locals in these very flood-affected areas. We've seen several ministers. We've seen Shivraj Chauhan already taking a stock of the situation on the ground there earlier in the week. In fact, this was last week. Piyush is back with us on the broadcast. Piyush, we're also bringing visuals of how Shivraj Chauhan had already visited the flood-affected areas somewhere last week, if I'm not wrong. Relief, this visit from the Prime Minister, as we were speaking about, does promise further relief to those who have been severely affected from these floods. We're speaking of the livelihoods of these farmers who have lost their lands in big numbers at this given point, since we see the river swelling up to levels where it's washed away everything on its way.
So certainly there are a lot of people in Punjab who are severely affected because of this flood. Remember that this time the flood has broken the record of 50 years. That's what the government representatives are also mentioning. Multiple letters have been written to this state by the state government to the central government seeking special package for Punjab as it is hit by the worst floods of the past 50 years. The government has also demanded the immediate release of 20,000 crore package from the central government. So there are multiple steps which the state government is also seeking from the central government. But on the other side, the union government is making it very clear that they are extending their complete support, a helping hand for the farmers of Punjab. Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan a couple of days back had also visited various districts of Punjab, including Amritsar, Gurdaspur and various other districts.
Absolutely, Piyush. Yes, very right, Piyush. We've completely run out of time, but thank you for bringing us all those updates and context into this latest announcement that's been made by the BJP that the Prime Minister will be visiting Punjab on 9th of September to, in fact, meet all of those who have been affected by these very floods. And with that, viewers, we are wrapping up this very bulletin, but do stay tuned to India Today as we keep bringing you all the latest updates and the top stories right here.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
मंगलती, दिल से करो बात। भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. Ashwini Vaishnav says GST reforms will boost India's economy. Jaishankar on Trump's remark says PM values partnership with US. CM Umar Abdullah on vandalism at Hazratbal Shrine says it's a religious place, not government.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome to you, viewers. You're watching a special edition on India Today, and this is with regards to a topic that's been gaining momentum in the nation now. 2017 is when the goods and services tax had been launched in the country. Now, just about a decade later, or less than just a decade later, it's being called goods and simple tax. Why so? Because of the next generation reforms that has now been announced by the government. Well, we can definitely say that the reforms are bold at this given point, but to decode it further and analyze it for us, we are being joined by the Confederation of Indian Industries President Rajiv Memani. He's also the chairperson of Ernst & Young Private Limited. Mr. Memani, thank you for speaking to us, and without any further ado, I'll get right into it and take a deep dive. My first question to you would be that, a lot of people have called it an early Diwali gift, while others have called it more of a reform that's come in 8 years too late. As per the CII, how are they looking at these very reforms? Would you say they are in tandem, or rather are complying with the long-standing expectations in terms of making tax structure more simpler and also to the overall economic growth?
No, if I was to roll back a little bit, GST came in almost 10 years back. It was one of the most fundamental reforms that India did. And I think we've got a lot of benefit from that in the way financial inclusion and everything else has happened. And India has effectively become one market. After that, you had the reduction in corporate tax rate, which was again brought us in line with what competitive tax rates were in most countries. Then you had personal tax relief that was given at the beginning of this year. And post that, consumption saw some upside, but there was this constant request from industry on two areas. One was to say that earlier the revenue neutral rate was in the 15% zip code, then it had gradually come down. It was between 11 to 12%. And now, post this, I think we are looking at almost 9.5%, 10% revenue neutral rate. So the industry wanted a lower duty rate, GST rate structure, which would be good for the consumer. It would be good for the industry. It would also really give a big push to demand, and hopefully through that process, lead greater amount of private expenditure also in some industries. So I would think, it's very timely. I think it's timed very well as the compensation cess was going away. It was a good time to bring it in. I think it sort of coincides very well with that. Secondly, there is the rate piece of it. There's a lot of structural reform in the announcements that have been made by the finance minister, and those structural reforms were also very much desired. Whether it's simplicity in registration, whether it's taking ease in taking refunds and other things that they brought in. So I would say A, it's very timely. B, every time a new legislation is brought in, after 7 or 8 years, it requires a refresh. It's very timely refresh, and industry has been requesting for this, especially in the last 6 to 12 months. So first, the government went through this with the direct tax relief that they gave, and then obviously now the GST relief. And at least the CII's view definitely is that this will give a significant fillip to demand and will have a positive impact on GDP, as you will have a substantial amount of disposable income which will be freed in the hands of the consumer, which hopefully they can use to buy more products and services. So that has a multiplier effect on GDP. It has a multiplier effect on the economy. And I think that's a very, very positive sign.
You've raised a very important point here. You're speaking about how, and they're all pertinent, because you're speaking about how this is a timely refresh instead of what people are calling it 8 years too late. But also there's a question that's been brought in with regards to the timing coinciding with the tariff situation, the tariff war with the United States. Would you say that also had a part to play?
No, I think if you actually see, if the GST committees were set up much before tariff. So this kind of change cannot happen in a span of like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. This requires you have to do a lot of work. You have to see how inverted duty structures will work. They've done a lot of simplification on that. Some level of state consultation is required. You are aware that these committees were set up, a while back, 2 committees. So I don't think this has come because of the tariff thing. But I think since the tariff imposition has happened, this will have a significant impact in ensuring that any negative impact that would have been there because of tariff, to that extent, some of that will get mitigated, and also apart from the impetus that we'll receive. Now, only thing because of tariff, there may have been a sense of urgency to close it. I can't comment on that, but this was in the works for a while, much before the tariff issue happened, much before that.
I'll circle back to the tariff situation, but right now let's focus on the GST reforms. There are 3 tax slabs that have been introduced in these very reforms, the next generational reforms. Out of that, what does the CII anticipate for businesses with simplified structure? We're speaking specifically to the 18% slab because that's the one we see uniformly applying for most goods and services.
So I would say, no, CII is very happy because I think once you have fewer slabs, I would say mainly 2 slabs. There are some products which are, either sin, luxury, demerit, whatever you call them. They are in 40%. Essentially, you have 2 slabs. And those items which are of basic needs, essential needs, day-to-day needs, I think they are in the 5%, and mass consumption, they're in the 5% slab. Most of the others are in the 18% slab. I think in a way it's very helpful because any disputes that were arising because of classification issues, I think they get solved. And they've also ensured that any block credit or because of the input credit and everything, I think that also in many sectors. It cannot be fully taken away, but that's also got reduced. So in many ways, it's pretty well thought through. And it's I would say that probably the right, if I have to look at the, before you go into one rate, for which I think it's still far away for India, but I would say right now, this dual rate is a good rate with some products which are in the 40% category.
You know, I will now, Mr. Memani, I will now speak a little more with regards to the sectors, or rather specific to the sectors. Firstly, if we look at the GST reforms, would you say that small-scale industries actually benefit from these reforms, and especially at a time when the Prime Minister has been pushing for Swadeshi, given the tariff situation again?
I mean, it'll definitely help, because, simplification when you do, if registration becomes simpler, in some kind of industries, only one place, especially in e-commerce, if you register at one place, in your main place of business for the alpha sellers or value-added resellers, I think that's helpful. There's much greater clarity in which GST slab you will be in, so there's lesser ambiguity around that. You have the provisional refunds that you can take, which was earlier only available for exports. Now they're also available for zero duty or for inverted duty structures. So I would say in all these cases, this will benefit, obviously it benefits all the companies, but larger companies can deal with complexity probably with some greater ease as compared to the MSMEs. I think they obviously are more challenged to deal with more complexity. So to that extent, it's very beneficial for MSMEs, and greater demand in the economy, greater economic buoyancy is always good for the MSMEs. So yes, I mean, every sector of industry, every size of company will benefit from this. But any of these changes which are structural and simplify, I think they generally benefit the MSMEs much more.
I'll actually take an example here. In fact, when we're speaking of sectors, let's look at the electronic sector. 28% has been reduced to an 18%. Would you say this also helps, or rather pushes, domestic manufacturing drastically?
Yeah, I mean, it will support domestic manufacturing. I mean, 18% is for both. It's for, whether you're importing or domestic, both. The GST rate is 18%. But anytime you reduce duties, it's a good point you make. Anytime you reduce duties and you clear the inverted duty structures, you lean in much more towards competitiveness. And the more competitive you are to manufacture in India, the better it is. So to that extent, when you have lower tax structure, not only does it lead to greater demand, but it also enhances competitiveness in a significant way. And the more competitive you are, and the greater demand that you have in India, there is greater incentive to set up manufacturing in India. And to that extent, yes, that benefits the overall theme that the Honorable Prime Minister has been talking about, of pushing in more value add in India, pushing in more manufacturing in India. And this definitely enables it. There are lots of other things that are done for that, but this is a big step forward.
Speaking of sectors, there's another rather crucial sector we are looking at, which is the agricultural sector, which has seen several reductions at this given point. Would you say there is any role to play in terms of what the Prime Minister had to say during the tariffs being imposed on India, that farmers will be the top priority for the centre? This comes in as a first step to fulfilling that promise that yes, they will be protected come what may.
GST reforms are very good for the farmers, because for many of the products that they consume, the GST rate has been either reduced to 5 or 0. And I think to that extent, it's very, very beneficial for the farmers. I would say obviously the Honorable Prime Minister was probably, when he made that comment, he was referring to imports of products, certain products, which impact the agricultural sector, whether it was dairy products or other agricultural products. I think probably in relation to tariff, his comment was more relating to that. But again, this makes the farmer more competitive, makes farming per se more competitive, and hopefully, with using some of the tools or ability to buy implements at lower cost will enhance productivity as well.
There's another question that's being raised. This is with regards to certain special exemptions, and this is very few sectors that have it, special exemptions on the GST introduced in these very reforms. Do you think that might actually add up to the cost for the consumers? The cost might go higher for the consumers, ultimately adversely affecting the consumption boost that the GST reforms aims to achieve?
Yeah, so I think where in some products where they've done zero-rated duty, and there is a view that the industry may not be able to pass on the full benefit of the reduction in rate, whether it's reduced from 5 to 0, or 12 to 0, or 18 to 0. The industry may not be fully in a position to pass the benefit because the input credit that was there earlier will not get fully utilized, and therefore there will be some embedded tax cost that's already there. That is true, but I think in my view, in most situations, it will be better than where it was earlier. Whether you are able to pass 100% of the benefit or not, of the reduction or not, I think that we'll have to see, but definitely it will be much better than earlier. And the second thing also is the government has worked hard to ensure that the inverted duty structure situations get reduced. So, for example, in textiles, earlier your accumulated credit went up to 10 to 12%. So, if you had a tax rate which was lower, then 10 to 12%, one did not get the benefit. Now that the tax rates have been reduced, it also depends on the price at which the garment is being sold. But from what I understand, I have not done the workings, the input credit has come down significantly. So therefore, the ability of the companies to pass on the benefit to the consumer is much higher.
I'll next head into the fiscal situation at this given point. What does the GST, or rather, how does the GST help the current fiscal situation, if at all? Would you say that this new model or this amended model is a fiscally responsible model and one that ensures that it sustains through?
I mean, I'll tell you, this government has been very prudent from a macroeconomic stability standpoint. I think whatever numbers that they've given, except COVID, I would say they've held on to their numbers, been generally very conservative in projections. And so and overall, if you see the glide paths that have been announced, they've actually done better than those glide paths in the last 2 or 3 years. So I'm less worried on the macroeconomic side. I think we have to look at the spirit at which this is being done. This is a structural reform. This makes India more competitive. This gives more money in the hands of the consumers. I mean, yes, there could be some fiscal reduction because of obviously money getting in the hands of the consumer with lower taxes. But hopefully that spurs greater demand. That spurs greater consumption, that spurs higher GDP growth, and even if in next 6 months' time there is some shortfall in revenue collection, hopefully that gets made up because of the compensation cess. It gets made up with the higher GDP and therefore higher revenue collections. So I would say that I don't think this is. They have splurged to an extent where it really impacts the financial health of the economy. I think this is a very, I would say, very balanced, at the same time very focused in a few areas, and really will give a great spurt to overall demand in the economy, and therefore any temporary loss in revenue will be more than made up by some of the things that I had mentioned earlier. And economic growth, greater employment, greater capex, we need that. India needs that. And I think that are more important goals than looking at, what happens in 3, 4, 6 months' time. Plus, government has many levers if there is a revenue shortfall that happens because of this, A, it will not be substantial, and B, even if it happens and it's not made up by GDP growth or compensation cess, the government has many levers to raise money, and I'm sure they will exercise those choices at the right time.
You know, you've spoken at length about how these are more of structural changes to the GST framework, but there still, I'm sure, needs to be a lot that needs to be done within the GST framework at large. What would you be suggesting as the CII president, as the representative from the Confederation of Indian Industries? What would your 2 cents be on this? What more changes are required in the GST framework?
Yeah, so I would say, these changes, as I said, were the most important changes that industry has been requesting. And I think it's very positive that the government has brought these changes, reduction in rates, some reforms that have been done. But this process is a continuous process. I think 2 or 3 areas that stand out from at least the way CII looks at it. First is, there are still many duties that are not subsumed as part of the overall GST chain. So, and particularly in the power sector, electricity sector, real estate. So if they get subsumed in that, I think it will make the overall economy even more competitive. And any breakage of chain causes leakage, it just escalates costs. So I think if we can have that, I think that will be, I would say that's one area we should look at it. The 3 things where we are not subsumed, I think if you can subsume GST in that, I think that will be good. The second is, there are still a lot of criminal provisions that are there within the GST Act. And I think sometimes because of that, especially at the MSMEs and others do get harassed. I think it's very important that we have minimal criminal provisions for genuine mistakes that people make. And, we can have compounding, we can have other forms of penalties that can be applied. Right now, for sometimes even smaller mistakes, criminal provisions can be invoked. In some cases, the burden of proof, many of these cases, the burden of proof of justifying that this is not a malified error, rests with the SSE. I would say that's the second area that we should look at. The third is really the entire area of audits. Today, if a company is operating in 6 locations or 7 locations, they need as many number of audits that are required to be done. I think if you can restrict it to 1 or at most 2, 1 center, 1 state, and the others can rely on that, that will save a lot of hassle. Because otherwise right now you have different views taken in different audits, companies trying to get different audits done, they're responding to different notices. On the same subject, different opinions are taken. So I think it becomes a very complicated thing for companies to handle. And I think if we can reduce that, and also the government has laid out the SOPs in the way the audit should be done. If those SOPs get implemented, then I think that will be very, very positive. So I think these are some. There are the limitation, the statute of limitation, if that can be reduced. There are many other things, smaller things, but all to do with procedural simplification, which hopefully will not cause any revenue loss. But obviously the government and the center and the states have to come on the same page in driving some of these things. I'm hopeful that, in the near future, the government will look at some of these areas. I would say specifically in terms of criminality and assessment and the audit provisions. I think if we can look at that, that will really further simplify the entire GST and the implementation of GST.
Mr. Memani, we have discussed the GST reforms at length, but before I let you go today, I have one last question, and this is a little on a tangential note. This is not directly related to the GST reforms, but yes, it has been raised a couple of times in times of the timing of the GST reforms, that is the US-India trade relations. Would you say, given the current circumstances, not just the geopolitical one, but even the economic relation that the 2 nations are sharing, is a fair trade deal possible at this given point between these 2 nations?
I don't know. It's, from a CII standpoint, our view is that India and Indian business is very open to a trade deal. with US, with all the other countries. But a trade deal is not an end in itself. I think we have to ensure that the overall interests of the country come first. So if there is an agreement that can be done, which is a win-win agreement, if it captures the overall interest of the country, then industry is very much in favor and behind the government as they look at doing trade deals, whether it's with US, whether it's with EU, whether it's with other Middle Eastern states or countries. I think that's something that the industry is ensuring that will happen, and at the same time, reforms and other things that need to be done to ensure that Indian industry is getting competitive, both with government action and also what industry does on its own, to ensure that we become more competitive, so that industry can get the maximum benefit as India opens up selectively with some of these countries.
Mr. Memani, thank you so much for joining us on India Today and in fact decoding what the GST reforms indeed means and what indeed will it translate to for our consumers out there, and how will it be helping us in the long run, because remember viewers, as Mr. Memani put it, it is a much needed and a timely change and a welcome change by the CII in terms of structure of the very GST framework. Thank you for joining us.
Are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
From overnight global queues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping, like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Very good morning to you viewers. Welcome back. You're watching India Today with me, Sriya Kundu, and we have all the biggest stories lined up for you this hour. But before that, we'll quickly take you through the headlines doing the rounds at the very top. Prime Minister Modi is to visit Gurdaspur in Punjab on September 9. Prime Minister Modi is to speak to farmers and families affected by floods. This even as North India battles its worst flood crisis in decades. Homes submerged, crops destroyed and thousands displaced. "26 people detained in connection with vandalism at a renovation plaque bearing national emblem at Hazratbal Mosque in Srinagar. Chief Minister Omar Mufti defend vandals. BJP seeks apology from both Mufti and Omar Abdullah. Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal echoes Rahul Gandhi's allegations, accuses the BJP of stealing votes during polls. BJP says Kejriwal never stood with Aam Janta during tough times. Cargo ropeway trolley collapses at Pavagar Hill in Panchmahal district of Gujarat. 6 people killed in the accident. Rescue and relief operations continue. Probe launched into the accident. Trump softens stand on India, but his aide Navarro continues anti-India rant. Ex-users fact-check Navarro over his India-Russia oil deal rant. Navarro hits out at Elon Musk, calls the note crap. BCCI Secretary Devajit Saikia says the board faces no restriction from the government and India will play against every team in Asia Cup, which includes Pakistan. While the condition in Punjab remains critical at this given point, this is breaking news we are bringing to you, wherein Prime Minister Modi is to visit the flood-hit areas in Punjab on September 9th. Prime Minister is to visit Gurdaspur in Punjab. That is the official confirmation that's coming from the party on platform X. Prime Minister is to interact with farmers, families who have been severely affected from these very floods. Punjab is currently reeling under the severe crisis of flood, viewers. Visuals that have consistently been coming in from the very region. 46 people dead in Punjab. That's where the death count so far is standing at amid the flood crisis. But this is the big breaking news that we're bringing to you. This gives more hope to those who are stranded there, those who are affected, their lives being washed away, their livelihoods being washed away, farmers being hit the most with these floods having struck these regions as their land has all gotten drowned underneath these very floods. They're completely inundated now, as we can see the visuals. Piyush Mishra with me on the broadcast. Piyush, very good morning to you. And let's understand, Prime Minister is to visit Gurdaspur at this given point. Any other places that so far we have received information with regards to where he might be visiting from Gurdaspur? Because we know several areas are facing this massive issue of inundation at this given point.
Well, Shri, as we talk about Prime Minister's visit, what we are told is that Prime Minister is going to visit Gurdaspur first. Why? Because it is the most affected district of Punjab. Almost all districts of Punjab are severely affected because of the flood situation in the state. A couple of days back, the government had also issued a data claiming that almost all districts are facing problems. And now what we are told is that Narendra Modi is going to visit Gurdaspur on September 9, where he is going to meet with the flood-affected people, and especially farmers, because farmers community have faced the brunt of flood the most, and they are also facing economical crisis because of this, and that's why Prime Minister is going to meet with the farmers. The post which has been put out by BJP Punjab on social media platform X also mentions that all possible steps will be taken to ensure that relief is provided to the farmers in Punjab, which is certainly indicating that the central government is likely to announce a special package for the flood affected victims, and especially for farmers who have lost their crops in large numbers. It's going to be a very important visit. You would also remember, Shreya, that the moment Prime Minister had landed in Delhi after he was back from China, where he attended SCO summit, he first made a call to the Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann to take stock of the situation. And after that, the Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan had also visited the state of Punjab a few days back, where he met with the farmers community at large and promised them that the central government will take all steps to ensure that relief is provided to the farmers. And while the Prime Minister will be visiting to Gurdaspur, what we are told is that he is likely to go to other parts of the Punjab. But yes, on September 9, he is going to begin his visit from Gurdaspur, and then he will be meeting various other people there in the state. So it's going to be very important helping hand visit by the central government to the people of Punjab. We'll have to wait and watch what kind of steps the central government is further going to take as far as dealing with the flood situation in the state of Punjab is concerned. You would also remember, Shreya, that the Chief Minister of Punjab, Bhagwant Mann, had written a letter to the central government seeking a special package to be announced by the government to provide relief to the flood affected people there in the state. So there are multiple things on which the central government is focusing on, and during Prime Minister's visit to Punjab, and after that also we can expect a special package to be announced by the central government providing relief to the people there in the state.
Absolutely, Piyush. In fact, as you mentioned of the Union Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan's visit as well, so far, are there any details with regards to what the centre has planned for the state, given the flood hit situation, ahead of the Prime Minister's meet?
Well, Shreya, sources are indicating that the government is likely to announce a special package for the farmers who have lost their crops in large number. Remember that due to flood situation, a lot of farmers are facing the brunt where they have lost their crops. They are facing economical challenges, financial problems are also there in front of farmers. So what we are told is that the government is likely to announce a special package for the farmers. Like you rightly mentioned that yes, a couple of days back, Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan had also visited the state, where he had also promised that he is going to tell to Prime Minister about the problems being faced by the farmers. During his visit to Punjab, Shivraj Singh Chauhan had visited various districts, including Amritsar, Gurdaspur, and other parts of Punjab, where he met with the farmers community in large, and he had assured that the central government will take all necessary steps to ensure that a proper relief is extended to the farmers. So after meeting with farmers, Shivraj Singh Chauhan has also conveyed the situation of Punjab to Prime Minister, and when Prime Minister visits there in Punjab, he is likely to announce a special package also. So it's going to be very important visit by Prime Minister. Shivraj Singh Chauhan had also gone there as the emissary of PM Narendra Modi, taking out his message to take stock, where he also took stock of the flood situation there in the state. So after taking a detailed report, a report has also been submitted to the Prime Minister's office, and keeping in view of the grim situation there in the state, we are expecting central government to announce a special package for the people of Punjab. We'll have to wait and watch. Apart from special package, what more steps the government is further going to take.
Right, Piyush, thank you for bringing us those details. Viewers, this is one news that we are picking up at this given point, and this is sources telling us that there is a special package that we may be looking at, that the centre is planning for the state of Punjab at this given point. Given the current situation, farmers having been severely affected with these floods, having washed away their livelihoods, having washed away their lands, their farming lands over vast stretches, as we can see in the visuals. In fact, viewers, let me take you through what exactly has North India in totality been going through as monsoon mayhem has been intense here. North India is battling one of its worst flood crises in decades. Prime Minister Modi is now, in fact, to visit Punjab's Gurdaspur to meet the flood victims on September 9th. Prime Minister will be interacting with farmers and their families affected in the region. Flood fury triggered by relentless rains. The states of Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Punjab, Uttarakhand, as well as the capital city Delhi. Submerged homes, destroyed crops and displaced thousands is what the situation seems to be at this given point. The worst affected in the mayhem is Punjab and the farmers from Punjab. The Satluj River has swallowed up vast fields and farmers have lost all their land and livelihood. The death toll in the state currently has risen to 46. The Delhi government, meanwhile, has already pledged to give 5 crore rupees as relief fund to Punjab to begin with. In Jammu and Kashmir, further up north, another cloudburst has triggered flash flood and mudslides on the Sonamarg-Zojila road, leading to the closure of Srinagar-Ladakh highway. Efforts still are on to clear the debris and open the road, which keeps getting complicated given the rains have been relentless and incessant in these areas. Let's take a look at some of these ground reports that we have for you.
दिल्ली वालों के लिए राहत की खबर है। यमुना का जो वाटर लेवल है वो लगातार कम होता जा रहा है। इस वक्त मैं दिल्ली के लोहे वाले पुल पर मौजूद हूं और अगर आप देखें, हालांकि जिस तरह से हथनीकुंड बैराज से पानी छोड़ा गया था, वैसे में जो यमुना का बहाव है वो अभी भी काफी तेज है। लेकिन अगर सामने की तरफ देखें तो ये जो यमुना का जल स्तर मापने के लिए मीटर लगा हुआ है, इसमें साफ साफ दिखा रहा है कि जो यमुना का वाटर लेवल है फिलहाल 205.53 है। यानी जो जल स्तर है वो लगातार कम होता जा रहा है। खास तौर से उनके लिए राहत की खबर है जो दिल्ली के निचले इलाकों में रहते हैं। इससे भी अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि ये जो रेत है, इस रेत तक काफी दूर तक जो पानी है वो बढ़ गया था, लेकिन धीरे धीरे जो वाटर लेवल कम हो रहा है, इस वजह से 205.53 है। हालांकि जो पानी बढ़ा था उसकी वजह से एहतियात के तौर पर ये जो लोहे का पुल है वो यातायात के लिए बंद कर दिया गया और लोहे का जो ये पुल है, ऊपरी लेवल तक जो पानी है, ऊपरी लेवल तक वो पानी बढ़ करके चला गया था, लेकिन अब धीरे धीरे जो जल स्तर है वो कम होता जा रहा है। आने वाले दिनों में वाटर लेवल और कम होने की उम्मीद है।
दिल्ली सरकार की ओर से हम पंजाब सीएम रिलीफ फंड में 5 करोड़ रुपए की सहायता देने की घोषणा करते हैं। हम उन्हें चाहते हैं कि पंजाब जल्दी इन विकट स्थितियों से निकल कर के बाहर आए। वसुदेव कुटुंबकम, हम पूरी धरती एक परिवार के नाते है। पंजाब और दिल्ली पड़ोसी राज्य हैं और पड़ोस के अपने इस दुख दर्द में दिल्ली उनके साथ में खड़ी है, कंधे से कंधा मिला करके।
जिस प्रकार की बर्बादी हुई है वो सारी देश ते दुनिया देख रहे हैं। हालात बड़े नाजुक ने और राहुल गांधी ने बहुत ही गहरी चिंता दिखाते हुए सारिਆਂ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਲਈ ਹੈ कि ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਫੀਲਡ ਤੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਹਾਇਤਾ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਾਥ ਦਿਓ ਇਸ ਦੁੱਖ ਦੀ ਘੜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਔਰ ਬਗੇਲ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਵਿਸ਼ੇਸ਼ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ 2 ਦਿਨ ਦੇ ਦੌਰੇ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਜਾਇਜ਼ਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਵੀ ਕਰਨਗੇ ਤੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਨਾਲ ਰਾਹੁਲ जी ਨੂੰ भी रिपोर्ट देंगे।
मुख्य रूप से बात यही है कि ये जो बाढ़ आया है वो दोनों केंद्र और राज्य सरकार के निकम्मेपन के कारण से, लापरवाही के कारण से। यदि समय रहते जैसे पहले पिछले वर्षों में बांधों से पानी खोले जाते रहे, वही व्यवस्था की जाती तो इतना बड़ा नुकसान पंजाब में नहीं होता। सरकार के तरफ से कोई सुविधा दी नहीं जा रही। केजरीवाल जी एनआरआई को बोलते हैं कि हम मदद करो। अरे सरकार में बैठे हो, सरकार की तरफ से आप क्या कर रहे हैं वो तो पहले बताओ।
हर एक क्षेत्र में और मैदानी क्षेत्रों में जल भराव भी काफ़ी हुआ है और और इसके लिए हमने भारत सरकार की जो टीम है, जो आपदा की आकलन की क्षति का आकलन करती है, वो टीम भी यहाँ आ रही है और हमारा प्रयास होगा जल्दी से जल्दी चीज़ों को फिर से रीस्टोर करें और उसके लिए युद्ध स्तर पर काम हो रहा है। जैसे ही बरसात कम होती है तो हम युद्ध स्तर पर लगेंगे, सबके सहयोग से फिर से सब चीज़ों को व्यवस्थित करेंगे, सबको पुनः जो जनजीवन है पहले जैसा बने, भगवान से ही प्रार्थना करेंगे।
Now breaking news coming in, and this is from the state of Rajasthan. In a unique and innovative method using drones for rescue, Battle Axe Division has ensured the safe evacuation of a 30-year-old marooned man stuck in the middle of the Ayad River at Udaipur, showcasing the very adaptability of the Indian Army at this point. These are the visuals which in fact bring to you how the entire operation took place in this very region. Take a look. So these are the visuals that we are in fact bringing to you of this operation and how it entirely took place. This is the Battle Axe Division, let us tell you once again, that ensured the safe evacuation of this 30-year-old who was marooned in fact in the middle of the Ayad River, and this is in Udaipur, and this is exactly how he was rescued using the very technology that we are in fact bringing to you on your screens. Now viewers, we bring to you breaking news, and this is with regards to the India-US ties. This is first images that we are bringing to you of India and US's joint exercise in Alaska. India-US rehearsed battle drills and resilience is showcased of how the India and United States of America shares strategic ties even at a time when we have seen tensions arise, or rather specks of strain being witnessed in this relationship, in this historic relationship that is. Trade and tariff tension is not a dampener. This is what Randhir Jaiswal, the MEA spokesperson, had also mentioned during his press conference while he was addressing Trump aid and their anti-India tirade. He had also spoken about these very joint exercises, bringing up that, you know, this is not India-US ties aren't completely lost at this given point, given that we have still collaborations underway on several sectors, and one such sector being defense, which continues to be very important. In fact, Shivani Sharma joining me on the broadcast for more detail. Shivani, this comes as a big example of the fact that while trade relations is one place where we see a bit of a turmoil between India and US over the past months, but India-US ties has much more to it. There is defense involved, which continues to be a defining aspect in this very relationship.
Shreya, see, Yuddhabhyas happens to be a very important exercise between India and United States, and right now it's going on in Alaska in US, and it started on 1st of September. For this exercise, the Indian troops have traveled to United States, and we can see in these images the kind of interoperability, the kind of camaraderie and a bond that both the troops are sharing. They are learning from each other's best skills, and that has been happening over the years. There's no impact, however, of the trade tensions that are going on between India and United States. In fact, Shreya, this happens to be the 4th exercise of 2025. And after this, another major exercise, which happens to be a naval exercise, Malabar, is going to happen in the month of October. That will be a quad exercise where, again, Indian Navy will be participating with the United States along with Australia and Japan. So this Yuddhabhyas is bringing the troops of India and United States together, showing that the diplomatic and the defense ties between India and United States are not impacted at all. And we've also taken a number of defense deals ahead. For example, a 404 engine deal is already completed. So Yuddhabhyas, another example of how India and US are collaborating.
Absolutely, Shivani. You know, this very exercise was even mentioned by Ranveer Jaiswal while he was addressing the Peter Navarro comments, or in general, some of Trump administration coming down heavily with regards to the India-US ties, and that too with a very anti-India stance. But this is an ultimate example proving them wrong at this given point, wouldn't you say?
Certainly, Shreya. See, when Ranveer Jaiswal, the spokesperson of the MEA, was asked about the India-US relationship, he mentioned the Yuddhabhyas specifically. He said that even as we speak, the Yuddhabhyas exercise between India and the United States is going on in Alaska. So, whatever is happening in terms of the trade and the tariff tensions, the statements that have been coming in from Donald Trump, India has not given out any harsh reactions, but it is working in a very mature manner to have the mutual interests between India and United States. So this exercise is once again an example of how steadily India has been moving with its partners in terms of defense diplomacy.
Right, Shivani, thank you for putting it into context for our viewers out there. Viewers, this is the Yuddhabhyas that we are speaking of. That is the very term that's been coined for these joint military exercises. And this is the Alaska chapter at this given point that we're bringing to you visuals of, which has recently even been mentioned by the Ministry of External Affairs of our country. But yes, it definitely brings to highlight at a time when there have been strains in the India-US ties that it is definitely not over. India and US has shared comprehensive strategic relationship defined across sectors. That is, we see there is several energy sector, there is artificial intelligence, there is defense, as well as trade relations. Trade might have been seeing a few turbulent points here and there. There are sore points there that is being addressed by both nations at this given point. But this when we speak of defense ties, it continues to be strong as it was between these two nations. And that comes in at quite a crucial time when we have been seeing anti-India tirades being launched by Trump's aides and Trump's administrators at this given point. So these are visuals that we're bringing to you at this very point, and we leave you with them. And viewers, as we are leaving you with those very visuals, we're slipping into a short break. On the other side, news and updates continue. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स, 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Moto G96 5G, all eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. Ashwini Vaishnav says GST reforms will boost India's economy. Jaishankar on Trump's remark says PM values partnership with US. CM Umar Abdullah on vandalism at Hazratbal Shrine says it's a religious place, not government.
It is, in a way, I think, to offset the impact of tariffs. There would be a lot of goods in our go-downs in some time from now, which will require markets. America certainly is not that market at this point in time for us till we actually negotiate terms and conditions which are favorable to India without allowing them to cross the red lines of agriculture and dairy. And therefore, what we're looking at is maybe an uptick in consumerism.
You are watching India Today.
Viewers, we have come back, and this time on this very segment, we are starting up with a story that had taken the internet by storm. This is the famous, or maybe infamous, Coldplay concert that we are referring to following the very Coldplay kiss scam controversy. Ex-astronomer H.R. Christine's marriage to Andrew Cabot was believed to be in trouble. According to the reports, they have now filed for divorce. What started as a Coldplay concert has ended with 2 resignations and 2 divorces. Take a look at this very report.
It started with a Coldplay concert and ended in cold shoulders. Career exits and now a very public divorce.
Oh, look at these two.
On July 16th, astronomer CEO Andy Byron and the company's chief public officer Kristen Cabot were caught on the kiss cam sharing an intimate embrace at the concert in Boston. The internet did the rest. The video went viral, and within days, both executives had resigned from their roles. But that's not where the repercussions end. Andy Byron's wife had filed for divorce immediately after the incident. And as per reports, Kristen Cabot and her husband Andrew Cabot have now filed for divorce as well. Kristen reportedly filed a divorce petition on August 13th. Less than a month after the kiss cam scandal went rife on social media. But Andrew, the CEO of Privateer Rum, did not exactly take the concert clips personally. According to his ex-wife Julia, he brushed it off, saying that Kristen's life has nothing to do with him. However, not everyone is buying the "we were already separating" narrative. Many on the internet believe that the Cabots only played it cool to avoid further embarrassment, especially considering that they had just bought a $2.2 million home together 5 months before the concert. A seemingly light-hearted kiss cam moment turned into a high-stakes scandal, to say the least, with 2 executives out of jobs, 2 marriages officially over, and a Coldplay concert that no one will forget anytime soon. Bureau Report, India Today.
Shifting focus now, we bring you breaking news. This is with regards to the Russia-Ukraine war. Russia bombs Ukraine's capital, Kyiv. Kyiv's mayor says government building on fire in Kyiv's center after Russia's attack on Ukraine. After Russian attack, fire breaks out on top floor of the administrative building. These are some of the visuals that we have in fact received of the very fire that has been highlighted. This is in Kyiv itself, in the Pechersky district. Ukraine's military has come out to in fact say this, or rather report this at this given point. Ukrainian officials have said that 2 people were killed and 11 injured in the mass Russian drone attack on Kyiv as per reports. So these are the latest details that we're bringing to you of the attack that's taken place, the drone attack that's taken place, more importantly at a time when Russia-Ukraine war is in fact being spoken about on the global stage to look at a solution, or rather to find a solution and negotiate peace on these battlefronts. And with that, viewers, we've come to an end to this very edition of the Bulletin. But do stay tuned to India Today as we keep bringing you all the latest updates and the top stories right here through the day.
You are watching India Today.
मंगलती, दिल से करो बात, भगवान के साथ मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Presented by Veka, India's largest selling UPVC window. Co-powered by Duroflex, great sleep, great health.
It's late in the night and we're all set to interview our next guest for Politics. Mr. Prashant Kishor with his Jan Swaraj party is taking the state of Bihar by storm. A political force completely untested. How potent will Prashant Kishor be in the Bihar election? Let's find out.
प्रशांत किशोर बिहार से एक साधारण परिवार से आते हैं।
2014 में अच्छे दिन वो आप ही का था। था कि नहीं था?
भाई सब कुछ मोदी जी का था। अभी हाल फिलहाल में मैंने एक बयान दिया कि राहुल गांधी 40 जिलों का नाम अगर बता दे तो मैं मान जाऊंगा।
आपने तो 38 बोला था।
नहीं 40 बोला है। मैंने तेजस्वी यादव के लिए कहा कि तुम बता दो भाई कि तुम एक रात अगर किसी बिहार के गांव में रहे हो तो बता दो कि बिहार के बर्बादी के लिए लालू नीतीश जिम्मेवार हैं, लेकिन इसके असली गुनाहगार कांग्रेस और भाजपा ही है।
अगर कांग्रेस आरजेडी के साथ नहीं होती, आप
वो आरजेडी के साथ नहीं होते, उनकी मदद करता भी। अगर सरकार बनाने का एब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटी नहीं मिली, डिसाइसिव नॉट 123 डिसाइसिव मेजॉरिटी नहीं मिली, तो फिर से जहाँ है वहीं से रहेंगे।
You are completely ruling out any possibility of a coalition of you being part of it. वो कभी नहीं होगा।
Impossible. जनसुराज एकमात्र दल है, प्रशांत किशोर एकमात्र व्यक्ति जो कह रहे हैं लिकर बैन 1 घंटा के अंदर हटा देंगे, वोट मिले या ना मिले।
प्रशांत जी, you talk very passionately about your state. आपका फेस चेंज हो जाता है जब आप बात करते हैं, तो क्लियरली आप मुस्कुरा रहे हैं। अरे वाह, पहली बार मुस्कुराए प्रशांत किशोर जी। हंस भी दिए।
हंसता भी।
Welcome Prashant Kishor ji to Unpolitics. It's a pleasure, honor to have you on our show. Thank you for taking the time out.
Pleasure is all mine.
Prashant ji, give us a memory of your parents. Something that you remember, something that you carry, जो आप सोचते हैं कभी कभार।
मतलब
पिताजी के बारे में, माताजी के बारे में। एक मेमोरी होती है जो रह जाती है। मेरे पास भी मतलब 2-3 है ऐसी।
लेकिन अक्सर जैसे मैं और मेरे पिताजी, मतलब हम लोग का एंडलेस आर्गुमेंट चलता ही रहता था किसी भी विषय पे।
तो आप ट्रू बिहारी होते थे। बिहारी आर्ग्यू बहुत करते हैं, सही में।
नहीं, वी आर नॉट दैट आर्गुमेंटेटिव एज अ सोसाइटी, बट यस,
मतलब डिबेट करते हैं, ये आर्ग्यू नहीं।
मेरी अपनी जो मेमोरी रही है कि पिताजी के साथ बैठ के किसी भी बात पे उलझे हुए हैं और मेरी मदर बस क्वाइट लिसनर की तरह बैठकर उसको सुन रही हैं। एंड एट सम स्टेज माय फादर वुड गेट एंग्री that she is not joining him or supporting him.
वो आपको सपोर्ट करती है।
And she would support me. तो मेरे father, that would make him more angry. यार तुम्हारी वजह से ये सब ये गलत सोचता है या गलत कर रहा है। तो मेरी माँ, she was like my blind supporter. तो जब वो आर्गुमेंट होता था तो she would say कि भाई मुझे पता नहीं है, लेकिन जो अगर इसको ठीक लग रहा है तो करने दो।
100 करोड़ सीरियसली आप लेते थे एक कैंपेन पार्टी का हैंडल करने के
वो
लिए?
बात गांव में समझाने का एक तरीका है कि गांव में जो लोग 400 रुपये 1000 रुपये में अपनी ज़िंदगी जी रहे हैं, उसके लिए 100 करोड़ और 10 करोड़ का कोई मायना नहीं है। वो एक बताने का तरीका है कि आप जो कीमत मांगो आपको लोग दे सकते हैं, उसको छोड़कर ये काम कर रहे हैं, तो पैसे के लिए नहीं कर रहे। ये बताने का एक तरीका है कि कौन सा अमाउंट आपको सबसे ज़्यादा दिखता है, तो इसलिए 100 है।
पर 100 है कि नहीं है, आप ये क्यों नहीं बोलते कि है? था,
उससे ज़्यादा हो सकता है,
उससे ज़्यादा भी रहे।
बिल्कुल हो सकता है। आपको क्या लगता है? आप तो पॉलिटिकल जर्नलिस्ट हैं।
तो मैं तो पूछ रही हूँ।
नहीं, आप तो पॉलिटिकल जर्नलिस्ट हैं। अगर किसी पार्टी को ये लगे फॉर राइट और रॉन्ग कि भाई इस व्यक्ति की मदद से मैं पूरा स्टेट जीत सकता हूँ, तो 100-200 करोड़ रुपए की कोई बहुत वैल्यू नहीं है। इतना तो आप समझ ही रहे हैं, नहीं है।
I agree.
तो और एंड आई कैरीड दैट रेपुटेशन फॉर गुड और बैड कि भाई प्रशांत किशोर आपके साथ रहेंगे तो आप जीत जाइएगा चुनाव।
2012 में हूँ मोदी नु मानस छू आपका था?
सॉरी,
जो जैसे 2014 में अच्छे दिन, वो आप ही का था? था कि नहीं था?
भाई सब कुछ मोदी जी का था।
हूँ मोदी नु मानस छू 2012 में
नहीं,
जो स्लोगन था,
मोदी नो मानुस छे, जो ये जो क्या कहते हैं उसको, सब जो मास्क लगाने वाली बात नहीं, वहां पर एक दूसरा लड़का था, नाम
It's very nice that you give credit. It's good that you give credit to.
नहीं, मेरा नहीं, मैं क्यों लूंगा? मेरे पास अपने लेने के लिए अपने काम का क्रेडिट बहुत है।
तो अच्छे दिन भी आपका नहीं था?
मैं ये सब बात उसकी बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ। वो जो मास्क है वो प्रशांत किशोर के आने से पहले वहाँ एक मनीष करके लड़का था जो मोदी जी के साथ काम करता था, एडवर्टाइजिंग वगैरह में था, ये उसका आइडिया था। वो मोदी मास्क बनाता था, वो मोदी ने मानुष से।
आपकी लास्ट मोदी जी से कब बात हुई? बहुत टाइम हो गया।
हो गया, काफी समय हो गया।
साल?
काफी समय हो गया।
चलिए, जो आपने आईपैक बनाया, आई कैन सी, क्योंकि मैंने अभी काफ़ी वक्त बिताया आपके इस ऑफिस में, आई कैन सी हाउ मेनी पीपल यू हैव। सही बात है कि प्रशांत किशोर के पेरोल्स पे फॉर बिहार इलेक्शंस 16,000 लोग हैं?
16,000
है कि नहीं है? नहीं है।
पेरोल्स पे तो 16,000 लोग नहीं होंगे, या 600-700 लोग होंगे
इन ऑल।
600-700 लोग।
तो ये 16,000 की बस अफवाह है?
तो लोग ऐसे चलाते हैं, कुछ भी चलाते हैं।
आपकी फंडिंग पे भी बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस।
कोई क्या क्वेश्चन है? मैं प्रशांत किशोर किसी सरकारी पद पे रहे नहीं, मैं कोई ठेकेदारी करता नहीं हूँ, बालू शराब माफिया से मैं जुड़ा नहीं हूँ।
क्वेश्चन में नहीं आते।
एक मिनट रुकिए।
हाँ।
मैंने किसी का ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग आज तक कराया नहीं, किसी को ठेका कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दिलवाया नहीं। बिहार सरकार से मैंने आज तक 1 रुपया लिया नहीं, कभी कोई बंगला नहीं लिया, गाड़ी नहीं ली। जब यहाँ रहे भी तो नीतीश जी के घर में थे, कभी 1 रुपया कोई नहीं कह सकता है। पूरे बिहार में आप घूम लीजिए कि प्रशांत किशोर ने किसी अधिकारी को, मिनिस्टर को कभी फ़ोन किया हो कि ये काम कर दो। मेरे पास जो पैसा है, मेरा व्यक्तिगत पैसा तो कुछ भी नहीं है, लेकिन मेरे पास वो उपाय है कि मैं चाहूँ तो पैसा इकट्ठा करा सकता हूँ। और वो पैसा क्यों इकट्ठा करा रहे हैं? क्योंकि बिहार को सुधारने के लिए करना है। पैसा इकट्ठा करने में मदद कौन कर रहा है? वो सारे लोग मदद कर रहे हैं जिनकी मैंने मदद 10 साल में करी है। और ये इस बात का प्रमाण है कि मैंने फीस जीवन में नहीं लिया, मदद की और उसको एक तरह से छोड़ दिया। जब ज़रूरत होगी आपसे मांगूंगा। अब उन लोगों से या उनके बेनिफिक्टर्स से मांग रहा हूँ कि भाई आपको आंध्रा में मदद की थी, आपके तमिलनाडु में आपके लीडर की मदद की थी, अब दो। जरूरी नहीं है कि वो लीडर खुद से पैसा दे। हैं?
टीडीपी? नहीं,
पैसा कोई पार्टी नहीं देती है। लेकिन मान लीजिए कि आपने जगनमोहन रेड्डी की मदद की, वो 5 साल सरकार में रहे, तो उनको पैसे देने वाले तो 10 बिजनेसमैन वाले होंगे ना, उनके एमपी होंगे, उनके मंत्री होंगे, उनके बिजनेसमैन होंगे, जो उनका इकोसिस्टम है।
The general perception Prashant Kishor is that Prashant Kishor has a God complex.
क्या कॉम्प्लेक्स?
God complex, कि उनको सब पता है।
अब आप दोनों बात कह रहे हैं, आप ही दोनों बात कह रहे हैं।
मैं आपसे पूछ रही हूँ।
कोई कॉम्प्लेक्स नहीं, हम लोग तो रोज सीखने वाले लोग।
एक सुपीरियोरिटी,
कोई कुछ नहीं,
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है।
क्या आप हम तो गांव, हम तो बिहार में पले बढ़े हैं, बिहार में नौकरी करी है, बिहार में राजनीति करा है, चुनाव जीते हैं, मोदी के वेव में मोदी को यहाँ हराया है। इसके बावजूद जब अपना काम करने गए तो बिहार के हर गांव में गए हैं, पैदल चल के गए, सीखने गए हैं।
अच्छा, ऑन दैट नोट आपकी टिकटें कब डिसाइड होंगी?
सबसे पहले होंगी। किसी दूसरे दल से पहले होंगी। सबसे पहले जनसुराज टिकट अपने अनाउंस करेगा। इसलिए करेगा कि आप जैसे पत्रकार और कुछ दिल्ली में सो कॉल्ड विशेषज्ञ बैठ कर ये कहेंगे, अरे भाई जनसुराज में तो वो लड़ेगा जिसको भाजपा में और एनडीए में टिकट नहीं मिलेगा, इंडिया में टिकट नहीं मिलेगा। और उनको मैं जवाब देते देते थक जाऊं, वो मानेंगे नहीं। इसलिए मैंने कहा भाई हम ही सबसे पहले अनाउंस कर देते हैं, तुम खुश हो जाओ।
अच्छा चलिए, ऑन द साइड नोट, भोजपुरी फिल्में देखते हैं? देखी है कोई?
नहीं देखें। नदिया का पार बहुत, हम तो फिल्म ही नहीं देखते, हिंदी भी नहीं देखते हैं, तो भोजपुरी क्या देखेंगे?
हिंदी भी नहीं देखते?
नहीं देखते।
आपको लगता नहीं है थोड़ी भोजपुरी, द न्यू सिनेमा इज अ लिटिल वल्गर?
बहुत वल्गर है, अफसोस की बात है। सिनेमा नहीं, सिनेमा गाने,
म्यूजिक
नहीं, सिनेमा गाने, और अब वो धीरे धीरे समाज में भी इन्फिल्ट्रेट कर रहा है। मैं तो अपने भाषणों में कहता हूँ, आप जाके मेरा भाषण सुन लीजिए कि तुम्हारे गांव में स्कूल नहीं चल रहा है, तुमको चिंता नहीं है, और यहाँ पर ऑर्केस्ट्रा आ जाता है तो तुम लोग सब जुड़ जाते हो। हम तो अपने भाषण में कहते हैं।
दिन में कितने कप चाय पीते हैं?
चाय की तो मैं आई वांट टू बी वीगन, लेकिन वो
You want to be vegan?
हाँ, आई एम ट्राइंग।
Are you vegetarian?
आई एम ए वेजिटेरियन, वो तो बिल्कुल क्लियर है, लेकिन वेगन होने की कोशिश करता हूँ, वो चाय की वजह से टूट जाती है। चाय पी लेता
पर
हूँ।
वीगन होने क्यों, ये कौन से फैड्स में पड़ रहे हैं आप? क्यों वीगन होना चाहते हैं?
ऐसे लगता है छोड़ दें, जितनी चीज छूट जाए उतना अच्छा है। जितनी चीजें छूट जाए, घड़ी नहीं पहनते तो नहीं पहनते हैं, चेन नहीं पहनते नहीं पहनते हैं, जितनी चीजें छूट जाए वो अच्छा है जीवन में।
तो मतलब चाय की वजह से वीगन नहीं हो पा रहे हैं?
हाँ, अब चाय और प्लस स्वीट टूथ है तो कभी कभी मिठाई खाने की आदत हो, कहीं खा लिया, लोगों ने खिला दिया, वरना ऐसे मतलब दूध।
पर कितनी कप चाय पी लेते हैं?
डिपेंड करता है, किसी दिन 4-5 भी पी सकते हैं, ज़्यादा भी पी सकते हैं। लोग जहाँ जाते हैं वहाँ लोग पिला देते हैं, कई बार आदमी बैठे बैठे पी लेता है चाय।
प्रशांत जी, वैसे आई थिंक काशीराम सेड इट, बट यू हैव रेफर्ड टू इट मेनी टाइम्स इन द पास्ट, विच इज़ पहला चुनाव हारा जाता है, दूसरा चुनाव हराने के लिए लड़ा जाता है, तीसरा चुनाव जीता जाता है। ऑन दैट मैट्रिक्स यू आर नाउ, अगर आप मान ले कि बाई इलेक्शन हार गए तो आप सेकंड कैटेगरी में आते हैं कि अब ये चुनाव हराने के लिए?
नहीं, देखिए,
ये आप ही गोट कोट करते थे।
कांसी राम जी ने जो कहा, वो इतने बड़े सामाजिक और पॉलिटिकल एक्टिविस्ट थे। मैं मानता हूँ कि पिछले 25-30 साल में इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे उनसे बड़ा राजनीतिक सामाजिक एक्टिविस्ट नहीं हुआ है। और मैं बिल्कुल ऑनेस्टली उन्होंने ये बात कही है तो उसमें दम है। बट फॉर वन फैक्टर, जब कांसी राम जी ये कर रहे थे तब टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं था। तो अगर आपको विदाउट टेक्नोलॉजी अगर प्रशांत किशोर को ये काम करना है जो मैं कर रहा हूँ, तो बिल्कुल वही मैट्रिक्स फॉलो होगा कि एक बार आप हारिएगा, दूसरी बार हराइएगा, तीसरी बार जीतिएगा। क्योंकि वर्ड ऑफ माउथ ही एक कम्युनिकेशन का जरिया है, संगठन जरिया है। लेकिन अभी क्या है कि अगर आज 100 लोग प्रशांत किशोर के या जनसुराज को जानते हैं तो उसमें 90 लोग ना मेरे से कभी मिले हैं, ना वो मेरे संगठन का हिस्सा है, ना मेरा संगठन का आदमी उनसे मिला है। वो मेरे से यूट्यूब के जरिए, फेसबुक के जरिए जुड़े हुए हैं। तो इवोल्यूशन ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी हैज शॉर्टेंड दैट 15 ईयर्स टू 2 ईयर्स और 3 ईयर्स और 5 ईयर्स। और दूसरी बात कि 15 साल में जितने वर्किंग डे आपके होंगे उसको प्रशांत किशोर ने 3 बरस में कंप्रेस किया है। ऐसा नहीं है कि जितना लोग 10 साल में जितना काम कर सकते हैं उतना काम मैं 3 वर्ष में कर रहा हूँ। एक दिन भी छुट्टी नहीं लिया, एक दिन भी ब्रेक नहीं लिया, रुके नहीं, बैठे नहीं, घर नहीं गए, लगातार 3-3.5 साल से वही कर रहे हैं। तो जो 5 साल 7 साल में काम हो सकता था उसको 3-3.5 साल में करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
तो आप कह रहे हैं जो सेकंड पार्ट है वो आप स्किप करेंगे, हार गए जो बाई इलेक्शंस हैं और अब जीतेंगे। अब हराने के लिए नहीं है, वोट कटिंग के लिए नहीं है।
एक तरफा यहाँ पर, एक तरफा बिहार में नई व्यवस्था आपको नवंबर में दिखेगी। इंडिया इज गॉन।
चलिए, अब मैं आपको थोड़ा इरिटेट करती हूँ क्योंकि जो आपके फेवरेट विशेषज्ञ हैं वो कहते हैं कि देखिए ये तो हवा बन रही है, जब टाइम आएगा पोलराइज हो जाएगा चुनाव, महागठबंधन और एनडीए
हो जाएगा। तो हो जाएगा। आप वो विशेषज्ञ ना प्रशांत किशोर को पहले समझ पाए ना अभी समझ पाएंगे। हमारा लक्ष्य ये नहीं है कि मैं यहाँ पर जीत कर मंत्री बन जाऊं, सरकार में आ जाऊं। अगर मुझे सरकार में आना है तो उसके लिए मुझे कुछ नहीं करना, यहाँ से उठ के जाना है, आज सरकार में शामिल हो जाऊंगा। कौन रोकेगा? अगर मैं आज इंडिया गठबंधन में चला जाऊं, कौन रोक रहा है मुझे? भाई आज रोके ना रोके।
वो तो सुना था, बहुत कोशिश की थी आपने जाने की, आपको एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया।
चलिए, अरे वो तो आपके शब्द हैं,
नहीं, ये सारे रूमर्स हैं।
नहीं, किसने एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया?
कांग्रेस।
भाई आप तो पढ़ी लिखी पत्रकार हैं, कांग्रेस का ट्वीट जाकर देख लीजिए क्या है
जी,
इंग्लिश में ट्वीट है। आप अंग्रेजी मीडियम की पत्रकार हैं, तो कांग्रेस ने ट्वीट में क्या लिखा है कि हमने प्रशांत किशोर को एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया? ट्वीट ये लिखा है कि प्रशांत किशोर मेड ए प्रेजेंटेशन
एंड
वी मेड हिम एन ऑफर, ही रिफ्यूज्ड।
So you
गलत तो नहीं कर रहा हूं ना, कोट जाके ट्वीट पढ़ लीजिए, आप भूल गई होंगी। लेकिन उस ट्वीट के बाद भी आप कहिएगा वही, क्योंकि आपका बायस है कि भाई अरे कांग्रेस के दरवाजे पर ही खड़े थे, क्योंकि हम तो गांधी परिवार के हैं नहीं,
बहुत डिफेंसिव हो। हाँ,
हम किसी मुख्यमंत्री प्रधानमंत्री के लड़के तो हैं नहीं, तो आपकी नज़र में, किसी पत्रकार की नज़र में तो हम ही गए होंगे वहां पर दरबार लगाने, हम ही गए होंगे जगह मांगने।
अच्छा, डू यू हैव अ गुड रिलेशनशिप विद द गांधीज?
मेरा कोई रिलेशनशिप अब नहीं है,
बिल्कुल भी नहीं है,
कोई रिलेशनशिप नहीं है। गुड ही है जब हमारी उनसे कोई लड़ाई भी नहीं है, बिहार में उनका कोई।
बिकॉज आप काफी फॉन्डली बात करते हैं, कन्हैया कुमार की आप काफी तारीफ करते हैं।
जो सही है वो सही बता रहे हैं। मैंने ये कहा कि बिहार कांग्रेस में अगर एक कोई व्यक्ति है जो इसको आप युवा नेता के तौर पर 10 लोग सुनने आ सकते हैं, 1000 लोग सुनने आएंगे तो कन्हैया कुमार है। मतलब बिहार कांग्रेस में कौन ऐसा नेता है जिसको 500 आदमी भी कहीं सुनने आएगा? आप जरा बता दीजिए।
प्रशांत जी, अगर वोट दे दिया, क्योंकि आप दो चीजों की बात करते हैं, आप अर्श की बात करते हैं और आप फर्श की बात करते हैं, मान लीजिए कहीं बीच में रह गए,
नहीं रह गए,
अगर रह गए, मतलब डेफिनेटिव, देखिए फिर ये गॉड कॉम्प्लेक्स है, कैसे पता होगा कि नहीं पता? आप कुछ, वो भी हो सकता है, ये भी हो सकता है, ये भी हो सकता है।
नहीं, हेड और टेल होगा, बीच में सिक्का खड़ा कैसे रह जाएगा?
अच्छा, अगर मान लीजिए
आप कह रहे नहीं बीच में सिक्का खड़ा रह जाएगा,
मान लीजिए कुछ 10, 15, 25,
हाँ ठीक है, तो उसको हाथ से गिराकर फिर एक साइड कर देंगे। मैंने कहा है कि मेरी कोई दिलचस्पी इसमें नहीं है कि मैं विधानसभा में पक्ष विपक्ष में बैठूं। अगर सरकार बनाने का एब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटी नहीं मिली, डिसाइसिव, नॉट 123, डिसाइसिव मेजॉरिटी नहीं मिली, तो फिर से जहां है वहीं से रहेंगे। रोड की राजनीति कर रहे हैं, रोड की राजनीति करेंगे, विपक्ष में बैठने का कोई।
इट्स अ स्ट्रॉन्ग स्टेटमेंट दैट यू आर मेकिंग, पर आप ये भी कहते हो कि अगर मेरे 10-15 अगर आए, मैं बोल दूंगा जहां जाना
जाओ।
पर ये इतना आपके लिए मेहनत की,
कोई कुछ नहीं। मैंने क्या कहा कि 10, 12, 15, 20, अगर आप जो कह रहे हैं अगर ऐसा हो गया, आज जीत के आ गए, तो मैं उनको कहूंगा या तो भाई मेरे साथ 5 साल फिर रोड पर रहो, और नहीं अगर तुम्हें क्षमता है तो जिसमें जाना है चले जाओ, हम तो फिर रोड पर ही शुरू करेंगे।
तो आप रिजल्ट के पहले यू आर कंप्लीटली रूलिंग आउट एनी पॉसिबिलिटी ऑफ अ कोलिशन ऑफ यू बीइंग पार्ट ऑफ इट? वो कभी नहीं होगा
इम्पॉसिबल, ना चुनाव से पहले, न चुनाव के बाद, न 2025 में, न 2029 में। मेरे जीवन में अब कोई ध्येय नहीं बचा हुआ है इस कालखंड में। मैं इतना ही चाहता हूं कि बिहार सुधरे। अगर उसको सुधारने का मौका नहीं मिला तो फिर देखेंगे, दूसरा कुछ करेंगे। क्या जरूरत है बिहार में रह के 10 MLA लेकर राजनीति करने की?
तो गुस्सा क्यों आता है आपको इतना ज्यादा?
गुस्सा आता है, गुस्सा इसलिए आता है, लोग कहते हैं कि आप पॉलिटिक्स करते हैं बिहार में, मुस्कुराइए। लोगों को देख के हमको बहुत बड़े लीडर ने कहा कि आप सब चीज तो आप अच्छा कर रहे हैं, मुस्कुराते नहीं हैं आप। तो मैंने कहा भाई मैं चाहूं तो भी मुस्कुरा नहीं सकता हूँ।
क्यों?
जब आप गांव में घूमते हैं और मिलते हैं ऐसे लोगों से जो 400 रुपया में अपना जिंदगी जी रहा है, तब आप उसके सामने मुस्कुराइएगा कैसे? मुझे वो कला आती नहीं है। जब आप कोई बच्चा बगल में आपके गुजरता है, आप पूछते हो बेटा किस क्लास में पढ़ते हो? आपको लगता है 3rd क्लास में है, वो कहता है मैं 8th में हूँ, क्योंकि इतना मालनरिस्ट है कि उसकी हाइट रुक गई है, उसके शरीर पर वेट नहीं है, शरीर का वेट नहीं है, और आप कह रहे हैं मुस्कुरा नहीं रहे हो। कैसे मुस्कुराए? आप जाकर मिलिए तो लोगों से जो मिजरी ग्राउंड। मैंने कहा कि बिहार जितना आंकड़ों में गरीब है, उससे बहुत ज़्यादा गरीब, उससे बहुत ज़्यादा बदहाल ज़मीन पर है। मैं इसी राज्य में पला बढ़ा हूँ कुछ हद तक, यहाँ काम भी किया है, राजनीति में भी जुड़े रहे हैं। मुझे भी इस बात का इतना इल्म, इतना एहसास नहीं था कि इतनी गरीबी, इतनी बदहाली नीचे है।
प्रशांत जी, डू यू हैव, क्योंकि वाइल ऑन योर पदयात्रा आफ्टर दैट एक मोमेंट होता है, डू यू रिमेंबर दैट वन मोमेंट ऑफ एपिफनी कि आप किसी से मिले, उसने
नहीं,
आपको
मैं तो
कुछ
बताता
कहा?
ही हूँ। मैंने पहले 2 इंटरव्यू में कह चुका हूँ पूरी पदयात्रा के दौरान। जैसे मैंने 2 साल तक ये संकल्प लिया हुआ था कि मैं गाड़ी पर पैर नहीं रखूंगा, पैदल ही जहाँ यात्रा खत्म हुई वहीं पे सोऊंगा। और 1 साल तक तो, जब मैं बीमार पड़ गया था उसके पहले तक तो 1 साल तक उसको कंटिन्यूअस किया मैंने। पटना तक भी कभी नहीं आए, जहाँ से पदयात्रा शुरू की, जहाँ खत्म किया वहीं पर सो गए। और जहाँ हम लोग रुकते थे गांव में, वहाँ पर स्वाभाविक है कि आप खा रहे हैं तो लोकल लोग भी खाएंगे, जो हमारे साथ पैदल चल के वो भी खाएंगे। तो एक बच्चा मुझे 12-14 साल का मिला होगा, जो खाते हुए मैंने देखा उसको, और जितनी क्वांटिटी में वो खाना खा रहा था, आदमी को नहीं होता कि बहुत ज़्यादा खाएगा तो पेट खराब हो जाएगा या तबीयत खराब हो जाएगी। तो मैंने उस बच्चे से पूछा कि बेटा ये कितना खा सकते हो? बोला जितना दे दीजिएगा उतना खा लेंगे। तो मैंने पूछा घर पे कितना खाना खाते हो? बोला जितना बनता है सब खा लेते हैं। बोले इतना खाना रोज खाते हो? उसने जो बात कही उसके बाद कि सर आज तक ऐसा हुआ ही नहीं कि मेरा पेट भर जाए और तसले में खाना बाकी है। अब इस बात को जरा आप 1 मिनट सोचिए। 14 साल का बच्चा ये कह रहा है कि आज तक ऐसा हुआ ही नहीं कि मेरा पेट भर गया हो और खाना अभी तसले में, तसला मतलब जो पॉट है जिसमें खाना बनता है, भात बाकी है, मतलब चावल बाकी है, उसमें कोई व्यंजन नहीं है, इतना चावल भी नहीं है कि पेट भर जाए और फिर भी बाकी है।
प्रशांत जी, यू टॉक वेरी पैशनेटली अबाउट योर स्टेट। जैसे आप बातें करते हैं, जो एनेक्डोट्स आपने बताया, क्योंकि आपका फेस चेंज हो जाता है जब आप बात करते हैं, तो क्लियरली आप मुस्कुरा रहे हैं। अरे वाह, पहली बार मुस्कुराए प्रशांत किशोर जी, हंस भी दिए। हाँ,
मैं यहाँ पॉलिटिक्स इसलिए नहीं करने आया हूँ कि मैं हंसूं, पॉपुलर लीडर बन जाऊं, एमएलए बन जाऊं, एमपी बन जाऊं। आप 100 करोड़ की बात कर रही थी। ये सारी सुख सुविधा, नाम, ऐशो आराम, जो ग्लैमर है लाइफ का, इन फिजिकल टर्म्स, इन मटेरियल टर्म्स सॉरी, वो तो सब भगवान ने दिया हुआ है, सब दिया है। हम लोग तो 20,000 रुपये की नौकरी करने के उद्देश्य से जीवन शुरू किए थे कि भाई कहीं 20,000 की नौकरी मिल जाए। उसके मुकाबले जो कुछ भी मिला, गॉड हैज़ बीन वेरी काइंड। उतना सब मिलने के बाद अब अगर मैं यहाँ आया हूँ सब कुछ छोड़ के, तो इसलिए नहीं आया हूँ कि मुझे यहाँ एमएलए बनना है और किसी को मंत्री बनाना है। इसलिए आया हूँ कि समझता हूँ कि इस मिट्टी का कर्ज है, मेरे जैसा आदमी अगर कोशिश नहीं करेगा तो कौन कोशिश करेगा। इसलिए मुझे प्रयास करना चाहिए, परिणाम की चिंता किए बगैर करना चाहिए। तो जो लोग बैठकर बहुत हल्की टिप्पणी करते हैं, तो मुझे लगता है यार तुम क्या ही समझते हो। एक दिन आओ, रहो तो गांव में बिहार के। मैंने तेजस्वी यादव के लिए कहा कि तुम बता दो भाई कि तुम एक रात अगर किसी बिहार के गांव में रहे हो तो बता दो। यू नो व्हाट ही सेड इन हिज आंसर? लालू जी प्रशांत किशोर से ज़्यादा घूमे हैं, प्रशांत किशोर जिंदगी भर उतना नहीं जाएंगे जितना लालू जी घूमे हैं। लालू जी घूमे होंगे ना भाई, तुम तो नहीं घूमे हो, तुम चीफ मिनिस्टर बनना चाहते हो ना। राहुल गांधी अगर एक रात यहाँ बिताए हों चुनाव के अलावा कभी बिहार में, 55 वर्ष की उम्र में, ये क्या बात करते हैं? ये दिल्ली में बैठ
एजस्ट जाइब क्यों 55, मतलब क्या?
नहीं, मतलब मैं ये बता रहा हूँ कि कोई आप बच्चे नहीं हैं, 15 साल 20 साल से आप राजनीति में हैं। जिस बिहार में आप एक रात नहीं बिताए, वहाँ पर आकर आप लोगों को बरगला रहे हैं, गलत बात बोल रहे हैं। आप जान रहे हो कि बिहार की क्या दशा है। क्या राहुल गांधी को ये नहीं पता है कि लालू यादव के शासन काल में बिहार में क्या हुआ था? ये नहीं पता है। और राहुल गांधी या कांग्रेस अगर बिहार में 10, 12, 20, 25 एमएलए न जीते तो उनकी सेहत पे तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। कितने चुनाव हारे हैं, एक बिहार भी हार जाएंगे। लेकिन क्यों गलत का साथ दे रहे हो? इसलिए मुझे गुस्सा आता है, क्योंकि उनकी मजबूरी नहीं है। देखिए बिहार में कोई रीजनल पार्टी है, वो जुड़ा हुआ है, उसकी मजबूरी है, कांग्रेस की मजबूरी नहीं है। कांग्रेस चाहती तो बिहार को सुधारने का प्रयास कर सकती थी। जो तेलंगाना में प्रयास करेंगे, बिहार में नहीं करेंगे।
अगर कांग्रेस आरजेडी के साथ नहीं होती, आप
वो आरजेडी के साथ नहीं होते, उनकी मदद करता मैं।
आप उनके साथ रहते?
नहीं, कोलिशन की बात नहीं है, उनकी मदद करता मैं। मैंने उनको कहा था 2021 जिस चर्चा की आप बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें जाकर आप प्रेजेंटेशन देख लीजिए। मैंने उनको यही कहा था कि 6 राज्यों में आप ये छोड़िए, कांग्रेस क्यों खत्म हो गई? जिस लालू यादव के राजद ने बिहार को बर्बाद किया, बिहार का एक एक आदमी जानता है कि वो लालू यादव,
ये आपके प्रपोजल में था
कि लालू यादव इसलिए कर पाए क्योंकि कांग्रेस से उनको मदद मिलती रही। मनमोहन सिंह जी इतने ईमानदार व्यक्ति, इतने बड़े इकोनॉमिस्ट, क्या उनको बिहार की इकोनॉमी की समझ नहीं थी?
कितना सोते हैं वैसे?
सोते हैं, काफी
सो जाते हैं, मतलब
हाँ सोते हैं। जितना जब काम खत्म हो गया आंख बंद हो गई, या जब आंख बंद हो गई तब काम खत्म हो गया।
म्यूजिक सुनते हैं?
नहीं सुनते। सुबह में उठते
बहुत बोरिंग आदमी है आप। ना टीवी देख, ओटीटी?
टीवी तो है ही नहीं।
टीवी है ही नहीं?
आप वहाँ जब बैठे थे, अब तो कहीं टीवी है।
टीवी तो था पर देखते नहीं होंगे।
नहीं नहीं टीवी नहीं, वो तो ये सब प्रेजेंटेशन वाले टीवी।
सुना टीवी देखते हैं,
पेपर नहीं पढ़ते हैं, टीवी नहीं,
पेपर भी नहीं पढ़ते हैं,
पेपर कहीं नहीं देख लीजिए।
ना म्यूजिक सुनते हैं?
म्यूजिक सुबह में चैंट सुनते हैं, उठते हैं तो कोशिश करते हैं एक दो चैंट सुनते हैं, बस और कोई कुछ इंटरेस्ट नहीं, किसी चीज में कोई दिलचस्पी नहीं,
किसी चीज में कोई दिलचस्पी नहीं,
24/7 बस यही करते हैं।
Are you a strict parent?
नहीं, मैं तो हूँ ही नहीं, मेरा अफसोस है जीवन का कि मतलब आई हैव नॉट सीन माय सन ग्रोइंग अप, ही इज इन हॉस्टल नाउ, तो अब तो।
But do you love him? Are you a doting parent, or you are a tough parent, a strict parent?
Do I? No, I am not strict. I'm nobody to
You
be
indulge
strict.
him, spoil him.
कह नहीं सकते हैं, but I'm just like अपने बच्चे से किसको प्यार नहीं होगा, तो उसमें कुछ कह के मैं ऐड नहीं करना चाहता हूँ कि I'm more loving than others.
I'm just
नॉर्मल जो है एक अपने बच्चे से सबको प्यार होता है, हमें भी है।
Are you also going to announce 2,500 rupees for women?
No.
The kind of promises that are being made, poll promises.
We have already announced 5 things what we are going to do.
बस वही करोगे और कुछ नहीं है?
कोई चीज,
कोई और प्रॉमिस नहीं है।
और जो 5 चीज कहा है उसका पूरा बजट दिया है। ये पैसा, ये देखो, ये 2500 इतने बेवकूफ बना रहे हैं लोग। वही मैं कहता हूँ, तेजस्वी यादव तो कुछ भी कह सकते हैं, ये लोग सुन लीजिए, सत्ता में आने के लिए कुछ भी कह सकते हैं ये लोग, तेजस्वी यादव जैसे लोग। लेकिन कांग्रेस, बताइए, अपना फोटो राहुल गांधी लगाकर रोज पेपर पे एडवर्टीजमेंट दे रहे हैं कि 2500 रुपये देंगे। आपके व्यूवर्स को जरा गणना करने दीजिए, बिहार में 6 करोड़ 6.5 करोड़ महिलाएं हैं। अगर नाबालिग महिलाओं को, लड़कियों को हटा दें तो करीब 4.5 करोड़ 5 करोड़ महिलाएं होती हैं। अगर आप 2500 रुपये उन महिलाओं को देंगे तो साल का बजट होगा, गुना कर लीजिए अपने कैलकुलेटर पे उठा के, आपके दर्शकों को बोल रहा हूँ, 2500 गुने 5 करोड़ गुने 12 महीना,
बिहार के नोट
सुन लीजिए, करीब 1.5 लाख करोड़ रुपया हुआ। और राहुल गांधी आके कह रहा है कि हम ये कर देंगे। तो मेरा 2 सवाल है। मैंने तो ये कहा कि भाई पी चिदम्बरम आकर बिहार में ये समझा दें कि ये 1.5 लाख करोड़ रुपया हर साल कहाँ से आएगा। बिहार का बजट ही नहीं है उतना। और राहुल गांधी, तेजस्वी यादव कह रहे हो तो कोई भी सुनेगा नहीं, क्योंकि तेजस्वी यादव कुछ भी कह सकते हैं। लेकिन कांग्रेस जैसी पार्टी ये बात कह रही है और दे डोंट फील लाइक एक्सप्लेनिंग। आप कह रहे राहुल गांधी इंटरव्यू नहीं देंगे, आप चिदम्बरम को पकड़िए।
विजय टीवी के आपने जाके उनकी रैली भी अटेंड की थी, यू वर एडवाइजिंग हिम, वेरी सिमिलर सर्कमस्टांसेस। Of course, he's a superstar. He's also an untested political force in Tamil Nadu, and he's fighting an election 6 months after you. Do you see any similarities?
नहीं, सिमिलरिटी तो कैसे होगी, हम तो कोई सेलिब्रिटी हैं नहीं, वो सेलिब्रिटी हैं। लेकिन मैंने उस समय जो कहा वो बात रिपीट कर देता हूँ, इफ दे फाइट वेल, he has very good chance to win.
Prashant Kishor ji, thank you for taking the time out and joining us.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure and an honor. Thank you, sir.
watching India Today.
Very good morning to you, viewers. Welcome back. You're watching India Today with me, Sriya Kundu, and we have all the latest updates and the top stories lined up for you this hour. But before that, we'll quickly take a glance at the headlines at the very top. Prime Minister Modi to visit Gurdaspur in Punjab on September 9th. Prime Minister to speak to farmers and families affected by floods. This even as North India battles its worst flood crisis in decades. Homes submerged, crops destroyed and thousands displaced. "26 people detained in connection with vandalism at a renovation plaque bearing national emblem at Hazratbal Mosque in Srinagar. Chief Minister Umar Mufti defend vandals. BJP seeks apology from Mufti and Umar Abdullah. AAP convener Arvind Kejriwal echoes Rahul Gandhi's allegations, accuses the BJP of stealing votes during polls. BJP says Kejriwal never stood with Aam Janta during tough times. Cargo ropeway trolley collapses at Pavagadh Hill in Panchmahal district of Gujarat. 6 people killed in the accident. Rescue and relief operations continue. Probe launched into the very tragic accident. Trump's often stand on India, but his aide Navarro continues anti-India rant. Ex-users fact-check Navarro over his India-Russia oil deal rant. Navarro hits out at Elon Musk, calls the note crap. Resilience of India-US strategic ties on display in Alaska. Troops of India-US jointly conduct battle drill as part of the Yudh Abhyas 2025. Viewers, we're beginning the bulletin with breaking news that's coming in, and this is with regards to the flood-hit state of Punjab. Prime Minister Modi has confirmed his visit to the flood-hit Punjab, and this is to take place on September 9th. Remember, this is a post that had come on platform X made by the BJP Punjab unit confirming the Prime Minister's visit that is to take place on September 9th. Now, what is important to know here is sources telling us that Centre is working on plans to help the farmers. They're finding out ways as to how can they aid them with their livelihoods being completely washed away, completely inundated in the aftermath of these incessant rainfall in the areas. Our Prime Minister's focus, Centre-state coordination at this given point. Centre and state is to work together. Prime Minister may also focus on silt removal from fields, disease prevention, safe disposal of dead animals once the waters recede. Focus on strengthening river embankments is also there. Centre and state is to work on relief and rehabilitation together. Now, Piyush Mishra joins me on the broadcast to bring us more details into this very story. Piyush, let me begin with the fact that it's very important to understand that when floods of this extent hit certain areas, there is a lot more that needs to be addressed in the aftermath. There is there's concerns around diseases, there's concerns around how to ensure this situation doesn't happen. What preventative measures can we take at a time when this region is facing flood situations with the monsoons bringing in such amounts of rain? So Centre is planning to in fact focus on these issues as well. What more are we picking up?
Well, Shreya, what we're now learning is that the central government is going to work on 3 levels. One is a short-term plans, another is a medium-term plan, and then long-term plan. So the plans and the further steps, those will be taken. These will be taken under these 3 plans. Apart from that, the government is also, central government specifically, is going to work on strengthening the infrastructure there, which is around the river areas. So that the flood does not occur next time, and this kind of situation does not arise once again. At the same time, special package what we are learning is that likely to be announced by the central government after Prime Minister's visit to the state. What is more important here is the government, central government is likely to prioritize upon looking into clearing the silt so that the other crops are not threatened or damaged, because the crops have been damaged in large numbers there in the state. Apart from that, various other steps the government could be focusing on, be it about clearing the silts or about strengthening the embankments around the river. There are multiple steps on which the government is likely to focus on. So it's going to be very, very important, very crucial visit of PM Narendra Modi. And, the Prime Minister is also likely to focus on a report which has been submitted by Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Remember that he had also visited the state a couple of days back, and after visiting the state, he has submitted a detailed report by taking stock of the situation to the Prime Minister's office. The kind of points those have been mentioned in that report will be the important one where Prime Minister is going to focus on. So after Prime Minister's visit, a lot of steps the government is looking forward to take, but these steps will be classified into 3 major steps. One is short-term plan, medium-term plan, and then long-term plan. So there are multiple things on which the central government is going to put a lot of focus on. Also, what we are told is that in coming few days, central government is going to work in coordination with the state government to ensure that speedy relief is provided to the farmers. Post which has also been put out by BJP Punjab also mentions about the Prime Minister's visit and also extending complete support by the central government, especially to the farmers. So there are a lot of things on which the government is going to focus, but everything will be confirmed after the Prime Minister announces the kind of steps the central government is going to take when he visits the various parts of Punjab.
Absolutely. There seems to be a lot on the plate with the Prime Minister's visit now having been confirmed to Punjab, which is to take place on September 9th. But let me also ask you here, Piyush, that there's a mention of desilting the area as well. You know, if we are to look at this very issue, we've been looking at how the terrains across states have been affected from these floods, not just Punjab, but several issues are man-made in these particular situations, which is why we see rains creating havoc in these very regions. If we speak of Punjab specifically, is the government to in fact address have they identified any such problems so far, and will they be addressing that as well when the Prime Minister visits Punjab to take a stock of the situation?
Well, Shreya, what we're learning from our sources is that silting is going to be the bigger problem on which the government will be putting a lot of focus. Desilting exercise will be carried out so that other remaining crops are not threatened. At the same time, strengthening of infrastructure around the rivers will also be done. What sources are telling us is that the central government sources are telling us is that there are various dams. Those are not strengthened. Illegal mining has also led to weakening of the infrastructure, and that's why multiple steps will be taken to ensure that these areas are completely strengthened so that next time when rain happens or cloudburst happens, then Punjab does not see the similar kind of situation. Remember that the floods in Punjab have broken 50 years of record, and that's why the state government is seeking special relief from the central government. So there are multiple loopholes which Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Union Agriculture Minister, has identified. identified, and a detailed report has been submitted to the Prime Minister's office. And on that report, the findings of that report are going to be the crucial one when the central government looks forward to address the concerns of farmers. So like we told to our viewers that in 3 steps, short-term, medium-term and long-term plans will be there, in which the government will be working especially for the farmers, because farmers have faced a lot of problems. A lot of crops have been damaged. Around 13 districts were severely affected in Punjab, and following which we have also seen as to how assistance has been sought not only by the Chief Minister of Punjab but multiple MPs who come from the different political parties have requested central government to intervene. So now Prime Minister is going to Punjab on September 9. First he is going to visit Gurdaspur, and after that he is likely to visit other parts of Punjab. Most likely Prime Minister is going to visit to other states also, because there are other states like Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand. They are also severely affected by the flood and cloudburst. So Prime Minister is going to spend a lot of time in these areas. Those are flood affected, and after that we can expect central government to announce a special package and also special steps to address the concerns of people in these flood affected states.
Right, Piyush, thank you for in fact bringing us all those details. Viewers, what we are picking up is that there is an holistic approach that the centre will be taking to address this very problem, short term, long term, as well as middle term, in terms of what steps are to be taken. More importantly, what my colleague also is saying is that there is a chance that Prime Minister may not be restricting his visit to just Punjab. There is a chance that he may be taking a tour of other flood hit areas in other states as well, but that is a confirmation. We are still awaiting. For now, the Prime Minister is to visit Gurdaspur in Punjab and several other districts as well in Punjab which have been hit by floods on September 9th, and that is what we are bringing to you here. And while we speak on the flood situation, let's bring you up to date with what has happened so far in these very areas, what all has entailed. Now, North India is battling one of its worst flood crises in decades. Prime Minister Modi is to visit Punjab's Gurdaspur to meet flood victims on September 9th. Prime Minister will be interacting with the farmers and families affected in this very region. Flood fury has triggered by relentless rains, the states of Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Punjab, Uttarakhand and even the capital city of Delhi all reeling under the effects of the monsoon mayhem. They have submerged homes, destroyed crops and displaced thousands. The worst affected in this very mayhem continues to be the state of Punjab and specifically the farmers' community from Punjab. The Satluj River has swallowed up vast fields and farmers have lost all their land and as well as their livelihoods for that matter. Now, the death toll in the state so far has risen and it stands at 46 today. The Delhi government has pledged to give 5 crore rupees as relief fund to Punjab already. In Jammu and Kashmir, another cloudburst triggered flash flood and mudslides on the Sonamarg-Jozela road leading to the closure of Srinagar-Ladakh highway has also been highlighted. Efforts still continue on a war footing across these regions to clear the debris and open these roads that have been obstructed by such situations arising.
दिल्ली वालों के लिए राहत की खबर है। यमुना का जो वाटर लेवल है वो लगातार कम होता जा रहा है। इस वक्त मैं दिल्ली के लोहे वाले पुल पर मौजूद हूं और अगर आप देखें, हालांकि जिस तरह से हथनीकुंड बैराज से पानी छोड़ा गया था, वैसे में जो यमुना का बहाव है वो अभी भी काफी तेज है, लेकिन अगर सामने की तरफ देखें तो ये जो यमुना का जल स्तर मापने के लिए मीटर लगा हुआ है, इसमें साफ साफ दिखा रहा है कि जो यमुना का वाटर लेवल है फिलहाल 205.53 है, यानी जो जल स्तर है वो लगातार कम होता जा रहा है। खास तौर से उनके लिए राहत की खबर है जो दिल्ली के निचले इलाकों में रहते हैं। इससे भी अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि ये जो रेत है, इस रेत तक काफी दूर तक जो पानी है वो बढ़ गया था, लेकिन धीरे धीरे जो वाटर लेवल कम हो रहा है इस वजह से 205.53 है। हालांकि जो पानी बढ़ा था उसकी वजह से एहतियात के तौर पर ये जो लोहे का पुल है वो यातायात के लिए बंद कर दिया गया और लोहे का जो ये पुल है ऊपरी लेवल तक जो पानी है, ऊपरी लेवल तक वो पानी बढ़ करके चला गया था, लेकिन अब धीरे धीरे जो जल स्तर है वो कम होता जा रहा है। आने वाले दिनों में वाटर लेवल और कम होने की उम्मीद है।
दिल्ली सरकार की ओर से हम पंजाब सीएम रिलीफ फंड में 5 करोड़ रुपए की सहायता देने की घोषणा करते हैं। हम उन्हें चाहते हैं कि पंजाब जल्दी इन विकट स्थितियों से निकल कर के बाहर आए। वसुदेव कुटुंबकम, हम पूरी धरती एक परिवार के नाते है। पंजाब और दिल्ली पड़ोसी राज्य हैं और पड़ोस के अपने इस दुख दर्द में दिल्ली उनके साथ में खड़ी है, कंधे से कंधा मिला करके।
जिस प्रकार की बर्बादी हुई है वो सारी देश ते दुनिया देख रहे हैं। हालात बड़े नाजुक ने और राहुल गांधी ने बहुत ही गहरी चिंता दिखाते हुए सारिਆਂ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਲਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਫੀਲਡ ਤੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਹਾਇਤਾ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਾਥ ਦਿਓ ਇਸ ਦੁੱਖ ਦੀ ਘੜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਔਰ ਬਗੇਲ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਵਿਸ਼ੇਸ਼ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ 2 ਦਿਨ ਦੇ ਦੌਰੇ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਜਾਇਜ਼ਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਵੀ ਕਰਨਗੇ ਤੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਨਾਲ ਰਾਹੁਲ जी ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਰਿਪੋर्ट देंगे।
मुख्य रूप से बात यही है कि ये जो बाढ़ आया है वो दोनों केंद्र और राज्य सरकार के निकम्मेपन के कारण से, लापरवाही के कारण से। यदि समय रहते जैसे पहले पिछले वर्षों में बांधों से पानी खोले जाते रहे, वही व्यवस्था की जाती तो इतना बड़ा नुकसान पंजाब में नहीं होता। सरकार के तरफ से कोई सुविधा दी नहीं जा रही। केजरीवाल जी NRI को बोलते हैं कि हम मदद करो। अरे सरकार में बैठे हो, सरकार की तरफ से आप क्या कर रहे हैं वो तो पहले बताओ।
हर एक क्षेत्र में और मैदानी क्षेत्रों में जल भराव भी काफ़ी हुआ है और इसके लिए हमने भारत सरकार की जो टीम है जो आपदा की आकलन की क्षति का आकलन करती है वो टीम भी यहाँ आ रही है और हमारा प्रयास होगा जल्दी से जल्दी चीज़ों को फिर से रीस्टोर करें और उसके लिए युद्ध स्तर पर काम हो रहा है। जैसे ही बरसात कम होती है तो हम युद्ध स्तर पर लगेंगे, सबके सहयोग से फिर से सब चीज़ों को व्यवस्थित करेंगे, सबको पुनः जो जनजीवन है पहले जैसा बने, भगवान से ही प्रार्थना करेंगे।
We're now shifting our focus to a different story. This is from Jammu and Kashmir. 2 days after a mob vandalized a renovation plaque bearing the national emblem at the Hazratbal mosque in Jammu and Kashmir, the Srinagar cops have accessed the CCTV footage and have detained 26 people in connection with the vandalism. Now, the mob, armed with stones, defiled the national emblem on a plaque placed outside the main prayer room following the Friday prayers. Meanwhile, politics over the incident continues. The BJP has in fact alleged that the incident was pre-planned and has labelled it as an act of terrorism. It has escalated its attack on the NC and the PDP, alleging that their leaders' statements reflect a nefarious mindset. BJP has sought an apology from Mehbooba Mufti and Chief Minister Omar Abdullah as well. Earlier, Mehbooba Mufti, remember, had defended the vandals and demanded action against those who installed the very emblem at Hazratbal. Even Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah echoed a similar tone, saying that there was no need to install an emblem at the shrine. Now, Kashmir Grand Mufti Nasir ul Islam has also, in fact, come out to echo the same stance. Here are some of the political reactions we're taking you through.
उस पत्थर पे एम्बलम लगना चाहिए था या नहीं लगना चाहिए था, पहले तो वो सवाल बनता है। मैंने अभी तक किसी भी मजहबी दायरे में किसी भी फंक्शन में इस तरह का एम्बलम का इस्तेमाल होते हुए नहीं देखा है। तो क्या मजबूरी बनी थी कि हजरत बल के इस प्रोग्राम इस पत्थर पे एक तो एम्बलम इस्तेमाल और फिर पत्थर लगाने की क्या ज़रूरत थी ना? क्या काम काफ़ी नहीं था? दरगाह हजरत बल को ये सूरत जो है, ये शक्ल शेर कश्मीर शेख मोहम्मद अब्दुल्ला ने दिया था। मुझे तो बताइए ना, कहीं पे उन्होंने ऐसा पत्थर लगाया? आज भी लोग उनके काम को याद करते हैं, इस बात के बावजूद कि उन्होंने वहाँ अपने नाम का कोई पत्थर नहीं लगाया। पत्थर लगाने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं थी। अगर काम सही होता तो लोग खुद ब खुद उस काम को पहचान लेते।
उसके खिलाफ एक्शन होना चाहिए। जो अवकाफ के जिन्होंने ये लगाया, जिन्होंने किया, जो ये एक फैला रहे हैं कि इन्होंने जी मुल्क का जो एम्बलम है उसको तोड़ने की कोशिश की, मुल्क के एम्बलम को तोड़ने की कोशिश नहीं की, बल्कि हमारे मज़हब में बुत परस्ती का जो के खिलाफ हमारा मज़हब है, तो वो उसके खिलाफ लोग थे कि ये क्यों लगा वहाँ पर। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये कहना कि भाई इनको पब्लिक सेफ्टी एक्ट के अंदर बंद करना चाहिए, टेररिस्ट हैं, मैं तो कहती हूँ उनके खिलाफ एक्शन होना चाहिए सेक्शन 295A के अंडर, बिकॉज दिस इज ब्लास्फेमी फॉर अस।
आसार शरीफ हजरतबल की अहमियत और हसासियत के पेश नज़र क्या मोहतात रहने की ज़रूरत न थी, जबकि नेशनल एम्बलम के बगैर भी काम चल सकता था। वक्फ के मुंतज़मीन और मौजूदा उलमा, अइम्मा हजरात आसार शरीफ हजरतबल के ने मुसलमानों की जज्बाती वाबस्तगी से मुकम्मल तौर पर वाकिफ होने के बावजूद फितना व फसाद से बचने की तदाबीर इख्तियार नहीं की, जबकि वो जानते थे कि नेशनल एम्बलम के नस्ब किए जाने के बाद नताइज किस कदर खतरनाक होंगे।
ये हम इन दोनों नेताओं से साफ और इंडी गठबंधन के सारे दलों से साफ और स्पष्ट जवाब चाहते हैं कि भारत की पहचान के प्रतीक, भारत के सम्मान के प्रतीक, भारत के इस निशान पर हुए ऐसे आक्रमण के बचाव का जो प्रयास हुआ है, इस पर आपको देश से माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
हज़रतबल दरगाह हो या और भी तमाम जो धार्मिक स्थल होते हैं, उनके अपने व्यवस्था होती है, उनके अपने जो भी सिस्टम होता है, उनका सबको सम्मान करना चाहिए। और ये मैं मानता हूँ कि देखिए, ना पत्थरबाजी का मैं समर्थक हूँ और ना ही जो है वो किसी राजनीतिक लाभ के लिए पत्थर कोई गाड़ दे वहाँ पर, उसका ही मैं पक्षधर हूँ।
Shifting focus now, viewers, and taking you down south. Kollam in Kerala is now the centre of a political flashpoint. A case was filed against RSS and BJP workers over a floral carpet that featured RSS flag and Operation Sindur written outside the Parthasarthi temple in Kollam. Now, the incident drew a sharp response from Kerala BJP chief Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Floral carpet laid out at a temple in Kerala's Kollam district has sparked controversy after 27 RSS activists were booked. While temple authorities claim that the laying down of carpet allegedly violated a High Court order, BJP said it was done to honour Operation Sindur. The carpet had an inscription of RSS flag and Operation Sindur. Cops, in fact, have come out to now argue that there had previously been frequent clashes over flag installations near temples during festivals. Now, the incident has drawn a sharp response from Kerala BJP chief Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who said the registration of the FIR against the workers was shameful and seditious. BJP also said that FIR by Kerala police was an insult to the Pahalgam victims as well. So this is the very story, viewers, that we're bringing to you from Kollam in Kerala with regards to a floral carpet that was laid near the temple, which had both the RSS flag as well as inscriptions with regards to Operation Sindur. Several aspects of why this is a problem has been flagged by different parties, be it the authorities or otherwise as well. The authorities have come out to flag that earlier there have been several clashes on this very matter, and now we see here these being the latest developments. In fact, BJP's Tom Vadakkan joining me on the broadcast on this very story. Sir, a very good morning to you. My first question to you would be with regards to the BJP and the response on action being taken against these RSS activists for, laying out this very carpet, despite laws existing which say that flags cannot be installed around temples because of previous clashes.
See, this is essentially the pride of India. What has happened in the Sindur operation is essentially in the hearts of the people. If a left government and the Congress government are together on this, because anything good that the government of India, the Indian army does, has to be sidelined. They have a target of balkanization of India. That essentially stems from the fact that they need to enter into power from the back door. Now, Sindur operation is something that every Indian is proud of. It is, if it's been displayed in a rangoli in a temple, how does it defy your secular laws? It is about the feelings of an Indian. What does Rangoli symbolize? The fact of the matter, during Onam, the king who reigned over Kerala comes back to visit his subjects, and he realizes that there is peace, harmony, and that is the ritual that is involved. And if Sindur, Operation Sindur is highlighted, I don't know why the left government and the Congress government and the India Alliance is trying to create a rift and create police Raj. I don't blame the police. Police is under pressure to do what they are doing. It is in the people's heart. You can destroy a Rangoli. You cannot destroy what is in the hearts of the people. My wish is that this kind of activity should not be happening in a literate state like Kerala.
Mr. Vadakan, while we agree with you, Operation Sindur is definitely the country's pride. And yes, while that being included in this Rangoli, that is not the highlight that the police is bringing about, at least in the reports that have been filed, in the FIRs that have been filed, because they have to say their main issue that they have flagged is the presence of the RSS flag, saying that the very flag being included is what makes it a little problematic. Would you say that might be a fair concern? Again, citing past examples of clashes on such grounds.
When the flags of Pakistan are shown, Palestinian flags are shown, and in processions in Kerala, there is no objection from the Kerala police or the government of the state. That is okay. But here is a flag of a social organization which is only doing social work in this country. That is objectionable. Crazy arguments that they present. How does it create a situation of disturbances when we see the flags of Palestine, when we see the flags of Pakistan shown in public? If that is okay, this is a harmless act, put in a flag hoisted by the RSS flag there. I don't know what communal divide it creates and what is the need for an FIR on it, and that too on RSS people who are social workers. They are not there as a political party.
Right, Mr. Vadakan, thank you for joining us on India Today and putting forward the party stance as well as your own insights as to what the BJP thinks and what your own, perspective is on this very matter. But viewers, this is all that we have for you at this given point in terms of updates that we are bringing to you in this very case. 26 activists of the RSS have been booked currently under this very case. With that, we're shifting our focus to breaking news. This is reports that we picked up from Kyiv. At this point, Russia bombing Ukraine's capital city, Kyiv. Drone attack, it's a mass drone attack, in fact, by Russia on Kyiv in Ukraine. Ukraine's cabinet minister's building has been targeted. These are visuals that we're bringing to you from Kyiv of this administrative building having, in fact, there is fire that erupted in this very building because of the attack. Now, the reports that have come in suggest 2 killed, 11 injured in the Russian drone attacks. Again, these are preliminary numbers that we are picking up from the military reports itself. President Zelensky has come out to say government building hit by enemy strike. And Ukraine has said Russia launched 805 drones and 13 missiles. Ukraine retaliates to Russia's drone strike. Russia's Druzhba oil pipeline in Bryansk has now been hit. So there is tensions escalating on this very battleground, if we are to call it so at this given point. Pranay Upadhyay joining me on the broadcast to bring us more details. Pranay, very good morning to you. This is quite an escalation at this given point, and at a time when we've been seeing conversations around toning it down, in fact, trying to negotiate peace, but we still see such mass drone attacks coming in from Russia and then Ukraine also retaliating to these very attacks. How are we looking at it?
Indeed, Shreya, if you see the intensification of Russia-Ukraine conflict and especially the Russian pressure on Ukraine, it's quite visible since July onwards, ahead of the Alaska summit. But what people expected from the Alaska summit when President Putin and President Trump met in Alaska, that there will be a tone down, but which is not reflecting on the ground. Contrary to that, there has been intensification of conflict, there has been intensification of attacks, and recently, so according to the post made by the Ukrainian officials, including President Volodymyr Zelensky and the Kyiv city officials, his mayor Vitaly Klitschko, everyone has indicated that there is an intensification of Russian attack last night, and around 800 drones have been used to attack various cities, including the capital city of Kyiv, where many government buildings are being targeted. We are not able to verify independently, but these are all claims coming from the various news agencies also that this is the attack carried out by the Russian side, and there is an intensification of this conflict. On the other side,
Yes, Pranav, we see the intensification. Unfortunately, we've completely run out of time on this bulletin, but yes, thank you for putting it into context for our viewers out there as to how things have panned out between both these nations as far as the war continues between the two sides. And viewers, these are all the latest details we are bringing to you, and with that, we're wrapping up the bulletin at this hour, but do stay tuned to India Today as we keep bringing you all the latest updates and the top stories right here through the day. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. PM Modi to visit flood-hit areas in Punjab, meet farmers. Delhi faces flood risk. Yamuna flows above danger mark. Sabalenka wins second US Open. Anisimova's dream ends.
The heavy rains in Himachal Pradesh are continuing to create havoc for this hill state. This is the bridge which collapsed a few days back, yet again as the weather is taking turn again, getting more volatile. Red alert here in Old Manali and the Manali region. From Old Manali with Kamera Person Gurjeet, this is Asim Basi, India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting. Only on India Today TV.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The Modi government has ushered in next generation GST reforms. What will be the impact of these reforms on you and me, the Aam Aadmi, the middle class? What happens to the MSMEs? What is the rationale behind it? What is the calculation? And will the impact be as the government is hoping it will be? To answer all these questions, I am being joined by Union Commerce and Industry Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal. Mr. Piyush Goyal, appreciate your time here on India Today. How do you assess the impact of these reforms on all those that you're hoping it will be impacting, and how soon will the effect be seen?
Well, first of all, I'd like to compliment and thank Prime Minister Narendra Modi for what I believe is the most game-changing and transformational reform we have seen in several decades. This is a Diwali gift which he had promised on 15th August, and as we all know, he always delivers on his promises. On the auspicious occasion of Navratri on 22nd September, when these taxes become applicable, you will see every segment of society, our sisters and daughters, the youth of the country, our farmers, every product that is used by a common man from morning till night, he will feel the impact of lower prices in his life. And I think with the simplification of the laws around GST and procedures and processes and a more rational classification, this is a perfect reform measure which will not only lead to ease of doing business for the producers and people involved in the market, but will also have a significant impact for the ease of living, comfort and joy of the common man. With lower taxes, I think there will be great buoyancy in tax collection and market demand, and this growing market demand will lead to a virtuous cycle of growth. And I see this as an icing on the cake in an economy which is the world's fastest growing economy, 7.8% last quarter. When you add a big boost to consumer demand, you're actually setting the stage for a long duration of continuous growth and prosperity for the people.
6 months ago, there was income tax cuts for the middle class, which was seen as a huge relief, and now this. What's really the process here? 6 months it has taken for you to arrive here, and then there are much more that is in the pipeline, Mr. Goyal. So what is the government's thinking?
If you recall, Prime Minister Modi inherited a broken economy in 2014. We were a fragile 5 economy, weak fundamentals, low foreign exchange reserves, high inflation, low growth, banking sector in the shambles. Our passport had no respect when we went anywhere in the world. He has very systematically over the last 11 years strengthened the macroeconomic fundamentals so that today we have the ability to be able to make such far-reaching and transformational duty cuts in GST and lowering down the income tax to such reasonable levels. This has happened over a long period of sustained, honest government, decisive government, reform-oriented thinking, and a very sensitive government caring for the last man at the bottom of the pyramid. After all, when 25 crore Indians come out of poverty in such a short period of time, after all, when 80 crore people continue to get free rations even though they may not be in dire poverty today, but as a support measure, when you have more than 60 crore people getting free health care, and at the same time you are supporting medical insurance with zero GST on medical insurance or life insurance today for individuals, when you are supporting the pharma sector with lower cost of medicines or lower cost of medical devices, all of these measures, coupled with greater disposable income in the hands of the middle class, are really reflecting a strong economy, an economy that has come out of the shadows of the Congress rule to become a truly world-level economy. Will be the third largest in 2027 and fast grow from a $4 trillion economy to a $30 trillion economy in our Amrit Kal to Viksit Bharat.
And sir, big bang reforms, yes, but your opponents, and I'll quote the former finance minister here, Mr. P. Chidambaram, says that this is coming 8 years too late.
Well, I think Mr. P. Chidambaram was such a failed finance minister, which is why he could not bring in GST reform while he was in government. He never was willing to give a 5-year commitment to compensate states for 14% to earn their trust and implement GST. In his time, there used to be a plethora of taxes, duties, levies, nearly 34, 35 taxes. People were fed up with the number of taxes and the cascading effect of multiple taxes. It is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who even the opposition states trusted and who offered 5 years of compensation at a 14% growth rate, not a small percentage. And therefore, we were able to implement GST. When we implemented GST, the cumulative impact of taxes were less than what they were in the Congress regime. Over the years, we have been reducing taxes consistently on a plethora of items of the common man. I remember way back in 2018 also, Prime Minister Modi had reduced taxes on over 100 items. Every GST council, he keeps giving relief. This work started quite some time back, and groups of secretaries, groups of ministers, recognizing that now the compensation will no more be required. The period is over, the COVID stress is also over. Prime Minister was very keen that we give a fillip to the economy, we give a massive thrust to consumers' benefit, and the changes that have been done across the board, textiles, furniture, medicines, white goods like air conditioners, two-wheelers, automobiles. I think every section of society stands to benefit from these changes, and it's the right time. Prime Minister Modi is continuously strengthening the economy, and all his steps continue to further empower the people of India. Sometimes a misstep taken too early could have caused irreparable damage to the economy.
So, as someone who engages with industry stakeholders regularly, how do you assess the likely impact of these reforms on manufacturing, particularly to do with supply chains, especially the MSMEs?
See, look at how systematically Prime Minister Modi has implemented his programs. He brought in the PLI schemes, production-linked incentive schemes. Almost 2 lakh crores was given to sectors where we needed to become self-reliant. Like in the pharma industry, he gave support to the key starting materials and APIs. He supported specialty steels. He supported the manufacture of white goods like air conditioners and LED lights. He supported the manufacturing of renewable energy equipment like solar equipment or equipment for producing semiconductors in India. He has very carefully crafted the economy into a direction that we can become stronger and more resilient in our supply chains. And now with these GST cuts, a GST massive cut earlier would have helped only the imported goods. Now with Indian domestic manufacturing rising, with more and more private sector and public sector investments supporting Indian manufacturing, Swadeshi manufacturing, this is the right time to support them with lower taxes. This will have a huge impact on our supply chains, help us create more resilient supply chains locally. For example, the tax on trucks has come down from 28% to 18%. This will give a big boost with lower logistics costs to the movement of goods and have an overarching impact to strengthen our supply chains as well as reduce the cost of logistics and the cost of the final product. Simultaneously, the Jan Vishwas bill has come out. We are continuously decriminalizing laws, removing obsolete laws, reducing compliance burden, making it simpler to comply with process and procedure in the government, removing the interference of government and government officials in the lives of common man and businesses. This process was started in 2014 and continues to happen and now is getting accelerated so that ease of doing business leads to ease of living for every citizen of India.
Mr. Goyal, GST Council is about centre and the states coming together. That is the construct of this body. How much of credit would you be sharing with states and particularly the opposition ruled states who are now saying that we have been telling the government to take some steps and they have gone ahead and done so?
Well, then why are they opposing it after the meeting got over? I have heard a lot of negative comments by the Chief Minister and the government of Karnataka. Why are they doing such double standards? I think over the years, there have been so many occasions when we have tried to reduce taxes where opposition-ruled finance ministers in the GST Council have not helped us to create a consensus. The opposition speaks with forked tongue. I think the opposition has not really behaved responsibly in several meetings of the GST Council. Even in this meeting, there was an effort to derail this massive transformational reduction in taxes until 2 or 3 states got isolated and had to join the consensus. I think Prime Minister Narendra Modi has consistently looked at what is good for the people of India, what is good for the economy of India, what is good for the growth of India, what is good for the long-term development of India. The opposition has benefited significantly from the GST and we are happy. The states ruled by the opposition should also get higher revenues. I do hope they will bring in greater transparency and honesty in their working so that the fruits of growth and buoyancy that lower taxes will bring will also accrue to their states as much as they are accruing to the country as a whole.
As someone who's helming the trade talks with the United States, how much of these reforms do you think will help cushion the Indian industry, the country and the Indian economy vis-a-vis the tariffs which have been imposed?
I think the two are not hyphenated. The two are separate issues. We are dealing with trade negotiations on another track, but the effort to give a boost to consumer demand, to give a benefit to the women of the country, to the youth of the country, to the farmers, to MSMEs, that effort is getting a big impetus with yesterday's GST reform measures, both in terms of process simplification, rate rationalization, and massive reduction in rates in almost items across the spectrum of daily use of the common man.
So the India-US relationship has been carefully crafted and it's been a relationship of 25 years. There has been, a measured, cautious, careful response from India every time belligerence has been displayed by the White House. Do you see the trade talks moving in the right direction?
Well, I think we've had very good relations for far beyond 25 years. The US and India have been friends and allies for decades and decades so far. But it has had its moments. For example, if you recall when we did the nuclear tests in 1998, the United States had put sanctions on India. We were able to weather that storm. There will be occasions when there may be certain blips in the relationship. But I think it's a very, very consequential, very strong relationship. It can weather many storms and will continue to be a very strategic friendship, a very important relationship. We'll continue to grow together. We'll continue to have a lot of business to do together.
As someone who is involved in the trade talks, I'm saying it again because you were responsible for the trade deal with the United Kingdom. You're hoping with the European Union soon. Are you looking for fresh markets because of these tensions?
Well, I think every relationship stands on its own legs. Our relationships with the United States and our discussions with them continue as before. At the same time, we have already been talking to so many regions across the world. After all, we finalized free trade agreements with Mauritius, with UAE, with Australia, with the four-nation EFTA group, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Norway and Iceland, with the United Kingdom. We have almost come to final terms with Oman. We have finalized the terms of reference with Eurasia. We have been negotiating with the European Union 27-nation bloc for the last 3.5 years and making rapid progress. The Commerce Secretary was in Brussels Monday, Tuesday. Their teams are here next Monday and we have the next round of negotiations. My counterpart, Trade Commissioner Marosh, is visiting Delhi on 11th and will be here for 3 days. So there's progress on multifarious relationships. The Singapore Prime Minister is in India today. The German Foreign Minister, with whom we all had extensive discussions, was here last 2 days. So there's a lot happening across the world. The UAE Trade Minister was in Mumbai on Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
So there's so much happening and each relationship has its own strength and stands on its own feet.
Let me wrap up this conversation, Mr. Goyal, with the thought that I have. What makes these reforms next generation? Why are you calling these GST reforms as next generation GST reforms?
Because, Maria, we had inherited in 14, as I said, a very, very difficult economic situation. We were almost written off by the world. We spent the first 11 years in building up such a strong macroeconomy, such a strong fundamentals in the Indian economy with a number of reforms that have happened in the last 11 years. If I were to start listing them out, we would have to continue this interview till tomorrow morning. I mean, imagine if Digital India hadn't taken off as early as 10 years ago. Could we have weathered the COVID storm? If Make in India was not given a thrust since 2014 itself and launched, the Make in India program launched in 2015, we wouldn't be such a manufacturing superpower today. If Startup India was not given a leg up 9 years ago, we wouldn't have 200,000 startups, the world's third largest startup ecosystem. If banking reform hadn't started in 2014, we wouldn't have one of the world's strongest banking sectors today. If we had not strengthened our foreign exchange reserves and nearly doubled our exports over the last 11 years, we wouldn't be sitting on $700 billion, highest foreign exchange reserves we had seen in so many years, even as a percentage of our GDP. I think in every respect, Prime Minister Modi has prepared the nation for today. And this massive GST reduction will give a great fillip to the Indian economy. I see in this the start of a virtuous cycle of growth which will take India to newer heights. By 2027, today, this transformational initiative will give a big boost to domestic spending and consumer demand, coupled with our spending on infrastructure, will make us further grow and continue to be the world's fastest growing large economy. And in this Amrit Kal to 2047, this is the start of next generation reforms. You will continue to hear many more in the weeks and months and years to come as we power away to becoming a developed and prosperous nation, Viksit Bharat 2047, as the nation, the 140 crore Indians, resolved to use Swadeshi goods. And you can see that sense coming wherever you go. You can see it in social media. People of India today want to be Atmanirbhar. They want to give preference to made in India goods. They recognize that quality goods are now available, made in India by the sweat and toil of our Indian, made in the soil of India. And that is encouraging Swadeshi. Mahatma Gandhi's dream of Swadeshi is being fulfilled by Narendra Modi.
All right, Piyush Goyal, really appreciate your time and congratulations to your government for these reforms. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching.
Thank you.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
जबरदस्त और मैं कहूंगी सबसे बड़ा इंटरव्यू हम लेकर आए हैं आज.
What is being called next generation GST reforms?
हर आइटम के ऊपर कॉमन मैन एंड मिडिल क्लास को ध्यान में रखते हुए ही ये मेजर शिफ्ट.
कि आमतौर पर सबसे ज्यादा जो ब्रिकबैट्स होते हैं ना, जो गालियां होती हैं, वो वित्त विभाग को ही सुनने के लिए मिलती हैं.
सिंपैथी दे रहे थे या क्रिटिसाइज कर रहे थे मुझे मालूम नहीं है.
Is this a manifesto also for Bihar?
कि अभी देखिए कांग्रेस पार्टी, तृणमूल कांग्रेस सब कह रहे हैं कि 8 साल से हमने जो दबाव बनाया वो आपने जाकर किया है.
70 years late, this country could have had a GST even in 60s.
मैम आपके लिए हमने देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों से हमारे संवाददाता अलग अलग शहरों से, अलग अलग राज्यों से हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं. नमस्कार, मैं हूं श्वेता सिंह, मेरे साथ है मारिया शकील और इंडिया टुडे आज तक का एक जबरदस्त और मैं कहूंगी सबसे बड़ा इंटरव्यू हम लेकर आए हैं आज.
ये हिस्टोरिक है. And why do we say this is history? Because Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman stands as a historic pillar in India's economic leadership. She is India's only finance minister to have presented 8 consecutive budgets. Her stewardship has been marked by resilience, vision, and transformative policy making during the most difficult and unprecedented challenges and times. Ma'am is now leading what is being called next generation GST reforms, and she is here with us. Welcome to India Today and Aaj Tak, ma'am.
और यही कारण है कि हमने इंतजाम भी ऐतिहासिक किए हैं. मुझे नहीं लगता कि टेलीविजन के इतिहास में कभी इस तरह का एक इंटरव्यू हुआ है जहां पर पूरे देश की जनता जुड़ सकती है अपने वित्त मंत्री से खुद. मैम आपके लिए हमने देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों से हमारे संवाददाता अलग अलग शहरों से, अलग अलग राज्यों से हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं. साथ ही सोशल मीडिया के जरिए पूरा का पूरा देश भी जुड़ेगा. एक एक करके वो सब वहाँ के लोग कुछ आपको धन्यवाद कहना चाहेंगे, कुछ हो सकता है कुछ मन में असमंजस हो. लेकिन निर्मला जी, जीएसटी एक ऐसा विषय रहा जिसके लिए कहा गया कि पूरे देश के लिए एक, पर उसके इतने फुल फॉर्म बने. मुझे लगता है आज जाकर जो प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा था ना, गुड एंड सिंपल टैक्स है, आपको लगता है 8 साल बाद ये फाइनली गुड है और सिंपल है?
बिल्कुल गुड है, सिंपल है, नो डाउट. आपने जो बताया वो सही है, क्योंकि जीएसटी आने से पहले हर राज्य में कुछ ना कुछ उनके अपने तरफ से कानून था. उन सबको मिला करके एक जीएसटी बना. उसमें एक्साइज ड्यूटी था, वैट था, कुछ सेस था, स्टेट लेवल का कुछ और टैक्सेस थे. ऐसे सभी टैक्सेस को इकट्ठा करके जीएसटी बनाया. इसमें इसी समय एक विषय जोड़ना चाह रही हूँ. उस समय प्री जीएसटी के समय राज्यों में कौन सा भी रेट था एक आइटम के ऊपर, जीएसटी लागू करने के समय उस रेट के इर्द गिर्द ही जीएसटी का रेट बनाया गया. इफ माय हिंदी इज नॉट वेरी क्लियर, द रेट फॉर एनी वन आइटम प्री जीएसटी was kept in mind, and post GST, during the introduction of GST, that rate was kept in mind, and very much little to this side or that side, the GST rate was fixed. इर्द गिर्द का बात जब मैं कर रही हूँ, रेवेन्यू कंसिडरेशन के मुताबिक नहीं हुआ. मान लो कुछ एक आइटम था प्री जीएसटी 5% या 6%, जीएसटी में उसको क्लोजेस्ट कौन सा है जीएसटी में? 5 है या 12 है या 18 है या 28 है. सो ये 6% वाला आइटम को 5 में मिला लिया. ऐसे करके हर आइटम प्री जीएसटी का, जीएसटी का 5 के नज़दीक जो भी है वो 5 में, 6 भी हो या 4 भी हो, 12 में ऐसे ही 10 भी हो या 13 भी हो, 14 भी हो, वो 12 में आया. ऐसे जीएसटी के पहले जो भी जितनी भी वैरायटी ऑफ रेट्स थे वो सब उसके नज़दीक वाला जीएसटी रेट में जोड़ दिया गया. सो आज मैं सरप्राइज में बैठी हूँ जब विपक्ष ये बोल रहा है कि जीएसटी लागू करने के समय आप हाई पिच रेट रख लिया और अभी रिफॉर्म के नाम पे उसको नीचे कर दिया. वो रेट्स जीएसटी के समय, लागू करने के समय रेट्स हमारे मनमानी का रेट नहीं था. जो था उससे पहले उसको ऐसे कि ऐसे ही इसमें ले आए. इसीलिए मुझे दुख से कहना पड़ रहा है, विपक्ष होमवर्क करें जीएसटी के ऊपर कमेंट करने से पहले, नहीं तो उनका एब्सोल्यूट लैक ऑफ नॉलेज. सभी जनता समझ रहे भैया जीएसटी में ऐसे नहीं है, ऐसे है.
Since you're speaking about your political opponents, they are also saying this is 8 years too late. The timing, as always, is being questioned.
70 years late. This country could have had a GST even in 60s. नहीं किए. 10 साल जब प्रणब मुखर्जी जी बार बार उसके ऊपर बात करते थे, उस समय भी, इनफैक्ट मुझे प्रवक्ता के नाते मैं जब बात कर रही थी उस समय मुझे याद है 2010 में इट विल बी रोल्ड आउट वॉज अ स्टेटमेंट मेड, मगर नहीं किए क्योंकि कोई राज्य इनके ऊपर भरोसा नहीं किए कि ये लागू कर पाएंगे, कॉम्पनसेशन दे पाएंगे, सही एग्जीक्यूट कर पाएंगे. किसी के इनके ऊपर भरोसा ही नहीं था जी.
इस साल को देखें तो जुलाई तक इन्फ्लेशन जो है वो 1.55 होकर ऑल टाइम लो एक तरह से पहुंच चुका था. ऐसे समय में और राहत, ऐसा क्यों?
इन्फ्लेशन के विषय आप उठा रहे हो, बाद में शायद आप ये भी जोड़ोगे कि क्या ट्रंप के टैरिफ के वजह से आप इसको ले आए. बिल्कुल नहीं. काम लगातार 1.5 साल से हो रही है. ग्रुप ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स 1-1.5 साल पहले बनाया था, फिर उस सरकार उधर बदल गए, इसीलिए जो जीएम के चेयरमैन थे कर्नाटका के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री, उनके स्थान पर बिहार के डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर को ले आए. ये सब लगातार हो रही है और मोर देन 300 आइटम्स में हम गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज में रेट कम हो रही है. इसका एक दिन में निर्णय कर नहीं सकते, और जब इन्फ्लेशन घट गई इसीलिए हम बात कर रहे हैं, ऐसे कर नहीं सकते. इट्स अ टाइम कंज्यूमिंग एक्सरसाइज, सो इट्स not possible to link it with the inflationary indices.
6 months ago, when you presented the budget, you brought in direct tax cut. Now this is 6 months later, it's an indirect tax rebate which has come in, ma'am. What next is there? A lot of anticipation around it.
ये जीएसटी का इतना बड़ा परिवर्तन और हर चीज़ में रेट का बदलाव, इसको हमने इम्प्लीमेंट करने से पहले से भी इंडस्ट्री से और ट्रेडर्स से बात कर रहे हैं कि सचमुच ये रेट कट को जनता तक पास ऑन करें, क्योंकि पहले से ही बहुत सारे आवाज़ ऐसे आ रही है कि व्हाट इफ़ कंपनियों इस रेट को जनता तक पास ऑन नहीं करते हैं, वो कुछ बहाना दे करके अब्जॉर्ब करते हैं, जनता वैसे कि वैसे उसी रेट पे कर रहे हैं. उसके ऊपर हम बहुत काम करने का बाकी है. 22 के बाद इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पूरे देश में कैसे लागू हो रही है, जनता को सचमुच इसका बेनिफिट मिल रही है और नहीं मिल रही है या नहीं मिल रही है, इसके ऊपर हम निगरानी रखना बहुत बड़ा काम है.
आज तक पर हमने जब कल एनालाइज किया आपके इस फैसले को, तो हम ऐसे लगा जैसे 3 चीज़ों पर फोकस आपका रहा, रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान, यानी 3 शब्द जिस पर हम जीएसटी को सम अप कर सकते हैं।
बिल्कुल
सही है ये?
हाँ जी, हमारे फोकस कॉमन मैन, मिडिल क्लास और उनके बेसिक नेसेसिटीज के अलावा उनके एस्पिरेशनल, कई फैमिलीज ऐसे भी छोटा टीवी जो रख रहे हैं वो बड़ा टीवी क्यों नहीं खरीद सकते, छोटा मकान में रह रहे एक्स्ट्रा एक कमरा क्यों नहीं बना पा रहे, या फर्स्ट फ्लोर क्यों नहीं बनना मुश्किल है। ऐसे करके हर आइटम के ऊपर कॉमन मैन एंड मिडिल क्लास को ध्यान में रखते हुए ही ये मेजर शिफ्ट 99% ऑफ द जीएसटी वाला आइटम्स जो हम खरीदते हैं 99% 5 में है, कुछ आइटम्स 18 में है। इसका मतलब सिर्फ 1% वाला आइटम गए 40% में। इसीलिए पूरे जनता, मिडिल क्लास, पुअर पीपल, इन सबको ही ध्यान में रखा, छोटे मोटे उद्योग, एमएसएमई, इन किसान, कितने आइटम्स फार्मर्स का सब आ गए 5 में।
हम बिहार लिए चलते हैं, रोहित सिंह वहां से हमारे साथ हैं। रोहित,
हम इसलिए चर्चा कर रहे हैं क्योंकि बिहार में चुनाव होने हैं अगले 2 महीने में, तो कितना गुड और एनडीए के लिए कितना सिंपल, हम इस पर चर्चा करेंगे। और हमारे साथ एक यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं काफ़ी सारे लोग मौजूद हैं, विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से मौजूद हैं, फाइनेंस से हैं, मैनेजमेंट से हैं, कुछ छात्र भी हैं। उनसे ही सवाल ले लेते हैं कि उनके मन में जीएसटी को लेकर क्या सवाल है, कितना अच्छा क्या हो सकता है। हमारे साथ डॉक्टर राणा सिंह हैं, मैनेजमेंट और फाइनेंस से जुड़े हुए हैं। आपका क्या प्रश्न होगा वित्त मंत्री जी के लिए?
धन्यवाद। प्रणाम माननीय वित्त मंत्री महोदया। मेरा प्रश्न यह है कि जो टैक्स स्लैब में हम लोगों ने कमी की है, तो इसका पूरा फ़ायदा कस्टमर्स और लास्ट माइल जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं उस तक पहुंचे, उसके लिए मॉनिटरिंग एंड इवैल्यूएशन फ्रेमवर्क क्या है? कई बार ऐसा होता है कि टैक्स में जो कमी हुई तो कॉर्पोरेट जो कंपनीज हैं वो अपना रेट बढ़ा देते हैं ताकि कस्टमर्स को उतना ही प्राइस रहता है। तो मॉनिटरिंग एंड इवैल्यूएशन फ्रेमवर्क पर क्या तैयारी है? ओवर टू यू।
जीएसटी में जो स्लैब में जो अभी बदलाव किया गया है उसमें ये ऐसा अपेक्षा है कि शुरुआती दिनों में, प्रारंभिक वर्ष में जो जीएसटी प्राप्ति, राजस्व प्राप्ति में कमी रहेगी। तो ऐसी स्थिति में बिहार जैसे राज्य जहां पर जीएसटी और एसजीएसटी के टैक्स पे वो ज़्यादा आश्रित है, तो उनको उनके विकास में कोई चुनौती ना हो, इसके लिए आपने क्या सोचा है? जबकि बिहार जो है विशेष राज्य का मांग शुरू से करता रहा है। धन्यवाद।
पहले क्योंकि बिहार और बिहार के जनता के सामने ये प्रश्न उठाया जा रहे हैं, आपको छठ मैया से पहले और दीपावली से पहले जैसे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने रेड फोर्ट से आदेश दिया है, वैसे ये डबल धमाका बिहार को मिल रही है, पूरे देश को मिल रही है। जनता को इस राहत जो टैक्स का कटौती से मिल रहा है वो सचमुच मिलेगा कि नहीं? बिहार से कनेक्ट होने से पहले मैं यही बात को इधर जिक्र कर रही थी। मेरा और डिपार्टमेंट का और सीबीआईसी बोर्ड का, इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन का बोर्ड का मेन कंसर्न इसको मॉनिटर करके करेक्टिव एक्शन लेने में ही जाएगा। मैं मानती हूँ अगले 1 महीना। हम सितंबर 22 के लिए इंतज़ार नहीं कर रहे हैं, जहाँ जीएसटी काउंसिल में हर राज्य के वित्त मंत्री बैठते हैं और मंजूरी दिया इसको। सचमुच जनता तक पहुँचना चाहिए, इसके ऊपर हम हर एक से बात कर रहे हैं। और आज का मेरा असेसमेंट, एक भी ऐसे इंडस्ट्री लीडर नहीं थे जो संकोच के भावना से बात की। सब पूरे तरह जुट रहे हैं टू इम्प्लीमेंट इट इन इट्स ट्रू स्पिरिट। सो ट्रांसफर होगा, पास ऑन होगा, यही है मेरा आज का वेरी कॉन्फिडेंट मैसेज। हम मॉनिटर करेंगे, मगर इंडस्ट्री ने हमें आश्वासन दिला है कि दे विल पास इट ऑन। आप सब अश्योर रह सकते हैं। मैं ऊपर से ये भी इसमें जोड़ना चाह रही हूँ, हर मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट जो मुझे फ़ोन में बात की और आकर मिली जीएसटी काउंसिल के निर्णय के बाद, वो सब बोल रहे हैं कि हमारे क्षेत्र में हम मॉनिटर करेंगे। अगर जनता आकर हमें एक शिकायत दें कि नहीं रेट पास ऑन नहीं हुआ, हम तुरंत उसके ऊपर एक्शन लेंगे और फिनांस मिनिस्ट्री को कांटेक्ट करेंगे, क्यों नहीं ऐसे हो रहा।
एक सवाल था कि बिहार को मदद, मतलब जो रेवेन्यू लॉस होगा स्टेट्स को, उसको कैसे कॉम्पेंसेट?
बिहार कंज्यूमिंग स्टेट है और कंजम्पशन जितना भी होगा इस कटौती के बाद, मैं बहुत उम्मीद रख रही हूँ इस नवरात्रि के पहले दिन से ही जनता अपने, मान लीजिए 100 रुपया से कुछ चीज़ पिछले बार खरीदे, अभी उसी 100 रुपया के साथ 2 चीज़ खरीद सकते हैं उसी आइटम को। इसीलिए कंजम्पशन बढ़ेगी, उसके कारण आय भी बढ़ेगी।
Ma'am, 5 years ago, you traveled to Patna for unveiling of Bihar manifesto of your party. Is this a manifesto also for Bihar? Bhajpa ka manifesto hai?
It's a manifesto for the 140 billion people who've been waiting for it. I remember the days. I'm sure media में बहुत सारे मेरा दोस्त लोग हैं, कहीं चाय पीने के समय बोलते थे आपको तो पिटाई हो रही है जीएसटी के कारण। सिंपैथी दे रहे थे या क्रिटिसाइज कर रहे थे मुझे मालूम नहीं है, मगर चाय पीते पीते ये बात भी बोलते थे कटाक्ष हो रही है आपका, क्रिटिसिज्म हो रही है आपका। मैं बोल रही हूँ अभी पूरे भारत के नागरिक के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी डायरेक्शन, मुझे रेड फोर्ट से उस दिन बोला बहुत अच्छा, 8 महीने पहले एक बार और बजट के आसपास एक बार, सो 2 बार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी में मुझसे बोले जीएसटी में कुछ काम कर रही हो कि नहीं कर रही हो। सो उनके एक्सपेक्टेशन लगातार ये था कि जनता के ऊपर टैक्स का बोझ तो जो है उसको कम करो। ये नहीं है हम ये हाई रेट तैयार किए, जैसे मैंने पहले ही बताया ये प्री जीएसटी एरा से ये रेट इसमें आया है और छुटपुट इधर उधर रेट कम करने के लिए कोशिश हुआ है पिछले 5, 6, 7 साल से, मगर एकदम रेट भी, स्लैब्स भी और सिस्टम भी इस बार एक ही पैकेज के द्वारा आए।
पर प्रेरणा थोड़ी सी मिली आपको बाकी पार्टियों से, क्योंकि अभी देखिए कांग्रेस पार्टी, तृणमूल कांग्रेस सब कह रहे हैं कि 8 साल से हमने जो दबाव बनाया वो आपने जाकर किया है, ये उनका जीएसटी है, रिवाइज्ड रेट।
जीएसटी को अभी ओन करने के लिए मन बनाया ना, वही बाकी है, वही काफ़ी मेरे लिए। गब्बर सिंह टैक्स बोलने वाले, मुझे कभी भी ये बात समझ में नहीं आया, जो पार्टी इनकम टैक्स में 91% टैक्स करते थे एक ज़माने में, कांग्रेस पार्टी के रूल माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री जी इंदिरा जी के समय 91%, आप 100 रुपया कमाओ 91 रुपया उनके हाथ में जाना है। ऐसे कांग्रेस पार्टी आ जाकर के जीएसटी को हम ही क्रिटिसाइज किए, आ जाकर के हम ही अच्छा बनाने के लिए बोले और इसीलिए आपने बनाया। मैं जीएसटी के अंदर चर्चा के विषय में नहीं जा रही, बार बार याद दिलाना पड़ा जीएसटी काउंसिल के अंदर हम सब मिलकर के जनता के लिए अच्छा संदेश दें, कटौती के लिए मंजूरी दें हर राज्य, ये बात बार बार बोलना पड़ा। क्यों बोलना पड़ा? मैं नाम नहीं ले रही हूँ किसी राज्य का।
Okay, so let's travel straight to your home state now of Tamil Nadu, where we have our reporter joining us. Please go ahead, Pramod, ask your questions.
मेरा माइक है,
आपका माइक है।
Thank you so much, Maria. Just like you mentioned, it is her home state, and the important aspect here is that Tamil Nadu is being a manufacturing state. It definitely has a very big positive impact over here, and the parties are definitely welcoming it. In a rare occasion, even DMK is welcoming certain aspects of it, and we also have certain guests over here who would like to take questions from you.
Hello, Nirmala Sitharaman ji. Pranam. I'm Hardik and Ladani. I'm the managing partner of Nutan Industries, and we are in the business of distribution of FMCG products. My question to you, ma'am, is as we welcome the reforms and the GST reductions,
majority of my products have moved from 18% to 5%. And what happens is, as much as we get the set off from in the GST, a lot of amount gets accumulated in the GST portal. So can we have a auto refund system where it can help all of us in terms of getting the refunds and using it for our working capital?
We expect a rationalization in compliances and filing of the forms, which will be very beneficial to small businessmen. Thank you.
As regards the real estate, it is actually the input tax credit being denied was as a result of the request from the, not now, not earlier, not 1 year ago, but some time ago also. It is on their request that the input tax credit was not being given to avail. That is one. I'm losing track of the two other questions.
Ma'am, the first one started with the FMCG.
That's right.
Yeah.
As to how the tax cut will be.
Yeah, how will they pass it on if they already have things on their shelves?
There is some kind of a transitory arrangement that we are working on. The CBIC will come up with a clarification on it, and the information will be put out in the portal on the transitional arrangement. So that should address your concerns.
ஆட்டோமொபைல் வந்து ஆட்டோமொபைலோட டேக்ஸ் வந்து நீங்கள் 28லேருந்து 18 கம்மி பண்ணிட்டீங்க. ஆனால் அது வந்து இன்புட் வந்து பிஸ்னஸ்க்கு பிளாக் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கிறீங்க. ஸோ அது வந்து
ஒரு நிமிஷம்
வியாபாரத்தில் காம்படிட்டிவ்
இல்லை ஒரு நிமிஷம்
காம்படிட்டிவாக பண்ணுறதுக்கு உதவியாக இருக்கும். அது விஷயமா நான் சொல்லி
இன்புட் the question that he asked is about automobiles where input tax credit is being denied or blocked. So it is a particular situation that he is raising question about. So உங்களுக்கு தமிழில் சொல்லட்டுமா? நீங்கள் தமிழ் மாதிரி இல்லைங்களே, நீங்கள் ஹிந்திக்காரரா? உங்கள் தமிழ் ஒரு விதமாக இருக்குது.
ஆமாம், நான் வந்துட்டு
தப்பாக நினச்சிக்காதீங்க, நான் கேட்குறேன்.
ராஜஸ்தான்லேருந்து, ஆனால் 9 வருஷமாக தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கிறேன்.
ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம். அதான் நினச்சேன் உங்கள் தமிழ் ஒரு விதமாக இருக்கேன்னு இருக்கிறாங்க.
पता चला मैम
his accent is the way he's speaking, the choice of words.
பண்றீங்க ஹிந்தி பேசுறதுக்கு நான் முயற்சி பண்றேன்.
அதேதான், ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம் நீங்க சொன்னீங்க. he is saying जब आप हिंदी में बात करते हो कितना मेहनत करते हो, वैसे ही मैं तमिल में मेहनत करके बात करती हूँ. स्पष्ट है भाई.
मुझे लगता है यहाँ जो लोग हैं हमारे साथ, इनसे भी एक सवाल लेते हैं.
Ma'am, as we have seen, the Indian government has came from 4 GST slabs to the 2 GST slabs now. Is the Indian government trying to go on the 1 GST slab, which comes with one nation, one GST?
Not now.
So in
maybe sometime much later, let us say, I'm not fixing a time. Once we achieve a level of development. See, why is there a need for more than one rate? If you try to understand that, you will be able to get an answer for yourself. Please sit down. With the level of development that we have in India, which is not uniform across the country, some parts are more developed, some are less developed, and therefore the people living in these different areas of development cannot treat an object the same as some other area does. And in other words, developed area can afford to buy goods with a little higher tax. I'll repeat one example which the previous finance minister who introduced the GST, and my mentor, I would say, Shri Arun Jaitley ji, had taken this example of, can a Benz car and a Hawaii chapel be treated the same way and have one tax? Cannot. The person who's buying Hawaii chapel is still in a level of development where he can't afford to pay for his chapel a higher rate of tax. Whereas a person who buys a Benz car, buying the Benz car, he'll be in a position to give a bit more. So for Benz car and chapel, if you have the same rate, foreign India, as it stands today, will be unjust. And that is why there is no one rate, one GST.
मैम, इंश्योरेंस को लेकर निर्णय अच्छा है, लेकिन एक डर लोगों के मन में है कि जो बेनिफिट आप दे रहे हैं, क्या वो कंज्यूमर को पास ऑन करेंगी ये कंपनियां?
जेन्युइन क्वेश्चन है, जेन्युइन वरी भी है, मगर मैं शुरुआत में ही कह दूं कि पब्लिक सेक्टर इंश्योरेंस कंपनी सब सामने होकर के बोले कि हम पास ऑन करेंगे, और प्राइवेट सेक्टर से हम बात भी कर रहे हैं कि जब एक इंश्योरेंस, अभी तो मार्केट ओपन है, पब्लिक सेक्टर के लिए कोई कुछ प्रिविलेज नहीं है, प्राइवेट सेक्टर का कोई यूनिक तकलीफ भी नहीं है। सो अगर दोनों मार्केट में ओपन कंपटीशन के तहत जाकर के इंश्योरेंस और जनता के बीच में लेके जा रहे हैं, पब्लिक सेक्टर जब कर रहा है आप भी करो, और वैसे भी करो, क्योंकि टैक्स जनता के लिए है और कंपनी के लिए नहीं दिया गया। इंश्योरेंस के ऊपर, उनके प्रीमियम के ऊपर टैक्स ना हो, यही है इरादा। उसके खिलाफ अगर कंपनी कुछ करेंगे, हम जरूर उनसे बात करके उसको सही करेंगे।
My question to you is, how will the government manage the expected revenue shortfall caused by lower GST collections, which is estimated right now more than 40,000 crores?
Yes, you're right. You've been closely watching what has been said in the council. We did put that number before all the members of the council. We are roughly estimating it at 40,000 approximately. But we strongly believe that the reduction in the rate, and that too for common people, daily use items, will bring in a certain buoyancy. See, data never is static. We use a certain data of, let's say, 23, 24 to talk about estimates, to talk about a certain level of, income, the buoyancy be determined, and so on. Actually, in the ground, it's a very dynamic situation. Rate कम हो गया, जनता बाहर आकर के खरीदने के लिए आएंगे। उस समय जो डायनामिज्म प्रिवेल होता है, उससे रेवेन्यू जनरेशन भी will be more than what you see with a model that you can base on a given data. So, because it is across the board, एक आइटम के ऊपर कट किया तो एक सेक्शन ही उसको खरीदेंगे या एक बार खरीदेंगे। हम तो पूरे के पूरे डेली यूज आइटम, एस्पिरेशनल आइटम, मिडिल क्लास आइटम, एग्रीकल्चरल आइटम, एमएसएमई आइटम्स, ऑटोमोबाइल, सबका कटौती किया है। इसीलिए मैं मानती हूँ कि बुओयेंसी जल्दी से जल्दी वापस आएगा या ज़्यादा भी होगा, जिससे विल बी एबल टू ओवरकम द सब।
हमारी बिजनेस टुडे की टीम भी यहाँ पर है। सिद्धार्थ जरा भी एक क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहते हैं।
What is the strategy behind the rate reduction for food items? And the second thing that I want to attach to this is that, do you expect all these classification disputes to end as a consequence of these decisions that have been taken by the council?
Yes, ये क्लासिफिकेशन इशू जिनको इतना जीएसटी के ऊपर परिचय नहीं है, उनके लिए मैं बोलना चाह रही हूँ। 6-8 महीने पहले एक इंसिडेंट प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के द्वारा हुआ है, उसको मैं ज़रूर इधर ले आना चाह रही हूँ। उदाहरण उससे लेकर, पॉपकॉर्न अगर नमकीन है तो एक रेट, पॉपकॉर्न अगर चॉकलेट और शुगर के साथ है तो दूसरा रेट। इसको उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे राज्य में बहुत संकट हुआ है, क्योंकि जो लोग चॉकलेट एंड शुगर के साथ पॉपकॉर्न है, उसको भी नमकीन पॉपकॉर्न ऐसे करके टैक्स कम बरते थे। उसके कारण बहुत सारे कोर्ट में इशू गया, और क्लासिफिकेशन इसका एक है उसका एक है वगैरह के कारण कोर्ट में मामला बहुत सालों तक ऐसे अटका रहा। और यूपी गवर्नमेंट भी इसमें हमसे पूछा, क्लैरिफिकेशन काउंसिल क्यों ना दें, कैसे डील करें, क्योंकि हम जाकर अगर पॉपकॉर्न व्यापारी से पूछें, उनको लगता है कि हम छोटा व्यापारी है, आप आकर पूछ रहे हो, तंग कर रही हो। इसीलिए उस समय ये चर्चा में आया, और उसको व्याख्यान देते हुए मुझे बहुत ही लोग घेरा कि आप फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर पॉपकॉर्न के विषय क्यों बात कर रही हो। मगर ये टेक्निकल विषय है, काउंसिल में चर्चा का आवश्यकता था, और चर्चा में जो हुआ उसको मीडिया में बोलना एक कस्टमरी प्रैक्टिस था। खैर, उसको छोड़ दें। मगर ये क्लासिफिकेशन के कारण ही ये से प्रॉब्लम आता है। हम उस क्लासिफिकेशन प्रॉब्लम के ऊपर भी इस बार हमारे प्रपोजल में डील किया कि फूड चाहे वो शुगर के साथ है या चाहे वो नमकीन हो, ये सब इकट्ठा एक ही 5% के रेट में जाना चाहिए। ये सिर्फ एक आध एक्सेप्शन है, हाई शुगर पावर ड्रिंक्स वगैरह बेवरेजेस अलग है, मगर रोज़ाना खरीदने वाले आइटम में ये क्लासिफिकेशन के द्वारा कंफ्यूजन नहीं होना चाहिए। उसके लिए इस बार क्लासिफिकेशन का भी सुधारा है।
Some of the states did grumble about the fact that they would have to shell out money as well. One of the suggestions was that instead of having 5%, increase that to about 6% and therefore make up the revenue. Was there any thought of that? Because that could then move towards the one nation, one GST kind of a tax system. Was there any thought of that? And what is your comments on states complaining that they are going to lose out some of that revenue?
On the 5 going to 6, no, there wasn't much of a discussion. In fact, there wasn't any discussion at all. But as regards states feeling that they may lose out because revenue loss will happen, it's not actually revenue loss, and I was happy that the Revenue Secretary spoke about it. There is an impact, but the buoyancy will return and the money will be earned by the states. There were some states which voiced, about 5-6 of them voiced it very strongly, saying what happens when states' revenues come down? Will the center make up for it? Or will the GST system itself bring back some kind of a compensation cess for it? The compensation cess by act cannot continue. It had already been stretched because during COVID we had borrowed money to pay compensation. And because that was also compensation, the cess was used to repay the borrowed money. So with that, that is over. But any kind of pay me because my revenue is coming down principle will mean that we are going to tax more on some items, whatever be there, demerit goods or whatever. If you have to put more tax, it means the next generation reform that we are bringing in will lose the core objective. The core objective is reduce the tax, bring the burden on the people down. Automatically, the market and also the way in which the supply and demand will adjust to it will be in favor of a growing economy. And if the states are talking about center-state relationship, federal structure, states' fiscal health, they are not subject of GST. GST subject is indirect taxation, and that too on daily use items, and the revenue earned by that, the sharing of that revenue, and so on. There's beyond the GST Council's remit, if there are issues being raised, that's not the forum to discuss.
Ma'am, Abha Bakaya from Business Today. The estimated impact of the entire tariff conundrum was about 0.5% of GDP, and estimates currently, given the whole boost to household consumption, are that this will have about 0.5%, a little bit up and down, impact on GDP in a positive manner. So the timing of the move, could we say, was possibly also to mitigate the impact both on sentiment as well as on real returns when it comes to what we're anticipating from the tariffs?
That may have been unintended. But no, we didn't start the exercise with that. Because I'm reading a lot of reports about how 60 BPS it will go up and so on. No, but the reform of GST, ideally even from the 5th year we wanted to do something. COVID and other things and the economy reviving, we couldn't take up the matter at that time. 8 years is good enough reason for us to have learnt enough lesson to correct it. That is the one and only prime objective. And of course the objective is also to make sure that if there is a room, fiscal room, we wanted to reduce the burden. So it is rate rationalization, slab, and ease of doing business, system correction, which is a reform step.
कि आमतौर पर सबसे ज़्यादा जो ब्रिकबैट्स होते हैं ना, जो गालियाँ होती हैं, वो वित्त विभाग को ही सुनने के लिए मिलती हैं. आज कैसा आपको महसूस हो रहा है कि जितने लोग आ रहे हैं सब कह रहे हैं कि बहुत धन्यवाद आपने ऐसा कर दिया, सब इंतज़ार कर रहे थे कि ऐसा हो?
मेरा थोड़ा इसमें philosophical approach रहता है, जो which has grown in me. I cannot take credit for it. डांटने के समय भी या अच्छा बातें बोलने के समय भी मैं एक लेवल पर ले लेती हूँ, क्योंकि पता नहीं जीवन में अगले दिन कैसे रहेगा. आई टेक इट एज इट कम्स. सो गुड व्हेन प्रेज कम्स, व्हेन क्रिटिसिजम्स कम आई हैव टू वर्क मोर. सो दैट्स हाउ आई टेक इट.
चलिए देखिए बेंगलुरु क्या सोच रहा है. हम 7 स्टेट्स को जुड़ रहे हैं, ये 3 और स्टेट की तरफ, हम कर्नाटक की तरफ अब चलते हैं. बेंगलुरु,
what is the readiness of our IT system to implement these changes? Because we have seen in the past that whenever there are changes, there are a lot of system glitches because of which there is the smooth implementation is affected. So what is our readiness regarding the systems?
That's a wonderful question that you asked me. Every time you've had glitches is when, I admit, there are times when glitches happened. And that is when you're bringing in a newer system to overlay over an existing system. Here it is a running system which is well grounded. The rates are being changed. And on that is why when we decided to implement it at the earliest so that people can get the benefit, we still took 10 days. I could have implemented it from, say, today. Having taken a call in the GST meeting, I could have said within 2 days I'm going to implement it. No, I need that set of days, 10 days, let us say, for not just the IT systems of the CBIC, the Department Revenue, GSTN network systems, but also the vendors should alter their computer systems. States will have to have their digital platforms and digital mechanisms to also adjust to the new rate.
As per the reforms, health and life insurance premiums are now GST exempt. Is there a long-term strategy to balance tax relief in healthcare with the need of revenue in public health spending?
Back to you, Maria and Shweta.
See, most of the instant observations that the benefit will go to the consumer, but that means the company will lose, is again based on a static observation as things stand. But in economics and economy, nothing stands still. The moment the rate changes happen, the world is moving at a different pace. Earlier, it moved in a different pace. So that itself will have to take care of the earnings of companies as well. But beyond that, and I would go, because sitting as a finance minister, I will take that indulgence, I seek that indulgence from you to say, a tax decision is the decision of the government, a sovereign government. It is the duty of everybody who's involved in the process to pass it on to the end user for whom it has been meant. There are no shortcuts to making profits. We need to earn profit by winning trust of the people.
एक बार फिर हम अपने दर्शकों को बता दें कि बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर वित्त मंत्री का ये इंटरव्यू हम इसीलिए कर रहे हैं क्योंकि देश के कोने-कोने तक हर एक व्यक्ति पर इसका प्रभाव, चाहे आप उपभोक्ता हैं या फिर आप विक्रेता हैं या फिर आप मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं, सब पर प्रभाव और सब अपने सवाल पूछ रहे हैं. एक छोटा सा सवाल में जो ट्विटर पर एक्स प्लेटफॉर्म पर आया है, स्टैनली की तरफ से है, जो पूछ रहे हैं वाई पेट्रोल, डीजल, नेचुरल गैस जीएसटी के एम्बिट में नहीं आते हैं. कई दफ़ा इसको कहा गया है, लेकिन चूंकि रिवाइज हुए हैं दर, उन्होंने दोबारा ये सवाल रखा है.
हमारे प्रपोजल जो केंद्र सरकार के द्वारा जीएसटी काउंसिल में गया, उसमें जानबूझकर हमने पेट्रोल डीजल को इंक्लूड नहीं किए. जैसे पहले मैंने बताया, जब भी काउंसिल में राज्यों का द्वारा ये निर्णय होता है कि हाँ हम पेट्रोल डीजल को ले आएंगे और इस स्तर पर, इस रेट पर ले आएंगे, वो निर्णय होने के तुरंत बाद इम्प्लीमेंट करना आसान होगा क्योंकि कानूनन हम तैयार हैं, मगर राज्यों से ये निर्णय आना चाहिए, उसके बाद ही हम इंट्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं.
But we'll be going first to Bengal. Over to you.
Are you thinking of reviving the national
anti-profiteering authority, which got dissolved in 2022 and got merged with CCI. Are you thinking of having a second version of that, maybe for a 2-year period, to ensure that your intent to pass on the benefits to the consumer are passed on to them? That's question number one.
How will the changes in GST rates affect the final price of essential and luxury items for consumers? The second part, the economic part, what are the projected revenue implications for the government, and how is the reform expected to boost the economy by increasing consumption?
The rate reduction and rate rationalization, as we've discussed, is definitely going to help common citizens. As regards any reduction in states' revenue, I would appeal to you to say GST Council consists of centre also in it. Revenue reduction will affect centre also. We are not sitting there separately. We are not sitting there like as though we are the donors of states. States and centre are together in the GST Council. We've given in some taxes pre-GST, and states have given in some taxes pre-GST to put together to make the GST as a taxation framework. So centre is not sitting there in it unaffected. So neither is it a donor nor is it not a party. It is a party there. So I would want that approach to be recognized.
पहला तो कि एक लैंडमार्क ईयर है टैक्सेशन के हिसाब से, हमने पहले डायरेक्ट टैक्सेस, फिर इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस और इनकम टैक्स बिल भी देखा. बावजूद इसके भी हमने स्टॉक मार्केट्स में बहुत ज़्यादा तेज़ी नहीं देखी है, केवल 4% ऊपर है निफ्टी और सेंसेक्स. तो ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है कि जबकि लैंडमार्क रिफॉर्म्स किए जा रहे हैं तो बाजार में उसका रिफ्लेक्शन नहीं देखा जा रहा है?
स्टॉक मार्केट्स का रिएक्शन सिर्फ एक इशू के ऊपर इतना शायद नहीं है, इसीलिए मैं जीएसटी का रिस्पॉन्स और उत्तेजित होना चाहिए इसके साइड में नहीं हूँ. They are influenced by so many different issues which are simultaneously happening. This good news about the reformed new age GST had somewhat played on that day. When the news was out, the next day yesterday you saw the way in which the market reacted. So I don't think I will place much on that.
आखिरी एक दो सवाल निर्मला जी. एक तो मैं सिंपल गणित, मुझे लगता है कि पैसों का मामला जितना उलझाया जाता है उतना मुश्किल होता है समझना, लोग उतना और उलझ जाते हैं. बहुत अच्छा है कि एक सरल तरीके से हमारे सामने है. पर अगर सरकार दर कम कर रही है तो क्या आपकी कमाई भी कम हो रही है? क्या अपेक्षा कर रही है? एक जो रेवेन्यू लॉसेस की बात हो रही है ना, वो उसको लेकर सरकार कैसे करेगी?
नहीं, एक विषय, जब लोगों का एक्सपेक्टेशन था कि अप टू 10 लाख हम इनकम टैक्स छूट देंगे. लार्ज एम्बिशियस ऑपोजिशन लीडर्स आल्सो मेंशन्ड अप टू 10 लाख देंगे, मगर देने वाले नहीं है, इसीलिए 10 लाख तक हम मांग रहे हैं देने के लिए. हम दिए 12 लाख तक, और उसका भी इम्प्लीकेशन है रेवेन्यू में. फिर भी हमने सोचा, और पीएम साहब का स्पष्ट आदेश था कि मिडिल क्लास के लिए रिकग्नाइज करो वो ऑनेस्ट टैक्स पेयर्स को, जो आपको एक्चुअली इनकम टैक्स के द्वारा रेवेन्यू इंक्रीज कर रहे हैं. ऑनेस्ट टैक्स पेयर्स विल हैव टू बी रेस्पेक्टेड, एंड दैट्स व्हाई 10 बिकेम द एक्सपेक्टेड 10. एक्चुअली द रियलिटी में 7.75 lakhs तक देयर वाज नो टैक्स अर्लियर. देन वी ब्रॉट दैट 7.75 lakh का आज 1 February को 12 लाख तक ले आए. So there was a revenue loss in that, but we still thought we should do it for honoring the taxpayers. Like that, in this case also there will be definitely an implication on us, because जो पैसा टैक्स के द्वारा वसूल कर रहे हैं और राज्यों को जाता है और केंद्र को भी जाता है, कम करने की वजह से पैसा आम जनता के हाथ में जा रहा है. हमारे कंसर्न सिर्फ इतना ही है क्या कि हमारे हाथ में पैसा नहीं आ रहे, हम कैसे जिएंगे, मतलब केंद्र सरकार, और हमारे कंसर्न सिर्फ इतना ही है वो राज्य सरकार के हाथ में पैसा नहीं जा रही है, उनको कैसे मैनेज करेंगे. हम ये भी भूलना नहीं है कि आम जनता के हाथ में पैसा है कि नहीं, और कर के वजह से उनके हाथ में जितना पैसा रहना है उससे ज़्यादा कम ही रह रही है, ज़्यादा नहीं. उनको उनके हाथ में पैसा देने का एक अच्छा ऑनेस्ट रास्ता है, टैक्स कम करो। अच्छा ऑनेस्ट रास्ता है कि टैक्स कम करने के कारण जो पैसा आपके हाथ में, मतलब केंद्र सरकार के हाथ में और राज्य सरकार के हाथ में जा रहा था, उसको हम सरकार आज जीएसटी काउंसिल के निर्णय के द्वारा जनता के हाथ में ही दे रहे हैं। भैया आप उपयोग करो इसको, इसमें गलती क्या है? अगर दिक्कत मान लीजिए आता है कि कल तक हमारी रेवेन्यू इतना था, अभी रेवेन्यू थोड़ा कम हो गया, सरकार सोचना चाहिए कि कैसे इसको सही करें। मगर ये इसका मतलब ये है हम आंख बंद कर रहे हैं कि जनता के हाथ में जो पैसा है उसके द्वारा वो खर्च उठाएंगे ना, उनके फैमिली के लिए एक नया कमरा बनाएंगे, नया घर सोचेंगे, सीमेंट के दर कम हो रहा है या गाड़ी खरीदेंगे, इसके द्वारा रेवेन्यू नहीं आएगा क्या? सो ये वन साइडेड आर्ग्यूमेंट ऑफ रिपीटेडली रेवेन्यू कम हो रहा, रेवेन्यू कम हो रहा, बोल जा रहे हैं हम जनता के ऊपर भी हमारा एक कर्तव्य है, उनका इनकम के बारे में भी सोचना चाहिए, सिर्फ सरकारों का नहीं। इसी दृष्टि से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी हमें गाइडेंस दिए कि जनता का बोझ कम करो, उनके हाथ में रेवेन्यू ज़्यादा हो।
Ma'am, you are leading finance ministry in very uncertain global times. You have been the head of the finance ministry also during the COVID period. When you were to make that comparison between those times and now, what's your thought?
We've learnt a lot of lessons because of my COVID exposure. In fact, I also mentioned it in the council. Let me take the liberty to disclose one aspect of what happened in the council. Because when states are worried about revenue loss matlab conditionally, center has also got responsibilities like defense, where it is exclusively our responsibility, we'll have to take care of that. So when I say COVID ke vishay mein that I have learnt lessons, that kind of a challenge which was across the country, even then a leader like Prime Minister Modi did not waver. He didn't say, oh, ab kya hoga? But on the top of it, he said, I don't want you to search for revenue anywhere, but I want to give free vaccination to the people of our country. 140 billion, 2 doses will be free. So we had to borrow money, we had to do something and get. So I in fact quoted this in the GST Council. If some states are worried, and if center is also going to have to be worried, saying abhi revenue ghategi kaise, we will have to give the respite to the citizen first and then worry about our revenue, how to mobilize it, where to get it from. But can that approach, as the Prime Minister took, give relief to the citizen, give him vaccination, don't take money from him. And now, therefore, give him the relief of tax reduction so that he can spend money and do something. It is for the governments. We are empowered enough to take care of how to mobilize resources. It's our responsibility. We'll have to do it. And that is the lesson I've learned from COVID. And with a strong leadership like Prime Minister, I'm sure this country will see people being given relief and economy resulting in a better position as a result.
जैसे जीएसटी पूरे देश के लिए एक टैक्स, उसी तरीके से ये जो हमारा इंटरव्यू था वो पूरे देश के लिए एक इंटरव्यू वित्त मंत्री का। आपने समय निकाला और मुझे लगता है कि सबकी बातों को, सुझावों को जो आपने ध्यान से सुना है, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका निर्मला सीतारमण जी। आज तक और इंडिया टुडे की ये संयुक्त कोशिश, ये इंटरव्यू, बहुत धन्यवाद आप सबका अपने सवालों के लिए। देश और दुनिया की बाकी खबरों के लिए आप आज तक और इंडिया टुडे देखते रहिए।
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. PM Modi to visit flood-hit areas in Punjab, meet farmers. Delhi faces flood risk. Yamuna flows above danger mark. Sabalenka wins second US Open. Anisimova's dream ends.
Business confidence is at a low. Domestic demand has been tepid and has been tepid for a long period of time. It's not just the COVID effect, it's none of that. Something is missing. And what is that missing factor? Is that missing factor going to be changed by rationalizing GST rates? Of course not. It's got to go beyond that. And therefore I feel that, this tendency to see the glass always as half full. Narrative, banana, everything, sab kuch changa hai.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Sorry.
watching India Today.
Very good afternoon, viewers. Welcome back. You're watching India Today with me, Sriya Kundu, and we have big stories lined up for you this hour. But before that, we'll quickly take a look at the headlines doing the rounds at the very top of the afternoon. Prime Minister Modi is to visit Gurdaspur in Punjab on September 9th. Prime Minister Modi to speak to farmers and families affected by floods. Sources say centre may announce relief package for Punjab post Prime Minister's visit. "26 people detained in connection with vandalism at a renovation plaque bearing national emblem at Hazratbal Mosque in Srinagar. Chief Minister Umar Mufti defends vandals. BJP seeks apology from Mehbooba Mufti and Omar Abdullah. Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal echoes Rahul Gandhi's allegations, accuses BJP of stealing votes during polls. BJP says Kejriwal never stood with Aam Janta during tough times. Trump's often stand on India, but his aide Navarro continues anti-India rant. Ex-users fact-check Navarro over his India-Russia oil deal rant. Navarro hits out at Elon Musk, calls the note crap. Resilience of India-US strategic ties on display in Alaska. Troops of India-US jointly conduct battle drill as part of the Yudh Abhyas 2025. Russia launches series of drones and missile strikes on Ukraine. Kyiv targeted by Russia. Cabinet ministers' building in Kyiv bombed, and Ukraine in fact comes out to retaliate. Bombs Russia's Druzhba oil pipeline in Bryansk region. We're beginning the bulletin with breaking news that's now coming in. This is with regards to Prime Minister Modi, now who is currently attending BJP's VP poll workshop. Modi, in fact, was seen sitting in the last row like a common worker of the party. BJP workshop is for the vice presidential elections, which is to take place in the next 2 days. Mock voting session for Tuesday. Vice presidential polls is to be held on September 9th. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, is to be felicitated by BJP MPs for GST reforms, is what we have learned so far. Piyush Mishra joins us on the broadcast to bring us more details about this very workshop underway, as well as more details with regards to the Prime Minister's itinerary at this point. Piyush, we see the Prime Minister having reached the workshop. The first highlight would be this workshop is for the vice presidential poll that's to take place in September on September 9th. Also, there are visuals of the Prime Minister sitting at the back rows, at one of the last rows, just like any other party member for that matter. Just take us through all that we are picking up and how we are looking at these developments.
Well, that's a very important meeting which is now going on. In fact, it's a workshop for all the BJP MPs, Shreya. And there are discussions on multiple aspects on developed India, on social media strategy, how to reach out to people on the vision of developed India. Also, the works that have been done by Modi government in the last 11 years. So there are multiple issues that are going to be discussed. Various MPs of BJP are going to give presentation during the day-long workshop which is being organized. And it is the first workshop being organized in Delhi of all the BJP parliamentarians after the 2024 Lok Sabha election results. So for many who are first-time MPs, for newcomers, it's a good experience. And during this workshop, all BJP MPs are present. Interestingly, PM Narendra Modi is also present there, and he's sitting there at the last row. That's what is also catching the eye, is that PM Narendra Modi is sitting there as a normal BJP Karyakarta and taking part in this workshop. All BJP MPs are present there. by the end of this day, which means at around 6:30 or 6:45, PM Narendra Modi, along with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, BJP's National President J.P. Nadda, and Home Minister Amit Shah, all these top leaders will be solicited by the BJP MPs, and for that, a special committee has also been formed. So it's a day-long workshop which is going on. It's like a training for BJP MPs, and tomorrow it's going to be another important day when BJP MPs will be, trained about the polling, which is also to take place on the 9th of September for vice presidential poll. So these two are different things. Today is BJP MPs workshop. Tomorrow is another training session for all the MPs of not only BJP but also for NDA to make them understand as to how to take part in the polling for vice presidential poll. So it's going to be a packed day for all BJP MPs today, tomorrow, and also day after tomorrow, because day after tomorrow is going to be the polling also for vice presidential polls, which will begin at 10 a.m. and will continue till 5 p.m. So today, as we are speaking, the workshop is going on, and PM Narendra Modi is also present there. Since beginning, he is there, and he is sitting there the last row as a normal BJP karyakarta.
Absolutely, Piyush. When we speak of the vice presidential polls, it is CP Radhakrishnan who is the NDA pick. Anything that you're picking up at this given point in terms of what might the key highlights be of this workshop? Strategies being discussed at this given point for the very polls?
Well, we know that CP Radhakrishnan is the NDA's vice presidential pick, and Mr. Reddy is India Bloc's vice presidential pick, and there are two candidates for these crucial polls. Tomorrow, what we are told is that there will be a training session for all the NDA MPs, and they will be told as to how the voting process will take place. Mock voting is also scheduled tomorrow, where BJP MPs will be trained to vote, because this is going to be a secret ballot. Whip has not been issued, so all MPs will be voting according to their own choices, irrespective of party they belong to. That's what the rule says. If you talk about the numbers, obviously NDA enjoys a huge majority. At the same time, India Bloc is also confident of getting good. There's no doubt that NDA will have a say during these polls, but at the same time, India Bloc is trying its best to woo a lot of MPs from the opposition. But we know that so far there are some political parties like YSRCP who are not part of NDA. They have extended their support to NDA Bloc. At the same time, there are parties, neutral parties like BJD, BSP, and others. Even they have not made their stand very clear. So it remains to be seen what happens tomorrow when the mock voting takes place, and which party votes at what side for which presidential candidate on September 9th.
Absolutely. Piyush, I'll just briefly, take a detour from the vice presidential workshop that is taking place into the felicitation that is to take place later. The Prime Minister is to be felicitated along with some other ministers as well for the GST reforms. Do we have some more details on that very program as well that is scheduled later for the day?
Well, yes, it is scheduled for the later in the day, and it is likely to take place at around 6:30 p.m., where PM Narendra Modi will be felicitated by the BJP MPs for bringing GST reforms, new age GST reforms, which is benefiting a common man, and is also going to help a lot in the production sector, and will generate a lot of employment opportunities. So it's going to be very important the time when PM Narendra Modi is felicitated, because BJP MPs and the various ministers feel that because of GST reforms, a lot of relief will be given to the common man. And remember that GST has also what was the final proposal which was sent by PM Narendra Modi. What we're also learning from our sources is that the work on this entire matter on these amendments was going on for the last more than 1.5 years, and finally approvals have been given. So PM Narendra Modi will be felicitated as the entire cabinet has hailed the new age GST reforms.
Right. Piyush, thank you for bringing us all those details with regards to the particular workshop that is currently underway, as well as what is in store as the day progresses for the Prime Minister and his cabinet, who will in fact be felicitated, some of the ministers who will be felicitated along with him for the GST reforms. Now, this is breaking news that's coming in next from the state of Bengal. In fact, it's a shocking Bengal dhamki politics that we are bringing to your notice at this given point. TMC MLA Abdul Rahim's brazen threat, and this was caught on camera. TMC MLA gives acid attack threat. He has said, and I quote, "will pour acid down your throat." This is the threat that's been issued. And this took place during his address at Malda, wherein he's targeted the Siliguri BJP MLA Shankar Ghosh. The showdown is on the alleged attack on Bengalis. Shocking TMC versus BJP war escalation that we in fact witness at this given point. We will in fact take you through the very excerpt from his address where he has made this brazen threat. Let's listen in. Kishor joins me on the broadcast to bring us more details. Anupam, if you could give us a little more context as to what exactly has been said. I mean, we heard what was said, but the reason behind such brazen remarks, it really shows not just the neta in concern, but also the party in poor light when such new laws we see coming up in politics.
Well, yes, Shreya, this is a chilling threat which came from Abdul Rahim Bakshi. He's the legislator from Assam, from Malda, from TMC, and this came on Saturday when he was speaking in a program organized to hold protest against the alleged atrocities on Bengali-speaking people. So while speaking on that program, he has given this chilling threat that he will pour acid into the mouth of BJP legislator Shankar Ghosh, but without naming him. So the context which he was speaking is that he was alleging that he and other Bengali people are being treated and are being branded as Rohingyas and Bangladeshis by BJP, which is not true. And that is why he has given this threat that whether if again BJP legislator Shankar Ghosh says all these things about Bengalis as being Rohingyas and Bangladeshi, then he will pour acid into his mouth.
Do stay with us at this given point. I have to interrupt you here. We will come back to this very story, but right now, viewers, I just want to take your attention back to the Prime Minister currently attending the Vice Presidential workshop that is being attended by all the BJP MPs. These are new visuals that we're bringing to you of the Prime Minister attending the very Vice Presidential poll workshop. As we were mentioning, Prime Minister Modi was found sitting in the last row. Like any common workers, you can see certain other workers in the picture as well who have in fact captured this very picture. This is one of the photographs we are bringing to you from inside the very meeting which is currently underway of the Vice Presidential polls that is to take place on September 9th, on Tuesday that is. Strategy is being discussed with regards to how the voting shall in fact proceed on that very day. Alliances being discussed at this given point. But yes, these are some of the visuals that we are bringing to you, a picture we are bringing to you of the Prime Minister attending this very workshop that is currently underway. It is a packed day for the MPs for sure, as our colleague was also mentioning. In fact, as we speak of our colleague Piyush joins us back. Piyush, this is another photograph that we've accessed of the Prime Minister attending. Just highlighting the fact that he was found sitting at the last row like a common worker in support of the party and to discuss strategies for September 9th.
Well, that's right. We can clearly see people. Narendra Modi was sitting there in the last row as a common BJP Karyakarta, and he is also sending out a clear message to all the workers, to all the parliamentarians, to all the leaders of BJP that nobody is above the party line. And, as the workshop is underway, where the discussions on various aspects are going on, be it about GST reforms or about social media strategy or about the Develop India vision, there are multiple presentations being given by, MPs. There are committees, those have been formed by the BJP to have a discussion on all the aspects, on all the functions, on all the schemes of Modi government of the last 11 years. So the discussions on various topics are going on. During this workshop, BJP MPs are also being trained about the various aspects, the functioning of government, the functioning of various committees. And as this training session is underway, the workshop is underway, PM Narendra Modi is also attending this as a common BJP worker, where he's still sitting there at the very last row. Along with him are the BJP MPs from various parts of the country who are taking part in this workshop. What we're told is that PM Narendra Modi will be felicitated today in the evening at around 6:30 or 6:45 PM. For that, a resolution has also been moved, what we are told, by Union Minister Piyush Goyal. So fast-track developments are taking place. Various things are being discussed in this workshop, where PM Narendra Modi is also present. Later in the day, what we are told is that the other ministers like JP Nadda, Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, they all will be present, and they will be the part of the concluding ceremony, which will take place around 7 PM. So it's going to be a day-long workshop for BJP MPs. Tomorrow they will be trained, and in fact, mock voting will also be taking place in Parliament for vice presidential posts. And then day after tomorrow, we have the actual voting taking place beginning from 10 AM, which will conclude at 5 PM. So big will take place. And as we are speaking, PM Narendra Modi is present there in Bal Yogi Auditorium in Parliament, where the training session, the workshop for all BJP MPs is right now underway as we are speaking. Priya.
Right, Piyush, thank you for bringing us all those details and putting these very visuals to context as well. Viewers, this is the latest that we bring to you from the parliamentary complex at this given point of the BJP workshop for the vice presidential elections, which Prime Minister Modi is attending as well. With that, we are shifting our focus back to breaking news coming in. This is again from the state of Bengal, another shocking gang rape in Kolkata that's now being highlighted, that's come to report. Woman has claimed rape at a birthday party. Woman claims 2 people involved in the gang rape. Rapists introduced themselves as Pujo panel members. Woman has come out to in fact say Chandandeep took me to a flat, accused forcibly locked me up and gang raped. These are chilling reports coming in, chilling accusations coming in of a gang rape case that's taken place at this given point. Anupam Mishra continues to be with us on the broadcast with more details on this. Anupam, chilling details that we are picking up at this given point. Pujo panel members, or rather 2 of these accused or allegedly accused, who had come in as Pujo panel members and now face gang rape allegations. What more are we learning?
Well, a lady has lodged a complaint in Haridepur police station that she has been subject to gang rape by 2 persons on 5th of September when she gone to a person's place for her birthday party, and these 2 persons were well known to her and they have been acquainted few months back, and one of the person has introduced himself as a member of a big puja committee, and he has also told this lady that he will introduce him or he will involve him into that puja committee. So in that way they have been acquainted, and on 5th of September when the lady was having her birthday, she went for a celebration into one of the accused places, and according to the allegation that they have locked the door and the lady was subject to gang rape, and somehow she has escaped and then she has has lodged a complaint. According to police version, they are investigating the case, and they have lodged a complaint from the lady. But the two accused are absconding at present, and they are searching for these two accused. So this is another gang rape complaint which has registered in Kolkata.
Right, Anupam, thank you for bringing us all these details. And yes, it is being investigated into, as both the accused currently are on the run in terms of the fact that they've fled. But whether the probe comes out accusing them is something we have to keep a watch out for. But yes, these are the details. We're picking up disturbing ones at that. That's coming in from Kolkata. With that, viewers, we're shifting our focus to an important story that we've been keeping a track of since morning. 2 days after a mob vandalized a renovation plaque bearing the national emblem at the Hazratbal shrine in Jammu and Kashmir, Srinagar cops have accessed the CCTV footage and have detained 26 people in connection with the vandalism. Mob armed with stones defiled the national emblem on a plaque placed outside the main prayer room following the Friday prayers. Meanwhile, politics over the incident continues. The BJP has alleged that the incident was pre-planned and, in fact, has labelled it as an act of terrorism. It has escalated its attack on the NC and the PDP, alleging that their leaders' statements reflect a nefarious mindset. BJP has also sought an apology from Mehbooba Mufti and Umar Abdullah. Earlier, Mehbooba Mufti defended the vandals and demanded action against those who installed the emblem at Hazratbal. Even Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister echoed a similar tone, saying that there was no need to install an emblem at the shrine. And Kashmir Grand Mufti Nasir ul Islam has also echoed the same stance. Let's listen in to some of these reactions that have so far come into the story.
उस पत्थर पे एम्बलम लगना चाहिए था या नहीं लगना चाहिए था, पहले तो वो सवाल बनता है। मैंने अभी तक किसी भी मजहबी दायरे में, किसी भी फंक्शन में इस तरह का एम्बलम का इस्तेमाल होते हुए नहीं देखा है। तो क्या मजबूरी बनी थी कि हजरत बल के इस प्रोग्राम, इस पत्थर पे एक तो एम्बलम इस्तेमाल, और फिर पत्थर लगाने की क्या ज़रूरत थी ना? क्या काम काफ़ी नहीं था? दरगाह हजरत बल को ये सूरत जो है, ये शक्ल शेर कश्मीर शेख मोहम्मद अब्दुल्ला ने दिया था। मुझे तो बताइए ना, कहीं पे उन्होंने ऐसा पत्थर लगाया? आज भी लोग उनके काम को याद करते हैं, इस बात के बावजूद कि उन्होंने वहाँ अपने नाम का कोई पत्थर नहीं लगाया। पत्थर लगाने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं थी। अगर काम सही होता तो लोग खुद ब खुद उस काम को पहचान लेते।
उसके खिलाफ एक्शन होना चाहिए। जो अवकाफ के जिन्होंने ये लगाया, जिन्होंने किया, जो ये एक फैला रहे हैं कि इन्होंने जी मुल्क का जो एम्बलम है उसको तोड़ने की कोशिश की। मुल्क के एम्बलम को तोड़ने की कोशिश नहीं की, बल्कि हमारे मज़हब में बुत परस्ती का जो के खिलाफ हमारा मज़हब है, तो वो उसके खिलाफ लोग थे कि ये क्यों लगा वहाँ पर। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये कहना कि भाई इनको पब्लिक सेफ्टी एक्ट के अंदर बंद करना चाहिए, टेररिस्ट हैं, मैं तो कहती हूँ उनके खिलाफ एक्शन होना चाहिए सेक्शन 295A के अंडर, बिकॉज दिस इज ब्लास्फेमी फॉर अस।
Next up, we have breaking news coming in. This is with regards to Russia bombing Ukraine's capital, Kyiv. Mass drone attack by Russia on Kyiv in Ukraine. Ukraine cabinet minister's building, in fact, has been targeted, 2 killed. 11 injured in Russian drone attacks as per military reports that have come in. President Zelensky has also come to comment on this very attack. He has said, and I quote, "Government building hit by the enemy strike." These are fresh visuals that we bring to you on your screens, viewers, of the mass drone attack that's taken place. Ukraine has also come out to say Russia launched 805 drones and 13 missiles. Ukraine retaliates to Russia's drone strike. At this point, Russia's Druzhba oil pipeline in Bryansk has also been hit. These are the latest details that we bring to you of the attacks and the counterattacks that have already taken place. We are bringing to you visuals of the parliamentary building that has in fact been attacked, administrative building rather, that has been attacked in Kyiv itself. There was a fire that also erupted from the very drones hitting the building, and 2 were killed in this very attack. 11 so far have been injured. At least that's the number that we have picked up so far. Remember, these escalations are coming in at a point where there have been leaders coming out to appeal to both Russia and Ukraine to step back, step down and negotiate for peace. There's a fresh escalation that we are in fact witnessing, and quite a serious one, quite an intense one at that, wherein Kyiv first being attacked, post which Ukraine also retaliates with their own drone strike as well, which has hit an oil pipeline in Druzhba at this given point, as we are to learn. With that, we are now slipping into a short break, but do stay tuned to India Today as we come back with more stories on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to another edition of India Today Explains. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and over the next half hour, I'll be running you through some of the biggest stories of the week and also give you a full lowdown on the story. First, the Gurugram SOS. Why is it that this city literally drowns with just one heavy downpour? We'll explain why. The Maratha quota showdown has finally ended this week with the Maharashtra government reaching an agreement with activist Manoj Jarangi. But what's the Maratha quota agitation about? How long has it been going on? We'll break all of that down for you. Also on the show, we tell you why Trump's aide Peter Navarro seems to have a bone to pick with India. Another image that irked Trump and gang was the Chinese military parade. So what were the weapons on display? Sandeep will be joining me to break down the big headlines from the parade. And finally, also on the show, the other big headline from that military parade was the appearance of Kim Jong-un with his daughter, touted now to be his successor. So lots lined up for you. Let's get started. Is the cyber city that we often take so much pride in ill-planned? Once home to the Aravalis, the wetlands and rivers, Gurugram is today sustained by tall buildings, glass towers and sprawling complexes. And that's why every monsoon season, the fragility of this millennium city is exposed with water-filled streets, long traffic snarls and crumbling infrastructure. So how did we get to this point? Well, decades ago, Gurugram was defined by the Aravali slopes, by dense forests, fertile farmlands and scattered ponds that supported rural life. It was also a serene retreat for rishis and yogis. But the city's fate shifted when global companies began setting up manufacturing units and offices. The Haryana government welcomed private developers like DLF, who rapidly transformed farmland into modern housing colonies. So what was once a landscape of green cover and water bodies soon turned into gated societies, into high-rises, massive shopping malls and whatnot. Gurugram became a magnet for urban migrants, earning the title of Millennium City, but at the cost of its natural ecosystems. Can you believe that Gurugram actually had a river? The Sahibi River, a seasonal stream rising in Rajasthan's Sikar district, once coursed through Haryana into Delhi and so right through Gurugram. Today, most residents know it only as the Najafgarh drain, reduced to a polluted channel. Historically, the Sahibi sustained wetlands, ponds, barrages, and so it nurtured agrarian communities. It wasn't just a water source, but also a natural drainage that went from this particular region. Unchecked construction, unplanned urbanization, as always along this entire course, buried all of the ponds under residential sectors and left the river highly contaminated. The result of that, barrages have dried up, forests around it have disappeared, and the river's ecological balance completely destroyed. There's no river left. The disappearance of the Sahibi has had severe consequences. Natural streams like this acted as drainage buffers during heavy rainfall. It channels excess water away. It recharges groundwater aquifers and replenishes the surrounding ponds. But with rapid concretization, literally, rainwater no longer seeps into the soil. So it instead collects on roads, residential complexes, just stagnates there and causes waterlogging. This stress on groundwater has grown sharply, leading to over-dependence on borewells and worsening scarcity. What could have been a natural sponge for rainwater is now a choked drain, unable to serve its purpose. And then there's the Aravali Hills, the oldest mountain range in the world, once shielded Gurugram for desertification. It acted as a natural air filter, if you will. It also supported rich biodiversity. They had leopards, hyenas. All of this was present in the dark, deciduous forests. Illegal mining, however, and quarrying have chipped away at this shield. In fact, a 2019 down-to-earth investigation documented how stone quarries in Sona actually flattened hillocks, leaving scars that can never be restored. And then in 2020, another Aravali hillock near Bandwari was reportedly raised to make way for farmhouses. So the second hill in that belt vanished in a matter of years since 2018. And the consequences of this have been dire. Dust storms from the Thar desert now travel unchecked. It reaches right up to Delhi. So the desertification of the NCR, the National Capital Region, is accelerating. There's no groundwater reserve anymore. It's depleting at an alarming rate. And so air pollution in Delhi, Gurugram worsens without the Aravali's natural filtration. Despite being home to some of India's wealthiest residents, Gurugram's urban infrastructure resembles that of an underprepared town. Activist Manoj Jarangi Patil's dramatic stir for Maratha quota made nationwide headlines. He was on a hunger strike seeking quota, but this issue has rocked Maharashtra for the last many decades. Here's why. Let's begin by telling you what's currently happened in Maharashtra. Manoj Jarangi was at the forefront of a hunger strike. He even refused water at one point, was protesting at Mumbai's Azad Maidan and had started his protest on August 29th, wrapping it up on September 2nd, and refused to leave essentially till his demands were addressed of ensuring reservation for the Maratha community.
त्याचे दुष्परिणाम तो जाणं मग ते मराठी जाणं त्याच्यानंतर कुठल्याही स्तराला गेला तरी मी कोणत्याही टोकाला जायला तयार आहे पण मी मागणीच्या अंमलबजावणी घेतल्याशिवाय हटायला तयार नाही.
He's been the face of protests demanding that the Maratha community be classified under the OBC category for reservations in education and government jobs. It's actually been a long-standing issue that the community's raised. The Maratha community makes up roughly 30 to 33% of Maharashtra's population. Traditionally land-owning and dominant in rural Maharashtra, many Marathas claim to be socially and economically disadvantaged, particularly small farmers and also rural youth. So for the longest time, the Maratha community was not classified as SC/ST or OBC other backward classes under central government lists. So the core demand of the community has been reservation under the OBC category, particularly as Kunbis, a recognized OBC group. They also alternatively pitched for a separate reservation quota under state-level socially and educationally backward class. It's called the SEBC category. Now, the community argued that many poor Marathas meet the social and economic backwardness criteria to qualify for reservation. Between 2014 to 2018, there were massive protests that rocked Maharashtra over this very issue. And so in 2018, the Maharashtra government passed a law giving 16% reservation to Marathas under the SEBC category. It was challenged to the Bombay High Court. The court in 2019 did uphold the reservation but reduced it to 12% in education and 13% in jobs. But 2 years later came a supreme setback for the community as the Supreme Court struck down the SEBC reservation, calling it unconstitutional. Why? Because it breached the 50% cap on reservations. The current reservation structure in Maharashtra is already at 49%. So there has been no scope for the government to stretch beyond this, the Supreme Court making it clear that the 50% cap cannot be exceeded. The government, therefore, has been struggling for the last many years to address the community's demands. The government tried to bring poor Marathas into the OBC category by issuing Kunbi caste certificates, considering Kumbis are classified as OBCs. But then OBC groups were opposing this move, arguing that it will dilute their share of reservations. The other option for the government was to create a new category of reservation, but courts so far have found evidence of socio-economic and educational backwardness as lacking. And also for any constitutional amendment, the Parliament's nod is necessary. So what's the current status for the Maratha community? Well, the Maharashtra government, keeping in mind Jarangi Patil's protest, has now assured that there will be reservation given to them. In fact, an order has also been given which states very clearly that now the Maratha community, as they had demanded, will be brought under the Kumbi group and given that OBC reservation. He's branded India a laundromat for the Kremlin, accused Brahmins of profiteering from the Russia-Ukraine war, and called for a 50% tariff on Indian goods. Peter Navarro's incendiary remarks have triggered outrage across India. It's drawn widespread condemnation online. But who exactly is he? And why is he constantly going after India? Why is he constantly targeting the world's largest democracy? In recent months, Navarro has zeroed in on an unlikely target, India and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Once focused largely on China, the former Trump trade advisor now accuses India of actively fueling the Russia-Ukraine conflict. He's even referred to it as Modi's war, claiming that India's continued purchase of Russian oil undermines Western sanctions.
Putin gives India a discount on crude. They refine it, sell at premium prices to Europe, Asia, and Africa. It's nothing but profiteering. India cannot stand on the thin reed that somehow they need this oil to run their cars or cool their homes. It's false.
Navarro said, and I quote here, "The road to peace runs at least partly right through New Delhi." He's called India's foreign policy strategic freeloading. He's accused India of getting in bed with authoritarians like Russia and China.
It was a shame to see Modi getting in bed as the leader of the biggest democracy in the world with the two biggest authoritarian dictators in the world, in Putin and Xi Jinping. That doesn't make any sense. I'm not sure what he's thinking, particularly since India has been in a Cold War and sometimes a hot war with China for decades.
And not just this, he's also proposed harsh economic measures against India. In a recent post, Navarro wrote, and I quote, "We run a $50 billion trade deficit with India and they're using our dollars to buy Russian oil. A 50% tariff, 25% for unfair trade, 25% for national security is a direct response." If India, the world's largest democracy, wants to be treated like a strategic partner of the US, it needs to act like one. But Navarro hasn't stopped at foreign policy or trade. He even stirred controversy by invoking India's caste system by saying Brahmins are profiteering at the expense of the Indian people. The comment triggered widespread backlash online, with critics accusing him of racism, casteism, and using a colonial orientalist lens to attack India. But let's tell you who Peter Navarro is and why his voice matters. Peter Kent Navarro, born in 1949, is an American economist. Peter Navarro currently serves as senior counselor for trade and manufacturing to US President Donald Trump in his second term beginning January 2025. But it's not his first White House role. During Trump's first term, Navarro headed the Office of Trade and Manufacturing Policy and played a central role in shaping the administration's protectionist economic stance. So if you're assuming that he's always been Team Trump, not really. Navarro is actually a late convert to the Trump camp. From 1994 to 2016, he was a Democrat, a globalist. He was pro-trade, pro-choice, and critical of the religious right. Hard to believe. Navarro did his PhD in economics from Harvard University and went on to become a professor emeritus at the Paul Merage School of Business at the University of California. Early in his career, he served as a Peace Corps volunteer in Thailand from 1973 to 1976. In San Diego, he actually ran for public office 5 times, failed 5 times. Navarro joined the Trump administration in 2017 as a trade advisor, quickly becoming one of the strongest voices pushing for protectionist policies. He was a driving force behind the trade war with China, consistently advocating hardline measures. Even before his government role, Navarro had built his reputation as a fierce China critic, authoring several books that argued for a tougher US stance. But he has had a controversial past because Navarro sought to overturn the 2020 presidential election and in February 2022 was issued a subpoena twice by Congress. Navarro refused to comply and was referred to the Justice Department. In 2022, a grand jury indicted him on 2 counts of contempt of Congress. In 2023, Navarro was convicted on both counts. And so in 2024, last year, he was actually sentenced to 4 months in jail, becoming the first former White House official imprisoned on a contempt of Congress conviction. Peter Navarro is no stranger to controversy. From China to Congress and now India, his rhetoric has often crossed diplomatic lines. As tensions rise between Washington and New Delhi, many are asking, is Navarro just stirring the pot or signaling a harder line on India from the Trump administration? The Chinese military parade, which happens once every 10 years, saw a massive display by the Chinese of just some of their arms and weapons. But what really stood out? What's the capability of some of these missiles? I'm handing it over to my colleague Sandeep Unitan to explain all that and more.
China carried out one of the largest parades in its history on the 3rd of September at Tiananmen Square. It's the 80th anniversary of the end of the Second World War and the start of the Chinese Communist Party's rise. And today, China told the world that it had arrived when it comes to military hardware of the kind that the world has scarcely seen. A parade of the kind of multi-domain capabilities like this particular aircraft, the KJ-6000. Now this is a carrier-based airborne early warning control aircraft. China is showing this to the world for the first time. This is very close to what the United States has. The E-2C Hawkeye is what the US has. China is a close competitor. It's signaling with the arrival of platforms like this, carrier-based fighter aircraft like this, that China is power of the Indo-Pacific. And this is the kind of messaging that has gone through the parade today, where China for the first time has shown its triad, the nuclear triad, a combination of strategic weapons, nuclear weapons that are launched from the air, land and sea. Let's look at some of the other very significant military platforms that China displayed today. This is of course the Dongfeng 17. It's an IRBM intermediate range ballistic missile with a hypersonic glide vehicle at the end. This is one of China's most formidable anti-ship, long-range anti-ship missiles. The Dongfeng has been in service for several years, and you can see literally endless numbers of them. It has brought in new missiles like the DF-61. The DF-61 is China's most powerful intercontinental ballistic missile. Now this is a missile that has a range of over 15,000 kilometers, and it's believed to carry something like 10 to 12 MIRVs, or multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles. This missile it's a heavy missile. You can see it on a multi-axle wheeled vehicle. It has a launch weight of more than 150 tons. This lineup of missiles, particularly this one particular new missile that has been demonstrated here for the first time, and that is the JL-1. The JL-1 is China's first air-launched ballistic missile. Now this air-launched ballistic missile, this aero-ballistic missile is a strategic weapon. It's carried by China's fleet of H-6 bombers. It is nuclear tipped, and this is the first time that the JL-1 has been seen in public. And this are some of the uncrewed marine vessels that China has shown. The HSU-100 is a large underwater drone. This is one of the first times that's been seen in public, and of course behind that you have another kind of unmanned surface vessel. This is one of the largest Chinese unmanned surface vessels. It appears to be over 100 tons. It's got a main cannon, and of course possibly suggests that it has options of being manned and unmanned as well. And behind this you have what we're seeing here for the first time, the AJX-002. It's a very large underwater submersible. It is an underwater drone that has it's over 20 meters long. It is China's largest undersea drone, and China seems to have built up some serious capabilities in the underwater unmanned vehicles category, like this new AJX-002 UUV. And of course you have the unmanned aircraft as well, and this particular aircraft is the FH, and this particular aircraft is the GJ-11 unmanned combat aerial vehicle. This is a very advanced version that China seems to have displayed for the first time. This, of course, is the old one. This is the Wing Loon, which is an old combat drone which has been in service for several years. But there's another new platform that China has shown for the first time, and that is the FH-97 Collaborative Combat Aircraft. Now, the Collaborative Combat Aircraft is a very new concept. It's also called the MUMTI, or the Manned Unmanned Combat Teaming concept, and China is showing that it is now caught on to this capability as well. It's demonstrated this for the first time here. One doesn't know if these have entered service or these are merely prototypes. It has some other very interesting capabilities that were demonstrated here for the first time. This is the HQ-29. Now, the HQ is a very advanced direct ascent anti-satellite weapon, and it is very similar to Russian Federation's S-500 long-range anti-ballistic missile. In fact, the HQ-29 is a satellite killer. It's 2 missiles on this massive truck, and it has the ability to knock out satellites in low Earth orbit over a range of 500 kilometers. So that is a new capability that China is showing for the first time. There you see it, this multi-axle wheel vehicle carrying 2 launchers for the HQ-29 missiles being shown for the first time in public. And there, of course, you have the J-20, which is China's stealth jet, and there you have China's equivalent of the C-17 transport aircraft, and the HQ-6 bomber, which is the backbone of China's bomber fleet. China is the only country apart from the United States to have 2 5th-generation fighter aircraft. All of those were in full display during this parade. And here you have China's series of hypersonic long-range cruise missiles, the YJ series of cruise missiles, hypersonic, which are anti-ship, primarily anti-ship missiles. These are tactical weapons. You have the YJ-19 here, which is a longer range version of the YJ-15. China displaying a whole new range of hypersonic anti-ship missiles like this YJ-17. So there you have it. China literally showcasing its technological and military prowess to the world in a parade of the kind that few people have seen in the 21st century.
There were viral images of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un reaching Beijing in an armored train for the Chinese military parade. But this time he wasn't the only one in the spotlight. Walking right behind him was a young girl in a black coat and ribboned hair, his daughter Kim Joo-ae. This is her first ever overseas public appearance, and it's triggered so many questions about the future of North Korea's leadership. So let's get down to the basics. Who exactly is Kim Joo-ae? She's believed to be about 12 or 13 years, the second child of Kim Jong-un and his wife Ri Sol-ju. South Korea's intelligence reports that she's homeschooled in Pyongyang, loves horseback riding, skiing and swimming. Her name first came out in 2013 when American basketball star Dennis Rodman visited North Korea, held her as a baby and revealed that she was called Joo-ae. Since 2022, she's however made regular public appearances, mostly at high-profile military events. Here's why people believe that she may actually be the chosen heir. North Korea's state media refers to her as the beloved and also now as the respected daughter. It's an honorific usually reserved for future leaders. She appears most often at events tied to missile launches and weapons development as well. And experts say this is no coincidence. Essentially, they say that she is already being trained in diplomatic protocol, in talking to foreign leaders, something that her father never got at her age. Her Beijing debut is seen as another step in that grooming process. So why was her Beijing trip such a big deal? Because this wasn't just about family, it was symbolism. Remember in 2010, Kim Jong-un accompanied his father to China just before being announced as the heir. Now in 2025, Joo-ae makes her diplomatic debut in the very same country. Many experts say this was her introduction ritual of sorts to China's leadership and possibly the world. And let's compare this to earlier transitions. Power in North Korea has always passed quietly from father to son. Kim Il-sung to Kim Jong-il, Kim Jong-il to Kim Jong-un. Each time the successor was hidden right up until the last moment. But this time Ju-ae is already out in the open, far earlier than usual. And even more striking is the fact that she's on foreign soil, something neither Kim Jong-un nor his powerful aunt even did before becoming prominent. While Kim Ju-ae is now in the spotlight, she isn't the only name being floated as successor. Kim Yo-jong, Kim's powerful sister, has long been seen as a close aide and possible heir. Others include Kim Jong-un's little-known son, believed to be born in 2010, and nephew Kim Han-sol, now in hiding after his father's assassination. Kim's brother Kim Jong-chol is also mentioned, though he's seen as politically uninterested. But the biggest question is, can a woman actually inherit power in North Korea? Well, let's be clear, there's been no modern precedent. Since 1948, the country has only been ruled by male members of the Kim family. The military, which forms the backbone of the regime, is deeply patriarchal, making acceptance of a female leader rather uncertain. But dynastic legitimacy is everything in Pyongyang. So if Kim Jong-un wants his family's rule to survive, pushing his daughter forward may be his chosen strategy. Already a growing prominence at missile launches, at embassies, and now on the international stage indicates that she's perhaps being carefully framed as a central figure. Of course, Kim Jong-un is only in his early 40s and any succession is likely years away. Still, the Beijing trip has made one thing clear. North Korea wants the world to recognize Kim Ju-ae not just as the leader's daughter, but as someone who may one day stand at the very top. That's all we have time for in this edition of India Today Explains. Thanks very much for tuning in. I'll see you same time next week.
You are watching India Today.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
India Today.
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching India Today with me, Sriya Kundu, and we have all the top stories lined up for you this afternoon in this very hour. But before that, we'll quickly take a look at the headlines doing the rounds at the very top. Prime Minister Modi takes part in the BJP MPs workshop for vice presidential polls. BJP MPs to facilitate Prime Minister Modi for historic GST reforms. Prime Minister Modi to visit Gurdaspur in Punjab on September 9th. PM Modi to speak to farmers and families affected by floods. Sources say centre may announce relief package for Punjab post Prime Minister's visit. "26 people detained in connection with vandalism at a renovation plaque bearing national emblem at Hazratbal Mosque in Srinagar. Chief Minister Omar Mufti defends vandals. BJP seeks apology from Mehbooba Mufti and Umar Abdullah. After devastating earthquake hit Afghanistan and claimed over 2,200 lives, relief and rescue operations continue. India Today exclusively reports from Jalalabad. Russia launches series of drones and missile strikes on Ukraine. Kyiv targeted by Russia. Cabinet ministers building in Kyiv bombed. Ukraine retaliates, bombs Russia's Druzhba oil pipeline in Bryansk region. It will be a Sunday treat for stargazers in India and in several parts of the world as they can witness a spectacular celestial event, a total lunar eclipse, blood moon to begin at around 11 p.m. tonight and end at 12:22 a.m. on September 8th. We are bringing to you breaking news right at the top of this segment. This is from the state of Tamil Nadu, wherein amid a widening rift in the AIADMK party, expelled leader OPS makes a sensational claim. OPS has come out to say, and I quote, "Will let you all know my decision soon." OPS has also said extend support for Sengottayan. Protests break out in Tamil Nadu over the AIADMK rift. Cadres protest, chant Unite AIADMK slogan. Sengottayan called for OPS, Sasikala unity. EPS sacked Sengottayan from party posts. So these are the latest details that we're picking up at this given point. Let's quickly listen in to what OPS had to say on the matter before we proceed with our discussion.
நைனா நாயேந்திரன் வந்து திரும்பி சமாதானம் பேச தயார்ன்ற
இந்திய கூட்டணியில் அழைப்பதற்கு வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவித்துக் சொல்லுங்க. அப்புறம் என்ன வேற
சார், இப்போ வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்போ டிடிவி தினகரன் வந்து எடப்பாடி பழனிசாமி வந்து அவர் தானே ஆதரவே கொடுக்க மாட்டோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு வெளியே போயிட்டுட்டாரு. இப்போ உங்களுக்கு அடுத்த ஆப்ஷன்ஸ் என்னவா சார் இருக்கும்?
யாருக்கு
இப்போ உங்களுக்கு அடுத்த ஆப்ஷன்ஸ் என்ன?
காலத்தில் உங்களை எல்லாம் அழைத்தது முடிவு தெரிவித்து விட்டு தான் நான்
சார், இப்போ வந்து செங்கோட்டையன் வந்து உங்களுக்கு அழைப்பு விடுத்து, ஏன்னா வந்து எல்லாமே ஒருங்கிணைந்து பேசணும், நான் எல்லாம் ஒருங்கிணைக்க போறேன்னு சொல்லியிருக்காரு, முயற்சி எடுத்துறோம்னு இருக்காரு. இது சம்பந்தமா உங்கள்கிட்ட எதுவும்
செங்கோட்டையனுடைய முயற்சிக்கு முழு ஆதரவு, என்னுடைய ஆதரவு இருக்கிறது தெரிவித்துவிட்டு அவர் எடுக்கின்ற அனைத்து முயற்சிகளுக்கும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவித்து.
சார், உங்கள்கிட்ட இது சம்பந்தமா ஏதோ பேசியிருக்காரா சார்?
இல்லை, 10 நாள் அவகாசம் சொல்லியிருக்கார். 10 நாள் முடிந்த பின்னால் அனைவரையும் கூட்டு அழைத்து பேசுவார் என்று நினைக்கிறேன்.
சார், நீங்க அவரை போய் சந்திச்சு அவர்
சந்திப்பேன்.
Pramod Madhav joins us on the broadcast to bring us more details. Pramod, a very good afternoon to you. Very firstly, the political atmosphere in Tamil Nadu is heating up with elections, in fact, being next year. But if we look at specifically the AIADMK, there's been a lot of movement. There's been a lot of conversations going around, speculations going around. And finally, we did see Sengottayan, in fact, being sacked from the party. Now we're hearing OPS, in fact, saying that he will come up with a decision, which is not a complete rejection. Just like Sasikala herself was also agreeing with Sengotian, saying that yes, we should be uniting the party, but EPS doesn't seem too keen on this unification. What are we looking at here?
You're absolutely right about the premonition that is happening in the state of Tamil Nadu, especially with the main opposition party, that is AIDMK. As the Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, the General Secretary, has made it very clear that he is not going to give any space for PCV Dinakaran and Sashikala and OPS. And now what has happened is that Sengotian, who's one of these trusted generals, have come forward, and he is turning into a rebel currently, where he claims that he is giving 10 days for EPS to decide about bringing all these leaders together. Very interestingly, he is not calling these leaders as evicted or expelled leaders, but he's calling them as leaders who have left the party, and he wants them to come back. And not just that, he claims that such a unity is required for winning 2026 elections. However, EPS is still steadfast in his decision. That's why we saw that Sengotian has been removed from the party organization secretary, and also West secretary post as well. Amongst this, now OPS has claimed that he's giving full support to all the kind of decisions that Sengotian is trying to take to unify the party. Will that go in favor of EPS? Will EPS decide to agree on that? It's something we need to wait and watch, Riya.
Absolutely, Pramod. Thank you for bringing us all those details. Viewers, we've been keeping a very keen watch on what exactly has been underway within the AIADMK. In fact, as we speak, let us take you through all that has gone down so far. Just a day after the former AIADMK Minister K.S. Sengotian gave a unity call and urged to bring back SAC leader, including K. Sasikala herself, he has been sacked from the party. In fact, it was not just unifying the party with bringing back Sasikala, but he'd also mentioned about OPS in these very requests of his. The move by AIADMK High Command has raked a massive political storm in Tamil Nadu. Now DMK and AIADMK have also ended up locking horns over the action taken. Now, Tamil Nadu Deputy Chief Minister Udayanidhi Stalin, meanwhile, has taken a jibe at EPS and claimed that there were various factions in the AIADMK, and the latest one has been created in the party with Sengotian itself. Udayanidhi has also asked EPS to make efforts to keep his party united. Now, the entire controversy, remember viewers, unfolded after Sengotian had claimed that he was working to ensure a united AIADMK, but it was EPS who did not want Sasikala in the party. Sengotian's remarks, in fact, found support from V.K. Sasikala herself, who was one of the key leaders expelled from the party. In a statement, Sasikala had endorsed Sengotian's call for unity, and this is where it all stands. Now, let's quickly take a look at some of these reactions that's come in so far.
வெளியே சென்றவர்களுக்கு சென்றவள் வேண்டுகோளை அதைத்தான் வைக்கிறார். நான் ஒன்றே உங்களிடத்தை சொல்ல விரும்புகிறேன். அவர் வைக்கின்ற வேண்டுகோள் எந்த கண்டிஷனும் இல்லை. எங்களை ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்களோடு இணைந்து பணியாற்றுகிறேன். நாட்டு மக்கள் நலன் கருதி, தொண்டர் நலன் கருதி நாங்கள் எந்த தியாகத்தையும் செய்ய தயாராக இருக்கிறோம் என்று பல்வேறு மேடையிலும் கடிதங்கள் மூலமாகவும் அவர் நமக்கு கொடுத்து கொண்டே இருக்கிறார்.
The decision of our General Secretary is final and binding on all of us. And we all abide by his decision, and we all completely and wholeheartedly support his decision. The actions of EPS, our General Secretary, resembles like how our leader Poruchi Televi Amma used to act at times. That's what now everybody is talking inside the party. EPS is the reincarnation of our leader Amma. No individual is bigger than the party. Party is driven by his ideology and principles, and everyone in the party are equal. Nobody is above the rank, nobody is below the rank.
Our next story is from the neighbouring state of Kerala. Kollam in Kerala is now the centre of a political flashpoint. A case was filed against RSS and BJP workers over a floral carpet that featured the RSS flag and Operation Sindur written outside the Parthasarathi temple in Kollam. Now, the incident drew a sharp response from Kerala BJP chief Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Floral carpet laid out at a temple in Kerala's Kollam district sparked controversy after 27 RSS activists were booked for this. While temple authorities claimed that the laying down of a carpet allegedly violated a High Court order, BJP said it was done to honour Operation Operation Sindur. The carpet had an inspection of RSS flag and Operation Sindur. Cops even argued that there had previously been frequent clashes over flag installations near temples during festivals. The incident drew a sharp response from Kerala BJP chief Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who said the registration of the FIR against the workers was shameful and seditious. BJP also said that FIR by Kerala police was also an insult to the Pahalgam victims. These are the latest that we're bringing to you in terms of what has gone down, and here's a reaction on the same. Let's listen in.
Now, Sindur operation is something that every Indian is proud of. It is, if it's been displayed in a rangoli in a temple, how does it defy your secular laws? It is about the feelings of an Indian. What does rangoli symbolize? The fact of the matter, during Onam, the king who reigned over Kerala comes back to visit his subjects, and he realizes that there is peace, harmony, and that is the ritual that is involved. And if Sindur, Operation Sindur is highlighted, I don't know why the left government and the Congress government and the India Alliance is trying to create a rift and create police Raj. I don't blame the police. Police is under pressure.
Well, so the BJP's perspective is that Operation Sindur is one that every Indian is proud of. So that is the very perspective with which the BJP ended up making this very rangoli, the floral carpet that was laid out right near the temple. And they have also cried foul that there is a certain sense of political conspiracy that might have been involved with booking the 27 RSS activists. So these are the claims that's coming in from the BJP at this given point. They've questioned the arrests that have been made, and in fact the BJP chief in Kerala, Rajiv Chandrasekhar himself, has come out to say that it's a seditious act at this given point. So yes, there's a lot that has been developing in Kollam itself. There's a political flashpoint that's come to occur with this very floral carpet that we are showing to you on your screens, which had Operation Sindur and also featured the RSS flag. Now, shifting our focus quickly to the international arena, Russian scientists make mRNA cancer vaccine. This is the breaking news that we are in fact bringing to you. Russia's Enteromix cancer vaccine is now ready for clinical use. The vaccine has shown results in shrinking tumors. This may in fact be a breakthrough at this given point, viewers, that we're bringing to you. A vaccine that has shown results at this given point in the experimental stage and is now ready for clinical use. It is Russia's Enteromix cancer vaccine, which is now ready, and the scientists have made an mRNA cancer vaccine. This is a big breaking that we're bringing to you, especially from the health sector. It is ready for clinical trials is what we are picking up at this given point. It's a big breaking that we're bringing to you, wherein the vaccine is supposed to be effective in brain, skin and rectal cancers. These are the three cancers that will in fact be looking at, or rather that is in fact looking at a possible breakthrough at this point. And we know skin cancer is one that has been extremely common among the other three, amongst brain and rectal. Skin cancer is extremely common. So if this vaccine indeed ends up turning out to work like it is supposed to, wherein the experimental results have shown that it's shrinking tumors and now it's ready for clinical use, then indeed it might end up being a medical miracle at this given point for humankind. This is a big breakthrough, viewers, that we're bringing to you, wherein the mRNA cancer vaccine has in fact been brought in. We'll quickly in fact try and bring you more details. The Russian Enteromix cancer vaccine is ready for the clinical use. It is Federal Medical and Biological Agency that has come in to announce this very launch. And the FMBD head, Veronika Skovotsova, said that mRNA-based vaccine had in fact successfully passed the preclinical trials, demonstrating that it's safe and highly effective. Now, the vaccine has shown significant results, as we were just telling you, in shrinking tumors. That is where it comes into play in the very cure to the cancer. And it slows down the growth of the tumors, and it has also been found to be safe for repeated use. That is also quite important, a point that we are in fact bringing to you here. And importantly, the vaccine shall be customized for each patient, tailored to their individual RNA. This is what has been said by the FMBD with regards to the very vaccine. Now, viewers, we're shifting our focus back to the domestic arena. This is a story that has come in from the Jammu and Kashmir Valley. 2 days after a mob vandalized a renovation plaque bearing the national emblem at the Hazratbal shrine in Jammu and Kashmir, the Srinagar cops have now accessed the CCTV footage and have detained 26 people in connection with the vandalism. The mob, armed with stones, defiled the national emblem on a plaque placed outside the main prayer room following the Friday prayers. Meanwhile, politics over the incident continues. The BJP has alleged that the incident was pre-planned and, in fact, has even come out to label it as an act of terrorism. Now, it has escalated its attack on the NC and the PDP, alleging that their leaders' statements reflect a nefarious mindset. BJP has also sought an apology from Mehbooba Mufti and Chief Minister Omar Abdullah himself, because earlier, remember, Mehbooba Mufti defended the vandals and demanded action against those who installed the emblem at Hazratbal. Even Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister echoed a similar tone, saying that there was no need to install an emblem at the shrine. Even Kashmir Grand Mufti Nasir ul Islam echoed the same stance. Let's listen into the reaction that's come into the very story.
ये हम इन दोनों नेताओं से साफ और इंडी गठबंधन के सारे दलों से साफ और स्पष्ट जवाब चाहते हैं कि भारत की पहचान के प्रतीक, भारत के सम्मान के प्रतीक, भारत के इस निशान पर हुए ऐसे आक्रमण के बचाव का जो प्रयास हुआ है, इस पर आपको देश से माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
हज़रतबल दरगाह हो या और भी तमाम जो धार्मिक स्थल होते हैं, उनके अपने व्यवस्था होती है, उनके अपने जो भी सिस्टम होता है, उनका सबको सम्मान करना चाहिए। और ये मैं मानता हूँ कि देखिए, ना पत्थरबाजी का मैं समर्थक हूँ और ना ही जो है वो कोई किसी राजनीतिक लाभ के लिए पत्थर कोई गाड़ दे वहाँ पर, उसका भी मैं पक्षधर हूँ।
Now, there have been various political voices that have been backing the vandals. Let's quickly take a look at some of these as we speak.
उस पत्थर पे एम्बलम लगना चाहिए था या नहीं लगना चाहिए था, पहले तो वो सवाल बनता है। मैंने अभी तक किसी भी मजहबी दायरे में, किसी भी फंक्शन में इस तरह का एम्बलम का इस्तेमाल होते हुए नहीं देखा है। तो क्या मजबूरी बनी थी कि हज़रतबल के इस प्रोग्राम, इस पत्थर पे एक तो एम्बलम इस्तेमाल, और फिर पत्थर लगाने की क्या ज़रूरत थी ना? क्या काम काफ़ी नहीं था? दरगाह हज़रतबल को ये सूरत जो है, ये शक्ल शेर कश्मीर शेख मोहम्मद अब्दुल्ला ने दिया था। मुझे तो बताइए ना, कहीं पे उन्होंने ऐसा पत्थर लगाया? आज भी लोग उनके काम को याद करते हैं, इस बात के बावजूद कि उन्होंने वहाँ अपने नाम का कोई पत्थर नहीं लगाया। पत्थर लगाने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं थी। अगर काम सही होता तो लोग खुद ब खुद उस काम को पहचान लेते।
उसके खिलाफ एक्शन होना चाहिए। जो अवकाफ के जिन्होंने ये लगाया, जिन्होंने किया, जो ये एक फैला रहे हैं कि इन्होंने जी मुल्क का जो एम्बलम है उसको तोड़ने की कोशिश की, मुल्क के एम्बलम को तोड़ने की कोशिश नहीं की, बल्कि हमारे मज़हब में बुत परस्ती का जो के खिलाफ हमारा मज़हब है, तो वो उसके खिलाफ लोग थे कि ये क्यों लगा वहाँ पर। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये कहना कि भाई इनको पब्लिक सेफ्टी एक्ट के अंदर बंद करना चाहिए, टेररिस्ट हैं, मैं तो कहती हूँ उनके खिलाफ एक्शन होना चाहिए सेक्शन 295A के अंडर, बिकॉज दिस इज़ ब्लास्फेमी फॉर अस।
आसार शरीफ हज़रतबल की अहमियत और हसासियत के पेश नज़र क्या मोहतात रहने की ज़रूरत न थी, जबकि नेशनल एम्बलम के बगैर भी काम चल सकता था। वक्फ के मुंतज़मीन और मौजूदा उलमा, अइम्मा हज़रात आसार शरीफ हजरतबल के ने मुसलमानों की जज्बाती वाबस्तगी से मुकम्मल तौर पर वाकिफ होने के बावजूद फितना व फसाद से बचने की तदाबीर इख्तियार नहीं की, जबकि वो जानते थे कि नेशनल एम्बलम के नस्ब किए जाने के बाद नताइज किस कदर खतरनाक होंगे।
So these are some of the voices that we hear, both in expressing concern with regards to the emblem being installed in this very first place, and that too at a shrine. Some even coming out to question it, including the Chief Minister himself, while the opposition, the BJP, has come out to say that at the end of the day, it is a matter of national sentiment, and which is why such vandalism, once this vandalism has taken place, there needs to be proper action, and there needs to be a apology that needs to be issued by all the political leaders who have come out to, in fact, voice support, maybe indirectly, but nonetheless support for those who have vandalized this, questioning why the emblem was put there in the first place. So these are the latest details that we're all bringing to you on this very story so far. Now we bring to you more breaking news. This is Congress slamming Prime Minister Modi's foreign policy. Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge has said GST reforms due to Trump threat. Kharge has questioned Modi's SCO trip to China, claims arbitrary foreign policy moves. So these are some of the comments that have come in from Mallikarjun Kharge at this given point. We'll even listen in to what exactly has he had to say about the SCO trip, the GST reforms, and the foreign policy of Prime Minister Modi's cabinet at this given point.
हम देश के लिए एक हैं, इसमें कोई शक नहीं, और इसका मतलब ये नहीं हम लोग तुमको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं तो मनमाने करना, ये इसको हम नहीं मानते। और दूसरे तरफ अब रसिया ये पहले से हमारे साथ थे, और हमारा पॉलिसी क्या है, नॉन अलाइंड पॉलिसी है। पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी के वक्त से लेकर आज तक हमने नॉन अलाइंड पॉलिसी अपनाई थी। इन्होंने आकर ट्रम्प मेरा दोस्त है, फिर एक बार ट्रम्प ऐसी चीज़ें बोलकर देश में और दुनिया में एक वातावरण खराब कर दिया।
Viewers, this is what has been said by the Congress. This is yet another dig that's being taken by Congress with regards to Prime Minister Modi and his government and their foreign policies. We have Rahul Gautam joining us on the broadcast to in fact put this into further context. Rahul, very good afternoon to you. These are some of the points that's been made by Mallikarjun Kharge that we just heard. Most importantly out of there is he has quoted Jawaharlal Nehru's non-alignment policy, saying that this government has completely forgotten about non-alignment being India's stance. How are we looking at this, given that India in the recent years has always been an active voice of peace and diplomacy at every global platform?
Well, as far as Congress is concerned, they are the biggest critic of, the way the foreign policy is being handled by the Modi government in past few years. We have seen how Congress party, Rahul Gandhi, has accused Narendra Modi of succumbing to the pressure of a US president, how Congress had gone, very aggressive on this issue, that how a ceasefire was brokered between India and Pakistan, as it was claimed by Donald Trump at his behest. So as far as Congress is concerned, they are saying that that the foreign policy is absolutely not up to the pace as which we are seeing the new global order emerging. In fact, by quoting Jawaharlal Nehru, obviously Mr. Kharge is invoking the legacy of former Prime Minister and trying to compare the current suspension with the previous one, and saying that on one hand you have Jawaharlal Nehru, who was the biggest advocate of non-alignment movement, and then you have the current regime who is doing flip-flops. One day you were supporting China, the other day you're supporting US. So clearly, as far as Congress is concerned, they're trying to create this narrative. The government is not still sure
Right.
Whether it wants to go to with the US or with China, and that shows a confusion at the higher end.
Yes, Rahul, you very rightfully pointed that out, that the Congress still remains to be one of the biggest critiques of the government at this given point, especially when it comes to the foreign policy. Viewers, that's all that we have for you at this moment on this very news. And right now we are shifting our focus to another crucial piece of information that we're picking up. This is 3 powerful aftershocks that's shaken the eastern Afghanistan region in a span of just 12 hours on Friday itself. About 2,200 people died in the quakes in just 4 days, around 3,600 injured in the magnitude 6 earthquake that flattened entire villages. And several of these countries, including Russia, China, Japan, Turkmenistan and Bangladesh, have provided cash and non-cash aid to the Islamic Emirate to support those affected by the disaster. Now, bringing the world exclusive, India Today is the only channel which has in fact reached to the epicenter of this earthquake, of the Afghanistan earthquake. Take a look at this report as we bring you all that's happening right from where it is undergoing right now.
ये जो आप सर, ये नीचे साइड गाड़ियाँ देख रहे हैं आप, ये सारे ज़िलज़िले के लपेट में आए हुए हैं। अभी भी लोग यहाँ पे ज़ख्मी रेस्क्यू हो रहे हैं। तकरीबन वो जो गांव आप सामने देख रहे हैं, वो गांव मुकम्मल वीरान पड़ा हुआ है। तो बस हम भी यहाँ तक आए हैं, लेकिन इससे आगे हमको शायद इजाज़त ना दे। वो जो गाड़ियाँ खड़े हुए हैं वहाँ पे, वहाँ तक हमको इजाज़त देंगे मुजाहिदीन, तो उसके बाद हमें कोई इजाज़त आगे जाने का नहीं है। इंशाल्लाह हम कोशिश करेंगे आगे भी जाएं, एरिया कवर करें, लेकिन जिधर तक हो सकता है हम आपको सब दिखा रहे हैं। हेलीकॉप्टर्स आ रहे हैं यहाँ पे रेस्क्यू, क्योंकि यहाँ पे ज़मीनी रास्ता बहुत ज़्यादा सख्त है, बहुत ज़्यादा। यहाँ पे ज़मीनी आना तकरीबन नामुमकिन है। ये जहाज़ जो आप देख रहे हैं, ये सारे ज़ख्मियों को और डेड बॉडी को यहाँ से रेस्क्यू कर रहे हैं। यहाँ पे इन गाड़ियों के बगैर, ये जो हमारे कैमरामैन के पीछे से, इन गाड़ियों के बगैर यहाँ पे कोई गाड़ियाँ भी नहीं चल सकती। तो हम देखते हैं हम कहाँ तक जा सकते हैं, आप लोगों को दिखाएं ये सब एरिया। आप देख रहे हैं पहाड़ों में कैसे पत्थर सब एक दूसरे से जुदा हुए हैं और टूट रहे हैं आपस से। ये देखिए, ये बड़े पत्थर पहाड़ों से आके गिरे हुए हैं। ज़िलज़िलों के बहुत ज़्यादा, ये पत्थर देखे कहाँ से आया हुआ है, कहाँ पे रुका हुआ है।
31 अगस्त को इस दशक का सबसे बड़ा भूकंप अफगानिस्तान में आया, जिसमें 2,500 के करीब लोग मारे गए हैं और सैकड़ों लोग घायल हैं। 31 अगस्त के बाद भी लगातार अफगानिस्तान के कंदहार प्रांत, जो कि जलालाबाद के पास आता है, वहाँ पर आफ्टर शॉक्स जारी हैं। उनसे भी जो कमज़ोर घर पड़े थे, जिनमें दरारें पड़ी थी, वो गिर रहे हैं। ये काफ़ी दूर दराज इलाका अफगानिस्तान का है और यहाँ पर साधन पहुँचाने में भी प्रशासन को, अफगानिस्तान की सरकार को काफ़ी दिक्कतें आ रही हैं। भारत सरकार ने पहले ही भूकंप पीड़ितों के लिए मदद की घोषणा भी की है और मदद की भी है, और आने वाले दिनों में भारत सरकार की तरफ से चिकित्सा की टीमें और रेस्क्यू टीमें जो है वो अफगानिस्तान भेजी जा रही हैं। उस बीच आज तक दुनिया का मात्र पहला ऐसा चैनल है जो उस भूकंप पीड़ित इलाके के एपिसेंटर के पास पहुंचा और वहां पर हालात का जायजा लिया। कंधार से डॉक्टर फारूक के साथ अशरफ वानी, श्रीनगर, आज तक।
And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of the Bulletin. But do stay tuned to India Today as we keep coming back with all the latest updates and the top stories of the day right here. Thank you for watching. This is Riya Kundu.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
मंगलदीप दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
All eyes on you.
How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. PM Modi to visit flood-hit areas in Punjab, meet farmers. Delhi faces flood risk. Yamuna flows above danger mark. Sabalenka wins second US Open. Anisimova's dream ends.
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club, your ultimate destination for all things entertainment, and I am Sriya Kundu. And today, we're starting off on a bit of a horror note. Well, The Conjuring returns for a haunting farewell with Last Ride starring Patrick Wilson and Vera Farmiga as Ed and Lorraine Warren. The film follows a possessed mirror case tied to their past. Take a look at the special report curated by my colleague Alice to know more.
There's something horrible happening in my house.
Now, the first film dropped in the year 2013, which was titled The Conjuring, and it was the movie that started it all. Meet real-life paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren, played by Patrick Wilson and Vera Farmiga, as they tackle a haunting at the Perron family farmhouse, which was one of their most famous cases.
John, wake up. What's that? Next door, I heard a scream.
Stay here. Go check it out.
John? Is everything all right? Oh my God, you're covered in blood.
Go back inside. It's not mine. It's not. Go back inside and call
2014, the second movie Annabelle, which directly jumped to 1967 California, where a young couple spiraled into horror after acquiring the possessed doll. This film directly sets up the Warrens' first encounter with Annabelle in the next movie.
How did that get in there? I swear I threw it out.
Things must have got mixed up. There, she fits right in.
2016, Conjuring 2 traveled to 1977 London as the Warrens investigate the infamous Enfield poltergeist case. This film also expands on the demon Valak's backstory, tying together the Nun films with the Conjuring series. Chronologically next was the 2017's Annabelle creation, and is also marked as the origin story of the cursed doll Annabelle. Set in the 1950s, it follows a grieving doll maker who opens his home to the orphans, only to unleash an ancient evil that takes possession of the doll. The Nun revolved around the 1952 Romania and followed Father Burke and Sister Irene as they investigate a nun's mysterious suicide and come face to face with the terrifying demon Valak.
Hello.
Everything you see.
Set in 1972, just after the first Conjuring, the 2019 Annabelle Comes Home brought the terror closer to the Warrens' home. When Annabelle awakens other cursed artifacts in their occult museum, their young daughter Judy faces a night of sheer horror.
You keep it all locked away in a room.
The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It was released in the year 2021, revolving around the Warrens' most shocking case yet. They faced a murder trial where the defendant claims demonic possession as his defense.
Not an adversary to be taken lightly.
With Alice, Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Hollywood is rolling out the red carpet for the grand comeback of its OG blockbusters. From horror and parody to high fashion and superhero epics. 2026 will see the return of some of the industry's most bankable titles. Take a look.
There was an idea.
Hollywood is gearing up for what many are calling the year of OG's return, with studios betting big on familiar franchises and return of OGs to dominate the global box office. From horror and parody to high fashion and superhero epics, 2026 will see the return of some of the industry's most bankable titles.
A mysterious crop circle appeared in local farmer Tom Logan's cornfield.
Scary Movie 6. At the top of the list is Scary Movie 6, a revival of the cult parody series that skewed horror films and pop culture with unapologetic satire.
Oh my God, he's dead!
They're just too stupid to follow them.
We have to call the police.
No way! I ain't going to jail!
The original cast is coming back. Anna Faris's Cindy and Regina Hall's Brenda are making a long-awaited return to their iconic roles after skipping the fifth installment in 2013.
My family wants to interview the most ignorant person they can find.
Oh, geez! First cops, now this!
And whatever you do, Jen.
Scary movie. In this house, a secret is buried.
With over $896 million in combined earnings across its previous installments, the franchise remains one of the most successful spoofs in Hollywood. Expectations are high that the sixth film will lean into both horror nostalgia and the meme-driven humor of today.
She's on her way. Tell everyone.
Devil Wears Prada 2. Equally buzzworthy is the announcement of The Devil Wears Prada 2. Nearly 2 decades after Meryl Streep's icy Miranda Priestly and Anne Hathaway's wide-eyed Andy Sachs left audiences spellbound, fans are finally getting a continuation.
Sorry, Miranda.
With fashion evolving into the era of Instagram and TikTok, a Prada sequel could perfectly capture the industry's modern cutthroat edge while revisiting one of cinema's most iconic duos.
No, I'm so sorry, Miranda. I actually did confirm last night.
Your incompetence do not interest me.
This is a mistake. I shouldn't be here. I want you to meet me right here after class, okay, son?
Scream 7. Horror fans, meanwhile, have another Scream to look forward to with Scream 7.
Don't you know history repeats itself?
The enduring slasher saga continues to reinvent itself with every era. And with the last film grossing over $169 million globally, Ghostface's return promises a mix of nostalgia and fresh terror.
You got a problem here, guy?
The film also marks Neve Campbell's, Sydney and Courtney Cox's Gale's return to the franchise.
New mask.
Avengers Doomsday. And then there's Marvel's crown jewel, Avengers Doomsday. With budgets reportedly soaring past $300 million, the film is positioned as the studio's next major tentpole event since Endgame.
I saw all these people die.
It's expected to unite old and new heroes in a multiverse-shaking spectacle, easily making it one of the most anticipated global releases of the decade. If rumors are to be believed, The film will feature an Avengers vs. X-Men conflict, thereby setting up the X-Men's official entry into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. With Bhavna Agarwal, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
She's not just breaking records, she's setting new rules of the game. Taylor Swift's upcoming album, The Life of a Showgirl, has already made a history on Spotify even before release, proving once again why the world calls her the undisputed queen of pop. Take a look at this report by my colleague Pranjali Sethi. Stop everything, because Queen Taylor Swift has done it again. Taylor Swift's new album has broken a Spotify record before it has even been released. The pop icon's upcoming release became the most pre-saved album countdown page in Spotify history.
I was supposed to be sent away, but they forgot to come and get me. I was a functioning alcoholic too.
Interestingly, the previous record was also held by the singer for her 2024 album, The Tortured Poets Department.
This to say, I hope you're okay, but you're the reason. And no one here's to blame. But what about your quiet treason? And for a foreign...
This achievement marks yet another milestone in Swift's long-standing dominance on Spotify. Over the years, she has shattered numerous streaming records, including becoming the platform's most streamed artist of 2024 with more than 26.6 billion global streams. Unversed, Swift announced The Life of a Showgirl on August 12th, just 8 months after wrapping her blockbuster Eras tour.
You're the king, baby, I'm your queen. Find out what you want, be that girl for a month. Wait, the worst is yet to come.
The surprise reveal came during an appearance on New Heights, the podcast hosted by her boyfriend, Travis Kelce, and his brother, Jason Kelce, where she shared the album's title in a teaser clip posted to the show's social media accounts ahead of the full episode's release.
The title track, The Life of a Showgirl, featuring Sabrina Carpenter.
Sabrina Carpenter! That's awesome.
So that's
Look
that.
At this.
Yeah, and so
That's
then
Showgirl.
we got...
The Life of a Showgirl, Swift's 12th studio album, is set to arrive on October 3rd and will feature 12 new tracks produced by Max Martin and Shell Back. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. One of Dharma Productions' most recognizable projects, Student of the Year, is set to make its way back to the screens, this time as a high-gloss series adaptation. More than a decade later, the story is being reimagined for a new generation of audiences in the digital space. Let's dive into this report to know more.
As the lead of the series. The young star will reportedly take on a double role, adding both intrigue and complexity to the narrative. This project also holds personal significance for Shania, as it was initially set to be her debut vehicle before Dharma shifted plans. The casting for the male lead and several other characters are still underway. Meanwhile, Shania made her debut this year with Aankhon Ki Gustaakhiyan alongside Vikrant Massey.
ये अगला मैगी पॉइंट कब आएगा?
ऐसे बंदे को जहान कहते हैं।
Sabah Shergill.
वैसे तुम ये गांधारी बन के क्यों घूम रही हो?
ऑल द बेस्ट जान।
पागलपन क्या है मैडम, जो लोगों को ना समझ आए?
Despite the poor box office run, Shania received mixed reactions for her performance in the movie.
Really sorry, मुझे नहीं पता ये कैसे अपने आप खुल गया ये।
चाहूँ तो आंखें खोल सकते हो।
तुम बहाने ढूंढ रही हो ना मेरे पास आने के?
ओ प्लीज, लड़कियों में हमें बहाने नहीं लगते। If we want it, we get it.
The franchise, which was first launched in 2012 with Alia Bhatt, Varun Dhawan and Siddharth Malhotra, quickly became a blockbuster for its youthful energy, drama and campus glamour.
You know it, so sing it. Now throw your hands up and say.
While also marking the Bollywood debuts of its lead trio, who are today counted among the industry's top stars.
Kundra's iconic Bastion Bandra has closed its doors after 9 years amid 60 crore rupee fraud allegations. But it's not the end, let us tell you. The Bandra spot will now transform into Amakai, a South Indian restaurant. Dive deeper to know more.
Got the people saying,
There's no closing door, only the start of something extraordinary.
At the top.
Actor and entrepreneur Shilpa Shetty's premium seafood restaurant has announced the closure of her Mumbai hotspot, Bastion Bandra, with many top Bollywood stars visiting their favorite eatery and paparazzi waiting outside to catch a glimpse of them. The announcement comes even as Shetty and her husband Raj Kundra face a 60 crore fraud allegation by a businessman Deepak Kothari. He has accused the couple of misusing funds originally intended for business expansion nearly 7 to 8 years ago. In fact, their lawyer Prashant Patil has also dismissed the claims, stating all allegations are false. As people started pouring out their love for Bastion Bandra after it was announced that the restaurant would soon be closing its services, Shilpa Shetty took to her social media handle, promising that the iconic restaurant would not be closing down. Additionally, Shilpa also mentioned how she has been receiving thousands of calls and can feel how much people love Bastion.
No, I'm not shutting down Bastion. I promise. Yeah, okay, bye. Guys, 4,450 call. But एक बात पता है, I can feel the love for Bastion. But इस love को toxic मत बनाओ यार. I've literally just come to say that Bastion is going nowhere. Can't wait to step into Bastion's new era. And please, no more phone calls. Bye. मेरा diet गया है ये diet. शेफ क्या कर रहे हो आप? बर्बाद कर रहे हो मुझे. क्या है ये? One crack, एक crack cookie है मेरी जिंदगी में already.
Co-owned by Shilpa Shetty and Ranjit Bindra, Bastion first opened its doors in 2016 and later relocated to a larger space in Bandra in 2023. Known for its seafood-centric menu, contemporary multi-level interiors, and A-list clientele, the restaurant quickly became one of Mumbai's most popular dining destinations. Shilpa Shetty is also known for her business ventures. After tying the knot with businessman Raj Kundra, Shilpa Shetty has invested in numerous ventures. The couple also formerly owned the IPL team, the Rajasthan Royals. Now, talking about her acting career, Shilpa has taken a step back from the acting world, making very rare appearances in films.
आड़े टेढ़े बुड्ढे देखने के लिए इतना सच के आए हो?
तू तो चलेगी वहाँ ऐश करने, यहाँ पे हम दोनों का बैंड बज रहा है.
Her last film, Sukhi, released in 2023, and now she is reportedly working on the upcoming Kannada movie, KD, The Devil. For the unversed, when stars are not lighting up the silver screen, many Bollywood celebrities are busy building empires off camera. Owning a restaurant is not only a business decision, but a passion project that blends food and creativity. Celebrity interior designer Gauri Khan owns a beautiful restaurant called Tori in Bandra. Virat Kohli's 1-8 commune has been making rounds because of its subtle ambience and delectable food. Also, Sunil Shetty was one of the very first celebrities to delve into the hospitality sector, owning a restaurant and a bar called H2O in Mumbai. Malaika Arora is a co-owner of her newly opened Scarlet House, which is a retro bar she launched with her son Arhan Khan. Karan Johar, on the other hand, owns Numa, and Kangna Ranaut has a restaurant in the mountains named The Mountain Story. With Alice, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Well, that's all we could pack in our broadcast today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. on India Today for your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, Sriya Kundu, signing off for today. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
From overnight global queues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
वो अरविंद केजरीवाल जिन्हें पंजाब के पंजाबियों ने भरपूर समर्थन दिया था।
उनको वहां रहकर उनकी मदद करनी चाहिए थी, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल गुजरात के ऊपर है। जब तक दिल्ली की सत्ता में रहे तो दिल्ली के लोगों के सुख दुख से कोई लेना देना नहीं था। दिल्ली से बेदखल हुए तो पंजाब में जाके डेरा जमा लिया, और आज जब पंजाब पे मुसीबत आई है, उनके मुख्यमंत्री अस्वस्थ हैं, बीमार हैं, उस समय उस नेशनल, अपने आप को नेशनल लीडर कहने वाले केजरीवाल को पंजाब के साथ खड़ा होना चाहिए था, लेकिन भागकर, फितरत है उनकी भागना, भागकर गुजरात चले गए।
और जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अब लगने लगा है कि वो जीत नहीं सकते, तो वो वोट चोरी करके अब जीतने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
And the root cause of the problem is that the United States is not the most powerful country in the world. Is the game plan Mr. Trump often engages in. He's hot, he's cold. One day he loves you, one day he hates you. He's trying to say to Russia and India, China's bad, they're evil. I don't think that Mr. Modi or Mr. Putin are going to buy that argument.
If only pictures could speak. This is a picture that has reshaped how America looks at India and the world right now in terms of a changing world order. The SEO summit has rattled Washington, D.C., and Donald Trump, in his social media post, spoke about or wrote about that very same SEO summit where Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin and Narendra Modi were seen together talking, discussing, engaging. To discuss how this entire SEO summit impacts America and how America's reactions impact the world, is America's foreign policy unraveling? To discuss all this and more, I'm being joined by Rick Sanchez, a veteran American journalist, has traveled the world, has interviewed many people and is now based out of Russia. Thank you so much for joining us over here, Rick. Let me begin with this very important event, that's the SEO summit. But what do you think of the reaction that's coming in from Washington, D.C.? We'll discuss that first and then talk about the SEO summit. Donald Trump has tweeted, and it's quite telling. He actually is quite unhappy, saying that the Russian leadership and the Indian leadership are moving to this dark China.
Well, it's not surprising. In fact, this is the game plan Mr. Trump often engages in. He's hot, he's cold. One day he loves you, one day he hates you. He is finding ways, though, to make people react in two ways, I think, around the world. Number one is confusion. And if you're a real businessman or woman, you would know that the last thing you ever want to do to a market is confuse it. There has to be consistency of messaging. And the messaging that's coming out of these days from the United States is so incredibly confusing that it leaves people wondering whether they should act on it or just ignore it. And what most people are choosing to do is usually ignore it. From a business standpoint. From a geopolitical standpoint, what that causes is for people to look to other places. And that's what we saw happening with the Shanghai summit. By the way, I should mention the other thing that obviously with Mr. Trump's messaging that happens is, countries are like people. We all have feelings, right? And when you feel insulted, you don't exactly want to pick up the phone and call that person. Maybe that's why Mr. Modi reportedly ignored 4 of Mr. Trump's phone calls, because other suitors are now saying to Mr. Modi, look, don't feel bad that the United States doesn't want to be your friend. We'll be your friend. China's literally saying to India, if you can look at things, from on the world stage this way, like, look, we'll be your friend. We'll be your business partners. We'll buy your products. We'll share rare earth minerals with you. We'll exchange flights. We'll solve the problem in the Himalayan border. Let's just get together and we'll do for each other what you were hoping the United States would do for you that you no longer trust the United States will do. It's almost as simple as that, isn't it, Geeta?
Right. Rick, absolutely he's rattled. The countries are coming together, but how close are they going to come? We do know that Russia and India share unmatched relationships, almost enviable. But when it comes to India and China, it becomes a little different. Having said that, let's first focus on the double speak of Washington, D.C. here, Rick. Let's talk about what we're looking at when it comes to Donald Trump and the fact that it's okay for President Donald Trump to go and meet President Putin. It's also okay for DC to engage Beijing for trade talks. And they probably could be concluding a trade deal, maybe even before an Indo-US trade deal. And it's also okay for President Trump then to invite President Xi Jinping for a summit-level meeting. But it's not okay for Modi to be meeting the very same leaders. Double speak, isn't it?
It's almost funny, isn't it? I can do it, but you can't do it. It makes absolutely no sense. I think you mentioned at the beginning when you were introducing the topic, you mentioned the word jealousy, and it almost comes across that way. I think for Mr. Trump, things are often very personal, and he thinks that only he should be able to have these types of relationships, and only he should be able to choose where those relationships go. But can I share something with you from a personal standpoint? I was thinking about yesterday. I was on a plane yesterday on Aeroflot, no less, a Russian airline coming back from Beijing to Moscow, and I started thinking about this. What a shame that the United States is self-isolating. Think about that word, self-isolating. Here is, arguably one of the greatest countries in the world in so many ways. Great people, great system, a great constitution, and some great leaders in the past, and still some great leaders. And as a result of that, the world, including your country, have for many years wanted to be close to the United States. They've reached out. We want to be a part of your world. We want to be a part of it. So did Russia. So what I saw, and when I was in China, I saw the same thing. China has tried to embrace the United States in so many ways. And Russia, by far, tried to embrace the United States in so many ways. Just go to Moscow. You hear Russian music in the malls. You see children are taught English in the schools. A lot of things that they do here in Russia to embrace the United States. And but now, because of the self-isolation, because of the way the United States, through the Biden years and now through the Trump years, has kicked in the teeth the Russians and now the Indians and obviously the Chinese with the tariffs, those countries are saying, you know what? On Aeroflot Airlines, we used to play American movies. No more. I was like angry because as an American citizen, I wanted to watch an American movie. There was not a lot of American movies. There was not a lot anything on the menu that was American. You go to stores and you're not seeing American products.
Right.
There's this thing happening in the world. Sure, you and I are paid to figure it out from a large geopolitical macro level, how countries behave, but it goes beyond countries. It goes to culture, and it goes to the fact that people in these parts of the world are now going to look to each other. People in India will now fly on vacation to go to different parts of China that they maybe wouldn't have in the past.
Well, people now will start looking at China, Rick, and I'm saying this because every time there have been problems between India and China, and I say China is still important, I'd get brickbats. I'd be told that I'm anti-national. Oh, you don't know the real world, and I'd keep saying, look, wait and watch. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. You certainly can't put it in the American basket. But can I tell you one thing? I'm going to steal your line and title this interview, America's Self-Isolation. What a way of putting things, how America's policy is actually unraveling. Now, let me ask you, is Trump's America's foreign policy, or America's foreign policy now unraveling because of Trump?
Yeah, of course. And what's worse is some of the things that we were just talking about. And by the way, you're right. And I've spoken to a lot of my Indian colleagues who have told me the same thing. And don't count your chickens before they're hatched. The China-India relationship is better, but there's still some hurdles to overcome. And I understand that. And there's going to be hurdles to overcome in many different geopolitical spheres and relationships. But this is the door is being opened. Whether either side walks in is another question, but the door is being opened, and the person who's holding the door open is Donald Trump. Donald Trump is literally telling Russia, we don't want to be your friends. Go be friends with China. You want a friend? Go talk to China. He's telling Modi, you want a friend? Go talk to Xi. You know, I mean, it's remarkable to me that they don't understand. If you just measure the metrics, the GDP growth, standing armies, population size, I could go on and on and on. The list is vast. And if you do this, measurement, and if you look at these metrics, what you find out is these countries that are coming together at this summit that I was covering for the last 5 or 6 days and have just returned from are potentially by coming together much more powerful than the G7 is, and much more powerful than any union of Western countries, including Washington. And if Mr. Trump, or worse, the people who are in Mr. Trump's ear, you know, the military contractors and the people who make money from aggression, who love when we're in an aggressive stance with any of these countries, don't see that. They're either stupid or they're simply cynical and don't want to see it because they fear that if Mr. Trump finds out about that, he might not be as aggressive, and all those people are not going to be able to make money off of the Ukraines of the world and other conflicts that we've engaged in simply because we wanted to make money and not because they did anything at all for the people of the United States. In fact, I would argue that any of these conflicts that we've been in for the past 20 years have done nothing but lessen the condition of the American public. And I can say the same thing for the British and the French and the Germans.
Rick, the photographs that were sprayed across various networks across the world were clearly calibrated. They were calculated. The leaders knew what they were doing. They wanted to be seen together, having a conversation, engaging, but having Russia in the room for India is essential. It began in Kazan after the Galwan clashes between India and China. The thaw really began with Putin looking at Xi Jinping and Narendra Modi and bringing them together. There was a conversation, kind of a thought that began there, and it now has culminated or moved forward in Tianjin in China. But do you think this grouping can really deliver when you have Chinese forces sitting on Indian territory?
Well,
that's always the question.
Yeah, no, and I understand. And it's a very sensitive point. But look, you obviously know more about this than I do because this is a conflict that you have covered for many, many years. And the only point that I would make, and I think it's an important point, is right now, as I see it, India seems to have a bigger conflict with the United States than it does with China. I mean, at the present time. And I also can say this with full confidence. It seems to me that all the signs and all the signals that are coming out between China and India right now are very positive. So sometimes you have to look at things not based on where they've been, but where they are right now. And given this scenario right now, we're looking at a situation where these two countries are coming together, perhaps like, you know, maybe they haven't in a long time. And what that leads to is the potential that they're going to be able to get along, or at least, you know, the handshake could turn into an embrace.
I'll zoom out and go to Russia and Ukraine. But before that, just one more question, Rick. You know, you see how, and you know that there is potential there, but you see SCO versus BRICS, where you do not have Pakistan, and then there is SCO where you have Pakistan, and everything really falls apart. For India, that is important to not have maybe Pakistan in the room. And if India is not there to fight the real fight with Russia and China, then there's no use at all. So when you want these three countries to come together, the Pakistan factor always remains. And for China, Pakistan is a non-negotiable.
They were there. They were there at the SCO, and I don't know. Did you notice? I tried to pay attention to it. I didn't notice what the body language was between the two leaders, Modi and the leader of Pakistan.
Well, nothing. They did not even look at each other, because you can't have a terror state or a terror attack from a state that sponsors terrorism and then go and shake hands or smile at that very same leader from that country. You lose votes in India. I mean, Prime Minister Modi would have, if he would have gone ahead and shook hands with Shehbaz Sharif. So that was not to happen. But then he had some great meetings with the Russians and the Chinese. That's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif after Prime Minister Modi left. Exactly, and that they were there at the military parade as well. So why I'm saying this is, SCO could be a problem. BRICS may be a better forum where you have Russia, India and China, and Pakistan is not in the room. Every time Pakistan is in the room, it becomes a problem for India, Rick.
But I think the thing about SCO, which I was impressed with, was that Erdogan and Fico are literally making moves to go in, which makes it which makes it a real problem for the EU and for NATO. When you have these European leaders who are knocking on the door and saying, "Look, I'm interested in getting a membership to your club. What's it cost to join?" And then they're criticizing their old club. Did you hear the things that Fico said about the EU and about the European mindset? That's very deliberative. That's almost a real change in what the politics are of that region. So, who do you let in and what do they do and how exclusive do you make the club are questions that they're going to have to come up with. I agree with you. At this point, BRICS is the stronger of all the organizations that bring together the Global South community, or as we have changed its name to, the global majority community, because that's what it looked like when I was watching this thing unfold and when I was in Beijing and Shanghai.
Absolutely. Now let's talk about the Russia-Ukraine war. The India-Pakistan issue was certainly, like, Trump is very upset that India is not crediting him for the ceasefire. But do you think he can really make a difference when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine war? Do you think the red lines will stay for Russia and yet Ukraine will be coming to the talking table to negotiate?
The Russia-Ukraine war is so simple. I mean, the Russians have basically said, this thing can be over tomorrow. We'll stop tomorrow. Here's what we want. Here's our cards on the table. Ukraine has to be a sovereign, independent, neutral country. It cannot belong to NATO. In other words, it can't be run by the Germans or the French and the Americans and the UK. Okay, that's number one. Two, you can't have troops there. You can't have your soldiers in a country that's a buffer for our country, because you could literally shoot a missile into Moscow and kill millions of Muscovites, right? So you can't have troops there, and you got to get all your military hardware out of there. And three, we're going to keep whatever we already got. By the way, those 4 oblasts that we have, say the Russians, those people, they go to Russian churches, they speak Russian, they live in the Russian culture, and they want to be Russian. So that's it. You give us those things, it's over tomorrow. Zelensky doesn't want to agree to any of those things, it seems to me, because if Zelensky agrees to those things, he's out. Mr. Putin is enjoying 85% approval ratings in Russia. Mr. Zelensky barely is getting 42. That means if he does have elections, there's a good chance he's not going to win. If he settles this war, they're also probably not going to be happy with him. And there's some very strong oligarchical types in his country, which most people believe are kind of running his government in many ways. So he's in a bit of a pickle, Mr. Zelensky. I think in many ways it's safe to say Mr. Zelensky is one of the big reasons that this thing can't get settled. And of course, his benefactors, the Europeans, are not wanting him to settle, because they want this war to go on indefinitely, because they just despise Russia. They hate Russia. They hate the Russians. They always have, and they always will. And as long as they're concerned, as long as they can keep Russia in a war, they're happy. And I'm not sure that's a very smart play, but they're going to continue that play. That's how it seems to me.
But should they settle with the areas of Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea remaining with Russia? Would that mean end game for Zelensky?
I think so. I think if they settle, the good news is the war's over the next day, practically. I'm being facetious, of course, but yeah, we'd be pretty close to it. And it would be bad news for Zelensky. If they don't settle, the Russians are going to keep going, and who knows? Bye-bye Odessa. Bye-bye more areas that are, west of the Dnipro River. I mean, it's almost like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. That's why I think Mr. Trump is right to try to push for some kind of finality here, but he can't get his European friends to go along with it. They're fighting him every step of the way. And by the way, so are the American oligarchs, which are the millionaires and billionaires who run the big, weapons manufacturing companies in the United States, who want the war to continue because every time a plane falls, they get to make another plane. It's that simple.
Right. Rick, explain to us how this really works. We've seen past presidents of the United States of America take a very harsh position when it comes to Russia. But Trump has been different. He's handled things very differently, how he really wanted to engage Russia, especially President Putin. Do you see a future where maybe this president will be able to change the way US engages Russia, how Washington engages Moscow, or will the deep state be at work and ensure that that doesn't happen? Because despite and in spite of that, the two leaders did meet.
I don't know if Mr. Trump's going to be able to do this. Here's my insight. I have a couple of dear friends in the American media. Obviously, Tucker Carlson and I talk a lot. I remember I was talking to Tucker not long ago, and he said something that stayed with me because he knows them both better than I do. He said, JD is really tough, and he gets it. Mr. Trump, not so much. I think the American vice president has a better plan and a better picture and probably has more stamina and more backbone. He can't display it now because it would be, I guess, wrong of him to do that. And you don't want to backbite your employer. But I think JD and a JD administration would probably be more toward an openness with Russia than obviously a Rubio administration, or even to some regard, this Trump administration. I think he could take it even a bit further. I think Trump tends to succumb to whoever is last in his ear, and the people who are in his ear right now are the neocons, no question. They're the Lindsey Grahams of the world, Lady Lindsey, as we call her. I mean him. They're the people who are talking to Mr. Trump and telling him what to do. And unfortunately, they're also business people, and they talk business sense. And I don't know, my judgment, my take, what I'm seeing develop with Mr. Trump is that despite all his promises to end all the wars, and despite all his promises to be a peacemaker, and despite all his promises to forge a new and different world, it's all been bullcrap. It's the same world. In fact, in some ways, it's maybe even more dangerous and less friendly.
Wow. Rick, you're really giving me a lot of insight now. I'll have to start really reading Marco Rubio and JD Vance and what they're doing to see what the future holds for not just America, but also India-US relations, because 50% tariffs, Rick, on India. It is not just normal or not normal. It is absolutely ludicrous to have a country think they can impose 50% tariffs. You can engage, you can have a conversation, but to use tariffs as a weapon, which Trump is doing, what's your reading on that?
My reading is where we started the conversation. It's 50% today. Tomorrow it could be 30. And the next day it could go down to 15. And then it could go back up to 60 or 65. And here's the problem with that. If you're an economist, and most economists will tell you this, the market feeds off of consistency. And you cannot react to tariffs when they change on a weekly basis. And that's unfortunately why I think the Indian market would be foolish to overreact to this 50%, because they should understand, like China understood, and like Brazil understood, and like the EU to a certain extent even understood, that whatever Mr. Trump says today will be different or changed tomorrow based on whoever compliments him.
Well, succumbing would mean investors would have no confidence in India. Look at China. They didn't succumb. Trump had to back off. Of course, the US needs China more than the US would ever need India, but succumbing is certainly not an option here.
So the question is the market big enough in these countries who were at this summit and the BRICS nations to give India enough so that it could live without Donald Trump? And can India make Donald Trump either realize that or at least believe that enough to go back on his 50% tariffs? That's the game that we're playing right now. In some sense, it's a bluff game. And if you play poker, you understand how that hand is played. And in other ways, it's actually a reality game where India has to say to itself, we cannot sit here and be their lapdog. And every time they say sit, we sit, stand, we stand, etc., bark, we bark. No, we have to make this decision. And either it's going to work as A, a bluff, or B, a reality of the way things are going to be done in the future. But India better be damn sure and ready to move in the direction of the BRICS nations for sure if it makes that threat. And I think that's the play that Mr. Modi is playing right now, and that's the reason he didn't take Mr. Trump's phone calls. My take.
All right, I have to let you go, but before you go, there are two very important points I can't not ask you about, because these are conflicts, and there are conflicts happening everywhere. You mentioned Tucker. And Tucker recently spoke about the Israel-Gaza war, and he also spoke about how Epstein had connections with the Israelis, which nobody's allowed to talk about. How do you see this war and the position? It's a different thing to completely look at Hamas as a terrorist organization, not condone the terror attack, but nobody's talking about the fact that that there is a need to look at the larger picture of the war itself, that in Gaza there is an entire plan of the Netanyahu administration for a Gaza takeover and now a takeover of the West Bank.
Well, look, I guess we can't talk about this without talking about the root cause of the problem. And the root cause of the problem is that the United States is not the most powerful country in the world. Israel is the most powerful country in the world. And Israel runs the United States. Israel, remember that lapdog I told you about with the Mr. Modi story I said a little while ago? Where, you know, Mr. Modi's trying to tell Mr. Trump, look, we're not your lapdog, and every time you say bark, we're not going to bark, and every time you say sit, we're not going to sit, and every time you say stand, we're not going to stand. Well, when it comes to the United States-Israel relation, Israel says bark, the United States barks. Israel says, stand, and the United States stands, and same with sitting, I guess. And that's the reality. And anybody who tells you differently is lying. If Mr. Netanyahu decides he's going to go to Congress and give a speech, there's nobody in the United States who could tell him no. If Mr. Netanyahu wants a reporter in the United States fired because he doesn't like what he said about him, that reporter will be fired. And I don't care if he works at the New York Times or CNN or Fox News or wherever. The United States literally runs the United States, Israel runs the United States foreign policy. It's as clear as day. It's the reason we invaded Iraq. It's the reason we were in Afghanistan. It's the reason we did what we did in Syria. It's the reason we're doing what we're doing in Yemen. It's the reason we did what we did in Libya. And it's now the reason that we're backing them 100%, what looks like an extermination or a genocide in Gaza. And that's what American people are seeing. And the people who are seeing it most,
Are
and
the
this is the
people
problem
seeing
for
it?
Mr. Trump.
Rick, are the people seeing
Well, yes,
it?
they are. His base is starting to see it, and certainly the good news for people who see that is the independent media that's talking about it. The Judge Napolitanos, the McGregors, the Tucker Carlsons, the Rick Sanchez, the other American journalists who are outside the mainstream and are telling these stories. And they have I have millions of people who follow me, and I was just talking to, I think, my wife the other day, and I said, you know what's weird, honey? I've got a bigger base now than I did when I was on CNN. How many people watch CNN on a regular day? 25 to 54 key audience is something like 150,000. That's tiny. Tucker Carlson has 5 million people who watch everything he says.
Absolutely.
So in the end, that's kind of what we have to start looking at. And that audience, the MAGA audience, is turning against Mr. Trump because they're saying, you said you were going to be America first. You're not America first. You're Israel first. And that's a problem. And the Epstein, and you're right, Geeta, the Epstein situation underscores that even more. because it goes against transparency, which was the second thing this administration promised it would deliver on. So yeah, your instincts are correct. There's a problem there for the Trump administration on those two counts.
All right. And finally, before I let you go, I'll go back to the first thing we discussed, Rick. That's the Trump post on Truth Social, where he's talking about how India and Russia are moving to the deep, dark China, and he's almost wishing the countries a prosperous future together. But how do you read this? Is this him being a jilted lover, disappointed in India and Russia on that, for that matter? Or is this a threat that he will take action against Russia and India?
Well, if he's trying to play one side against the other, what I would argue is it's too late. That Kissinger doctrine of, you know what we'll do? We'll separate them. We'll make Russia hate China or make China hate Russia. Pick a side, and that way we'll keep one side for us, and we'll be able to establish dominion over the other. Divide and conquer. You know, it's as old as the hills. That will not work anymore because of what's happened over the last year or so with the tariffs and the sanctions and the other castigatory measures that the United States has used. So the United States is in a position now where if Mr. Trump is trying to play that game and he's trying to say to Russia and India, China's bad, they're evil, et cetera, and stay away from them. I don't think that Mr. Modi or Mr. Putin are going to buy that argument because the relationship that have now been established with China is already too far along the road for them to decide to walk it back. And I don't think that Mr. Trump's comment, which is obviously what this is intended to do, is going to make them do that. Not because it may not be true in some way. If you want to argue that there's something wrong with China, you can. It's fine. Everybody can be criticized, obviously. The problem is it doesn't fit with the narrative that Mr. Trump has been arguing in the past. And it goes back to the question you and I have been talking about throughout this. Mr. Trump's problem, the U.S. government's problem right now is a lack of consistency of messaging. And a lack of consistency of messaging is hard to make people act. And I think that's the big problem that they have with something like what Mr. Trump said here. And the question is, will he say the same thing tomorrow or will he come up with a different argument? I'd say a different argument.
Rick Sanchez, thank you so much for speaking with India Today Global. Thank you.
Watching India Today.
Good evening, this is the news track and I'm Maria Shakil. White House trade advisor Peter Navarro has once again provoked India, calling it shameful to see the country aligned with authoritarian dictators like Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping. He claimed India is doing so to secure discounted crude oil from Russia. In a sharp counter, former U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, in fact, accused Donald Trump of jeopardizing long-standing U.S.-India relations to serve his family interests, the business interest of the Trump family in Pakistan. But Trump has fired back, accusing India of maintaining one-sided trade ties, imposing the highest tariffs in the world and blocking American businesses, while continuing to buy most of its oil and weapons from Russia. Remember, all this comes in the wake of a powerful imagery which has captured the global attention that emerged from the SCO. Xi Jinping, Narendra Modi and Vladimir Putin sharing an image of bonhomie. Now, the trade talks. Delhi, of course, is maintaining its stand that it is open, strategic, and at the same time unapologetically independent. India is not choosing sides, but whether Washington is misreading the moment is the question. Tonight on News Track, we are being joined by top geopolitical experts to decode the future of the India-US partnership amidst rising tensions and Trump's tariff threats. And let me go straight to Chicago, where Professor John Mearsheimer joins us. John Mearsheimer is a leading American international relations expert and professor of political science at the University of Chicago. And he has termed the Trump administration's India policy a colossal blunder and asserted that secondary tariffs on India for buying Russian oil won't work. Professor Mearsheimer, President Trump and his trade advisor have accused India for directly supporting Russia's geopolitical ambitions through its oil imports and have gone on to criticize Prime Minister Modi's cooperation with Putin and Xi Jinping at the SCO summit, calling it detrimental to US interests. How do these accusations, in fact, now fit into the ongoing trade talks between the two nations? And is Donald Trump jeopardizing 25-year-old carefully crafted relations between the two democracies, something that former NSA Jake Sullivan spoke about?
Well, I think there's no question that President Trump has done a great deal of damage to U.S.-Indian relations. What's quite paradoxical here is that in his first term as president, he did a lot to improve U.S.-Indian relations. And at the beginning of his second term earlier this year, when Prime Minister Modi visited the White House, it looked like U.S.-Indian relations were just going to get even better. But in recent months, what has happened is that President Trump has taken a number of measures that have basically sabotaged those relations, and the United States and India are at loggerheads today.
And Professor, the SCO summit at Tianjin emphasized enhanced regional security, economic integration, and cooperation as alternatives to Western-led global order. How does India's active participation in the SCO challenge the United States' leverage in trade talks? And to what extent do you see tariffs being used as a coercive tool in this larger strategic rivalry now?
Well, there's no question that tariffs are being used as a coercive tool. The reason that the Trump administration has slapped 50% tariffs on India is in large part due to the fact that the Indians are still trading with the Russians. They're importing Russian oil. And this makes the Trump administration very angry. It's important to understand that the Trump administration has no real leverage against Russia.
Okay.
And because the United States has been supporting Ukraine in that war, it will be a humiliating blow for the United States. And this is to say it'll be a humiliating blow for the Trump administration if Russia wins that war. So what the Trump administration is doing is desperately searching for some sort of instrument to put pressure on the Russians to get the Russians to compromise. And the only instrument they seem to think that they have available at this point in time is putting tariffs on India and getting India to break off its relations with the Russians. In other words, to stop importing Russian oil. But this is not going to work. All it's going to do is worsen relations between the United States and India. And this is certainly not in America's strategic interest. So what the Trump administration is trying to do to rescue the situation in Ukraine by punishing India is going to backfire. We're going to lose in Ukraine anyway. And furthermore, we're going to end up alienating India and pushing India closer to Russia. And we're going to end up pushing India closer to China. This is not in our strategic interest.
Yes.
And this is why what President Trump is doing is a colossal blunder.
Okay. Given the Trump administration's framing of the US-India trade relationship as a totally one-sided disaster. And, you know, Donald Trump himself took to Truth Social to say so. And the subsequent steep tariffs, to what extent do you see this economic conflict reflecting an underlying power struggle consistent with your own thesis that great powers seek to limit peer competitors' rise?
Well, I don't think the United States is interested in preventing the rise of India. In fact, I think the United States has a vested interest in seeing India grow more powerful, just like it has a vested interest in seeing good relations between the United States and India. And this is in large part due to the fact that the United States considers China to be its principal adversary, and it has a deep-seated interest in having a powerful India help to check China's ambitious agenda in Asia. So from a strategic point of view, the United States has a powerful set of incentives to work with India to help make India more powerful. With regard to the economic relations, there's no question, I think most Indians recognize this, that there were economic problems that had to be fixed. And India was going to have to make some concessions. And people were talking about this in the spring and last winter of this year. So people recognize the economic problem that exists, the trade imbalance, for example, certain Indian tariffs that were bothering the Americans. But it looked like the Indians and the Americans were going to be able to work out a deal. Okay. These were not insurmountable problems. What I'm saying is that the economic problems, which were clearly there, were not insurmountable. But what happened is other political considerations got in the way, starting with Trump's claim that he settled the India-Pakistan conflict in the spring of this year, and then the whole issue of sanctions because India was continuing to import Russian oil. So that economic problem that could have been solved has not been solved, but not because of the economic problems per se, but because of subsequent political problems that arose.
Okay, Professor Mearsheimer, considering accusations that the US tariff policy under Trump was influenced by personal and political agendas, and as you said, the ceasefire claims by Donald Trump himself, how should, do you think it's domestic politics in great powers which actually tends to distort or complicate the power struggles and negotiations, especially in the context of what is an evolving situation, an evolving US-India trade deal, and particularly about the strategic relationship as well in the backdrop of the SCO summit?
Well, I actually don't see domestic politics mattering much in terms of US-India relations. I think most Americans have very positive attitudes towards Indians. There are lots of Indians who live in the United States who are on college campuses, and they're highly regarded, highly respected. So I don't see any domestic agenda at play here in the United States. I think one could argue that the economic problems that we discussed before mattered somewhat from a domestic point of view. But again, those problems were surmountable. I think the real problem here has to do with Trump's personality and the fact that he had to brag that he settled the India-Pakistan crisis and that he deserved a Nobel Prize and that he was greatly appreciative of Pakistan for nominating him for a Nobel Prize and hoped that India would do the same. Those sorts of things started to poison the relationship between India and the United States in the spring. And then you have the geopolitical issue of India importing Russian oil, really complicating matters. But I don't see domestic politics as an issue here.
Okay, Professor Mearsheimer, just a couple of more questions here, sir. Do you think that the Trump administration miscalculated India's response, because India so far has chosen not to respond to the belligerence of the United States. There is caution, there is measure in which India has responded.
I think there's no question he miscalculated. It was a huge mistake on his part. He's now created a world in which we, the United States, have pushed the Russians into the arms of the Chinese, and we're now pushing the Indians into the arms of the Chinese. This is not in America's strategic interest. America should have good relations with Russia, in fact, very good relations with Russia, and America should have very good relations with India. The fact that we don't, and the fact that Trump has greatly contributed to this situation, just shows you that he really doesn't know what he's doing.
Okay, is there a window of negotiation open here? Is there a possibility of some kind of resolution of this crisis?
Well, I think it largely depends on the United States and, in particular, President Trump. And the question you have to ask yourself is President Trump going to realize that he's made a huge blunder here? As you pointed out, I think quite correctly, there's no evidence that India is going to back off. And given that India is not going to back off, and it's not in our interest to see Modi, Xi, and Putin all smiling and shaking hands together, one would surmise that Trump is going to reverse direction, and he's going to try to improve relations with India. There have been all sorts of reports here in the United States that President Trump has been trying to call Prime Minister Modi, but he can't get through to Prime Minister Modi. That indicates to me that maybe Trump wants to bury the hatchet, as we say, and restore good relations. I can't say that for certain, but maybe he's trying to do that. I would be surprised if he doesn't try to do that at some point in the near future, because again, it's in our strategic interest. But if he does that, the question then becomes, how will India react? And my sense is that the Indians will not go to great lengths to restore close relations with the United States. I think India now understands that you have to be very careful when you're dealing with the United States, especially when you're dealing with President Trump, and you don't want to get too close to the United States. You don't want to be too dependent on the United States. So my view is that even if President Trump reaches out to Prime Minister Modi, I think Prime Minister Modi, for smart reasons, will keep his distance.
All right, Professor John Mearsheimer, really appreciate your time. Thank you for speaking to India Today.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you. Let's bring in our next newsmaker now. Dr. Mukesh Aghi joins us. Dr. Aghi, there have been several developments, almost a statement a day coming in from the Trump administration, from Donald Trump himself, to his trade advisor, Peter Navarro. When you look at these statements, Dr. Aghi, where is the trade talk really heading? Even when the signal that is coming in from the Commerce Ministry so far is that New Delhi believes that the communication channels are open.
Well, channels are open between the two countries, and both countries are talking to see where to find the common ground. I think Peter Navarro's comment on SCO and his comment on India buying oil from Brahmins is not positive. I think it's important that we maintain certain amount of decorum when you're dealing with two countries. But overall, I believe that the relationship continues to move in the right direction. Yes, there is some rhetoric, but we should learn to ignore that and not react to that because in every aspect, US companies are investing in India. We are seeing the trade going up. We are seeing people-to-people relationship moving along in a positive way. So I would say overall, with all the rhetoric coming in between the two countries, the relationship stands strong in every manner.
Okay, despite Donald Trump's claims of the US being the greatest victim of trade of India in this trade, the US trade deficit with India is $41.5 billion, which is significantly lower than with China or the European Union, Mexico. What drives this rather dramatization of the India-US trade relationship, and how should Indian policy makers and business leaders interpret it?
Well, I think you have to understand that India had a trade surplus with the US for around $40+ billion. And India was committed to buying more energy from the US to bring that trade deficit to even par. And that process was continuing. And suddenly we had through social comments coming from the president, then by Peter Navarro. Does that impact India? Yes, I'm seeing a lot of emotions here, but we are not seeing those emotions in the US arena. The companies are committed with India itself. They're looking at the investment, they're looking at the supply chain in every aspect. So I don't think there is much of an emotional impact we are seeing from the corporate America. But yes, here the media has gone into frenzy and reacting to every comments, every tweet coming in. But overall, I would say that India has reacted in a very, very dignified manner, trying to basically not react to some of the comments being made, keeping its focus down to maintaining the relationship and not dignifying some of the comments being made by people like Peter Navarro. So I think overall, with time, I would say emotions will come down and both sides will sit down and find a viable way to have a win-win value proposition between the two countries.
Okay, then what is the most realistic path for India to protect its sensitive sectors, like agriculture and dairy then?
Well, you have to understand, India was one of the first country to start negotiation with the Trump administration. And they basically were way ahead of everybody else. For whatever reason, the trade deal didn't close. I think it's important to understand that in that deal, what we are seeing is that India was able to protect some of the dairy side, some of the agriculture side, and you have to understand that certain red lines no political leadership can cross, and that is protecting the interest of the farmers. You have a country where almost 50% of the workforce works on the farm and almost 14% of the GDP comes from that. So I think it is important that we have to explain to the negotiator, to the media, to the people in the US, why this is a red line. And it's not like protection, it's just trying to save the jobs and livelihood of the subsistence farmers in India. So I think more communication, both directly and through the media, will help.
And Dr. Aghi, former US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has accused President Donald Trump of jeopardizing America's ties with India to favor his family's business deals in Pakistan. He said, and I'm quoting him, on a bipartisan basis going back decades, the United States has worked to build its relationship with India, the world's largest democracy, a country that we should be aligned with on technology, talent, and economics. And then he goes on to say, etc., etc. Do you see these comments can perhaps do some kind of, or should I say, force rethink in Trump administration?
Well, you have to understand that there were certain breakdown between the relationship between the two countries. One that happened in 1971, and then we had one after 1998. And then since then, President Clinton started the process, went down to President Bush and onward. And so for the last 25 years, both countries have made effort to build a relationship, which is basically aligned geopolitically, economically, technological-wise. We have over 300,000 students studying in America itself. And so in every aspect, the relationship was a win-win partnership. And the sudden, basically, social media messaging from President Trump did have an impact. And then suddenly you have a 25% tariff followed by a second tariff of 25%, it does put pressure on the relationship, especially in India, and also for the American companies, because you have to understand, a lot of American companies are manufacturing components here for their global supply chain. Now they will have to pay 50% a tariff on those goods, and it makes their goods not cost effective. But at the same time, you have garment workers, you have jewelry workers, you have leather workers, and our estimate is that this impacts roughly 5 million jobs in India. So I think it is important that we are able to work and find the right positioning with the Trump administration, so there's a reasonable, acceptable tariff between the two countries, and so we can move forward.
Now, coming to that statement of Modi's war, Dr. Agi, how valid is this criticism in light of similar purchases by many other nations? And what are the implications for US-India bilateral relations then?
Well, I think the comments saying that this is Modi's war is incorrect. This is not India's war. There's no India's dog in this fight between Ukraine and Russia. Yes, with Biden administration, India was in fact coaxed into saying, hey, go buy a certain price point Russian oil. That's going to take the pressure off across the world and price point for the rest of the world itself. So on that basis, India moved ahead and started procuring Russian oil. Yes, China buys much more. When you look at European Union, their purchase of LNG coming in from Russia is in value much more itself. Yes, US has imported basically fertilizer and other aspect of goods from Russia. So I think to basically point the finger at India, I think is not right, incorrect. And it does have an impact on the sentiment and on the relationship. But I think what we have seen is substantial amount of maturity coming out of India, not reacting to those accusations, keeping his head down and trying to find avenues to keep on building the relationship. So I think to summarize, I think it's unfortunate those comments were made and they were inappropriate.
And given the actual numbers for US trade deficits with major partners, China $270 billion, European Union $161 billion, Mexico at $157 billion, etc., why does the US political narrative so frequently then single out India? And what impact do you think it'll have on trade negotiations?
Well, I don't know why India is being picked up, because yes, China, Canada, Mexico, others have a much bigger trade surplus with the US. Yes, US would like to bring that surplus down, and that's the whole objective, is put in tariffs so you can bring the surplus, it's a deficit, US deficit on the trade side further down itself. India gets basically pointed by the trade negotiator, but more from the White House. And I think that's not healthy, because it just kind of leaves a bad taste among the negotiator that if you're talking a trade deal between the two countries and you start throwing in some of the social media, on the Truth Social also, talking about that India is fueling the Russian war, I think that does not help. And it is important that we just basically, as India has done rightly, ignore it, stay focused, and then get the trade deal done.
In terms of timeline, where do we stand in the India-US trade talks? How soon do you think it will materialize?
I think we have to get the temperature down. That's important. We have to get emotions out. And at the same time, see how fast we can move, because you do have workers who are getting impacted. You have folks who are basically would like to keep on maintaining the supply chain between the two countries, both from the India side and both from the US side. I believe that sometime by October, November, We hope things will settle down and the secondary tariff on India is removed and the trade talk continues.
Okay, my last question then, Dr. Agi. Do you think the trade talks will proceed only? Is there a condition, a possible condition that if United States decides to remove that punitive tariff of 25%, which is being called as Russia tariff?
I think it'll be helpful. I think it will send a message that U.S. is serious about trying to make a deal with India, just like with other countries. I think it also basically sends a message that the relationship is not just about tariff fear, or relationship is not just about leveraging India to put pressure on Putin itself. I think the relationship is much broader and deeper, and it's important that we maintain the momentum on building this partnership, both for the near and the long term.
All right, Dr. Mukesh Agi, President and CEO of USISPF, thank you for speaking to India today and giving us clarity on the timeline that India-US are looking at with regards to the trade talks. That's all from me on this edition of the News Track. I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching.
You are watching India Today. Watching India Today.
Good evening and welcome to India Today. I'm Anjali Istwal. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. Prime Minister Modi takes part in BJP MPs' workshop for vice presidential polls. BJP MPs to felicitate Prime Minister Modi for historic GST reforms. Prime Minister to visit Gurdaspur in Punjab on September 9th. Prime Minister to speak to farmers and families affected by floods. Sources say centre may announce relief package for Punjab post PM's visit. "26 people detained in connection with vandalism of a renovation plaque bearing national emblem at Hazratbal Mosque in Srinagar. Chief Minister Umar Abdullah and Mufti defend vandals. BJP seeks apology from them. Under fire over back-to-back election losses, Japan's Prime Minister Ishiba steps down. His resignation throws the ruling Liberal Democratic Party into a leadership battle at a turbulent time. Russian scientists invent mRNA cancer vaccine. Intermix cancer vaccine shows significant results in shrinking tumors. Vaccine to be used for treatment of colorectal cancer, brain cancer and skin cancer. And Sunday treat for stargazers in India and in several parts of the world as they can witness a spectacular celestial event, a total lunar eclipse. Blood moon to begin at around 11 tonight and end at around 12:22 a.m. on September 8th. We begin this bulletin with news coming in about the Namo Run. This is basically a campaign that will be run for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's birthday, which is on 17th of September. And it is believed that 1 million Indians will be running and joining this campaign. And who is going to be the envoy or the ambassador of this campaign? Well, actor and model Milind Soman, known for his fitness, will be the envoy for this run. On September 21st, first event theme, which is supposed to be narcotics-free India, this run will be organized and it will be led by Milind Soman. Let's listen to what Milind Soman said about this run.
Today was the launch of the Namo Run, which is a gift to our Honorable Prime Minister on his birthday, which is on the 17th. The run will happen on the 21st of September, and the idea is to get 1 million Indians to be running on the 21st of September, which I think is something unprecedented. We've never had it happen in India ever, and I don't think it's ever happened in the world. So it's a great event, and the message is very, very important. It is Nasha Mukt Bharat.
And joining us now is India Today's Piyush Mishra. Piyush, do tell us what's going to happen on this event.
Anjali, on 21st of September, what we are learning is that around 10 lakh people are going to participate in various programs. Those are going to be organized across the country under the campaign of Namo Yuva Run. And Milind Soman has been announced as the brand ambassador of this campaign. And through this campaign, the government is trying its best to reach out to people to tell them as to how it is important to be fit. And to remain fit, you need to have daily exercise and run. And this is the message, and the name of the campaign is Namo Yuva Run, in which youths from across the country are going to participate in various programs. So they are going to be held across the country. Remember that to launch this event, there was a program which was planned there at the BJP's national headquarters, in which Union Sports Minister Mansukh Mandavia, BJP MP and senior leader of BJP Tejasvi Surya, along with him other leaders of BJP were present, where Milind Soman was present, and campaign was launched, T-shirt was also launched, and a message has been sent out to the people to take part in Namo Yuva Run in large number. And this is a campaign which through which BJP and various state governments run by BJP and NDA will be reaching out to people to tell them, to request them to take part in this initiative to remain fit. Remember that PM Narendra Modi is also one who has been vouching for people to remain fit, and for that multiple programs have been organized in the last more than 10 years during the rule of NDA. So to promote Fit India campaign, another campaign, Namo Yuva Run, has been launched, and on 21st of September, a large number of people are going to participate in this campaign.
Right. Thank you, Piyush. But do stay on with us. We will be coming back to you shortly. So this is an event which is going to be organized on September 21st, although the birthday of the Prime Minister is on September 17th. But as Milind Soman said, this is supposed to be a gift to him. And now news coming in related to the RSS. Well, RSS has now raised an alert. This is regarding the Bengal infiltration, as they call it. They are saying that there are many people who have infiltrated and are living in West Bengal. They said that this process of infiltration and its impact, they say, is worrying. RSS is saying that this raises security problems for the Hindus that are living in Bengal. They are saying that a huge infiltrator presence has been detected in Bengal. So let's listen in to what the RSS Prachar Pramukh Sunil Ambedkar said during a press conference in Jodhpur.
और विचार लगातार बांग्लादेश की परिस्थिति जब से बदल गई है वर्तमान की घटनाओं के बाद, और उसके बाद उसका एक प्रभाव वहां पर भी आया है। वहां बड़ी संख्या में जो अवैध तरीके से घुसपैठी नागरिक वहां रहते हैं बंगाल में, और उनके द्वारा भी जो उपद्रव किए जा रहे हैं, और उनके तुरंत उसको रोकना अत्यंत आवश्यक है। हिंदुओं की सुरक्षा में बहुत सारी समस्याएं वहां पर आ रही है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के भी बहुत सारे प्रश्न वहां पर आ रहे हैं। तो इसके बारे में भी सबने चिंता व्यक्त की। समाज के ऐसे सभी लोगों के बीच में जाकर काम कर रहे हैं, वनवासी कल्याण आश्रम काम कर रहा है, अलग अलग जितने भी संगठन है वो भी काम कर रहे हैं, और सब लोगों ने ये बात के लिए विचार भी किया है कि लीगल तरीके से कई सारे कंप्लेंट्स भी फाइल की गई है। तो इन सब बातों पर लोगों ने अपने अपने अनुभव और विचार, चिंताएं बताई है, और उनके प्रयास जो चल रहे हैं उसके बारे में अपने आग्रह भी
And joining us now from Jaipur is Dev Ankur Vadhavan. Ankur, do tell us, how has RSS been raising this issue? Because we have seen BJP focusing in certain states on what they say are infiltrator issue. And now in Rajasthan as well, this issue of West Bengal is being raised. Can you throw a little bit more light on this?
Well, clearly, Anjali, even in the past, the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh has raised the issue of religious conversions, mentioning that allegedly several of the groups have been trying to convert Hindus in various parts of the country, especially the members of the tribal community. But to give perspective to this entire thing, it is important to remember that elections are due in West Bengal next year, that is in 2026. And even earlier, the current Chief Minister of West Bengal, that is Mamata Banerjee, and the party she belongs to, that is Trinamool Congress, have been accused by members of the Sangh Parivar, the political outfit, that is the BJP, mentioning that the current dispensation in West Bengal had been turning a blind eye to harassments, atrocities against Hindus, and that there have been attempts of conversion in West Bengal, or rather oppression and atrocities being committed against members of the Hindu community. So given the perspective, given the fact that elections are due in West Bengal next year, this perhaps could be one attempt by the Sangh Parivar to create pressure on the West Bengal dispensation, trying to claim that there have been attempts at converting members of the Hindu community. And this meeting of the RSS, which had been going on in Jodhpur for the past several days, this matter was apparently raised over there, and this is something which Sunil Ambekar, the Rashtriya Prachar Pramukh of the RSS, mentioned during the press conference in Jodhpur. Anjali?
Thank you, Dev, for all those details. So RSS now raising the issue of what they call infiltrators in West Bengal, and they're raising it in Jodhpur. And our news coming in regarding the vice presidential elections. So it seems now a dinner will be hosted by the leader of opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, at the Parliament NXE. Now this will be hosted at 7:30 in the evening tomorrow. This will be for all the India bloc member of parliaments, and the hosting will be done by the leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha, which is Mallikarjun Kharge. Now this is extremely crucial, as this will be an important opposition huddle just ahead of the vice presidential polls, which are to be held on September 9th. So very importantly, both the sides, which is the side of the BJP, the NDA, and the other side, the India bloc, they have both started their attempts at creating a sort of a consensus that they want. But of course, the two presidential candidates going head-to-head on September 9th are leading their campaigns, and in the same attempt, we see now the Rajya Sabha leader of opposition there holding a dinner, which will be hosted tomorrow in the Parliament NXE. Now joining us now is India Today's Rahul Gautam on the phone line. Rahul, how important is this dinner for the vice presidential election preparations?
Well, we all know that how a joint opposition candidate has been put up by India bloc, that's Mr. Sudarshan Reddy, and therefore obviously the opposition parties would try to come together, would try to push their numbers also further, so that they create an impression that all is not well as far as ruling dispensation is concerned. We all know that how Mr. Reddy has been going on capital after capital. He's trying to garner more and more support. In fact, he also made an appeal to many non-NDA, non-India bloc parties to come and support him, and therefore keeping in view for better floor management and for strategizing the entire poll, Mallikarjun Kharge will be hosting all the India MPs, including from Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha, which comes to around 300. And obviously, he would be asking them not just to support Mr. Reddy, but also to garner more and more support when the secret ballot will be taking place. So clearly, and also I must tell our viewers that before this dinner. It is expected that the floor leaders of all the India bloc parties are also going to likely to meet Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, wherein they're going to shape the strategy for the polling day. So clearly, as far as opposition is concerned, you can say that it is all set for the vice presidential polls, and obviously they would try to extend their numbers, or would try to increase their numbers so that they could create an impression that government is on a shaky ground.
All right. Thank you very much, Rahul, for all those details. So a dinner hosted by the Leader of Opposition of Rajya Sabha tomorrow. And now news from Jammu and Kashmir. Now an emblem politics that was happening in Jammu and Kashmir is now escalating. BJP has now managed to connect that issue with the Bihar polls. We tell you how. Look at these visuals that you see. These are from Hazratbal shrine, where a mob had vandalized the emblem, the national emblem, the Ashoka Chakra. And BJP has now gone all guns blazing for this at Rahul Gandhi. BJP has said that this emblem desecration is an insult to Bihar. Also, BJP is saying that this is an insult to Ashoka, and this is why it's an insult to Bihar. So BJP is now saying that repercussions of this will be felt by the Congress and whom they call Shahzada, which is Rahul Gandhi. They are saying that repercussions will be felt in the Bihar elections when the people poll. They're saying Biharis will show Rahul Gandhi his real identity. So let's listen into what Sambit Patra is saying about this emblem desecration.
श्रीनगर के हजरतबल में जिस प्रकार से अशोक चिन्ह जो कि सम्राट अशोक ने अशोक स्तंभ में स्थापित किया था, उसे तोड़ा गया, और कुछ नेताओं का यह भी कहना है कि क्या आवश्यकता थी वहां अशोक चिन्ह का होना। उसे जिस प्रकार से तोड़ा गया है, ये न केवल देश का अपमान है, यह अशोक सम्राट और स्वाभाविक रूप से अशोक सम्राट और बिहार, उनका जो मिलान है, प्रत्येक बिहारी का ये अपमान है कि आप अशोक चिन्ह को तोड़ेंगे।
Well, so this entire issue is from Jammu and Kashmir, where the Hazratbal shrine saw an unveiling of a plaque which had the Ashoka emblem on it. Well, the Ashok Chakra is our national emblem, and it was there on the Hazratbal shrine plaque. This happened after a renovation was undertaken in this holy shrine. Now, the local leaders there, Umar Abdullah and Mehbooba Mufti, raised the issue as well. They said that what was the need of putting the national emblem on a religious shrines board, and that had later on led to vandalism that was reported, and 25 people were detained. But now BJP has linked this to Bihar polls as well, saying that Biharis will show Rahul Gandhi the reality. For more on this, I'm joined by India Today's Piyush Mishra. Piyush, now a shrine in Jammu and Kashmir has entered the politics of Bihar as well. Do explain how.
बहुत कम ऑडियो, okay? Can you?
Yes, Piyush, I'm asking that a shrine which is there in Jammu and Kashmir and desecration of the emblem, the national emblem, that controversy has entered the Bihar politics. How? Do explain to us.
Well, Anjali, there's a lot of controversy taking place on this, where a BJP spokesperson Sambit Patra has now come out, where he's now saying that the kind of desecration which has taken place with the national emblem has been attacked there in Jammu and Kashmir. Sambit Patra is saying that this emblem has a history of Samrat Ashoka, and Samrat Ashoka hails from the state of Bihar. So it is an insult to not only the people of India, but especially to the people of Bihar, and that's what the BJP is now saying. BJP has also said that it is not the first time that the Asmita of Bihar has been attacked, but before also the mother of PM Narendra Modi was abused in Bihar. Congress tried to compare Bihar with BD, which comes under the same product, and now after the attack which has taken place on national emblem, the BJP is raising this entire matter and attacking the opposition on this entire controversy. We'll have to wait and watch how Congress and RJD are going to react on this big allegation coming in from BJP.
Right. Do tell us, we're going to come back to you, Piyush. Let me just tell our viewers what this issue really is. Well, this issue is related to Hazratbal Shrine, where renovations were undertaken recently and then a plaque was unveiled. And as you see on your screens, on that plaque was the Ashok Chakra, the national emblem of our country. And that was vandalized. And when that was vandalized, there were the local leaders of the local parties who said that what was the reason to put the national emblem onto a shrine, a religious shrine. But now this entire controversy has taken the political center stage in Bihar as well. And now we have news coming in from Tamil Nadu. It seems that DMK is attacking Vijay's party now. Remember, Vijay recently held a huge conference, a rally, which saw huge crowds coming in. And now DMK, the ruling party, is targeting him. They're saying that those who attend Vijay's conference, his rally, are actually kids. They're children. They don't even have a vote. They are 10 to 12-year-olds, and they are the ones backing Vijay, raising the pertinent issue as to this fandom is going to translate into votes or not for Vijay is the big question that many have been asking. And now DMK is saying that Vijay is not like MGR. What he intends to do is bring in a revolution in the Tamil Nadu party, in the Tamil Nadu party politics, but that is not going to happen. So let's listen to what has been said about Vijay by the leaders of DMK.
அதனால் அவரெல்லாம் ஒன்றும் வந்து பண்ண முடியாது. எம்ஜிஆர் வந்து 30 வருஷம் திமுகவில் இருந்தவர். அதனால் வந்து அவர் வந்து அரசியல் நடத்தினார். அதனால் வெற்றி பெற்றார். இப்போ யாரும் வந்து சும்மா திடீர்னு வந்து அரசியல்னா விஜயகாந்த் 25 லட்சம் பேர் மாநாடு நடத்தினார். 15 லட்சம் பேர் மாநாடு நடத்தினார். அதெல்லாம் ஒரு பெரிய காரியம் கிடையாது. அதெல்லாம் சின்ன பையன் ஓட்டு போட தெரியாதவன் 10 வயசு 12 வயசு 13 வயசு சினிமா பார்க்குற வயசில் போவாங்க. அதெல்லாம் நம்ம கண்டுக்கிற கூடாது. ஆகவே எங்களை பொறுத்த மட்டும் ஆக்கப்பூர்வமான பணிகள் சென்னையை பொறுத்த மட்டும் நம்ம இந்திய சென்னையா பேருக்கு எத்தனையோ கட்டடங்கள் எவ்வளோ செய்ய முடியல, எவ்வளோ பஸ் ஸ்டாண்டுகள் எவ்வளோ வளர்ச்சி அடைஞ்சு. நானும் இந்த ஊர் காலேஜ் தான் படித்தேன். அப்போ இருந்து இன்றைக்கி சென்னை பாரு இன்றைக்கி 3 மடங்கு ஜனத்தொகை கூடி இருக்குது. 44 லட்சம் இருந்தாங்க, இன்றைக்கி 1 கோடி 30 லட்சம் இருக்காங்க. பாரதியார் காலத்தில் 30 கோடி சொன்னால் இந்தியாவில் இப்போ 143 கோடி இருக்குமே. 6 கோடி பேர் எம்ஜிஆர் காலத்துலேருந்து இப்போ தலைவர் கலைஞர் காலத்து.
And now moving on to news from Karnataka. There is news coming in regarding Prajwal Revanna, who is a former member of parliament and a rape convict. He's serving a life term for rape accusations. He has now been given a new job in the jail. He is going to serve as clerk of the jail library. Well, he's a former member of parliament from the Hassan region, and he will be getting a salary for this as well. Joining us now is Sagay Raj. Sagay, we all know that this is the norm in the jails, that any convict who's capable of doing something is given some productive and constructive job to do. This is also a way of reforming them. So do tell us, what will be Prajwal Revanna's primary occupation there?
No, he will be a library clerk at the prison, where a former MP, Prajwal Revanna, who is accused of rape in Hassan district, has been serving inside the prison, and now he will be a library clerk, where he'll be giving or issuing books to fellow inmates and maintaining records of borrowing. And he is entitled for a salary of rupees 522 rupees per day for his work. And in the prison rules, life convicts are required to perform some form of labor, and accordingly he has been assigned to do the job of library clerk.
Okay, the job of the library clerk for the former MP, and the salary is quite decent, we must say, for a jail job. That's about 522 rupees per day for every day that he works. Do tell us, Sagai, thank you very much for giving us those details. So we have this news coming in of Prajwal Revana now, constructively contributing to the jail authorities and doing a job that he's been assigned as a library clerk. Well, that's all we have for you in this bulletin. It's time for a short break now. On the other side, news and updates continue.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
All eyes on you.
How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. Assam government announces rupees 5 crore aid for flood victims. Jharkhand Naxal leader Amit Hansda killed in encounter, weapons recovered. Year's final lunar eclipse tonight from 9 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. Temples closed.
You are watching India Today.
The journey accelerates. AIDMK General Secretary, the tireless Edapadi K. Palaniswamy, is now deep into the fourth and crucial phase of his monumental Payanam, a revolutionary journey connecting with the true heroes of Tamil Nadu. This journey of rise is currently powering through the heartlands of Madurai, Theni, Dindigul, Coimbatore and Tirupur, covering 35 assembly constituencies. Having already charted an astounding 7,000 plus kilometers and directly engaging over 52 lakh people, EPS's mission remains unwavering to listen, to learn and to champion the cause of every Tamilian. From farmers to fishermen, his 150 plus consultations have woven a tapestry of public trust.
ஒரு சாதாரண கிராமத்தில் பிறந்தவன். பெரிய அடையாளம் எல்லாம் எங்களுக்கு கிடையாது. அடையாளம் என்று சொன்னால் உழைப்பு, சேவை, விசுவாசம், இதுதான் எங்களுக்கு அடையாளம். மற்றவர்களைப் போல இன்றைக்கு பல்வேறு திரைப்படங்களிலே நடித்து அந்த திரைப்படத்தின் மூலமாக வருமானத்தை பெற்று அவர் ஓய்வு பெறுகின்ற காலகட்டத்திலே அரசியல் தொடங்கிய நிலை கிடையாது. இளைஞர் பருவத்திலே பொன்மனச்செம்மல் புரட்சித் தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆரால் ஈர்க்கப்பட்டு.
But this phase has a sharp focus on the backbone of our society, our workers and our youth. He is standing with the jasmine farmers of Madurai, the resilient cloth traders of Tirupur, the innovative chocolate makers of Kodaikanal, and the mighty Jallikattu warriors.
சில பேர் எண்ணுகிறார்கள் ஏதோ மக்கள் மிகப்பெரிய செல்வாக்கதை பெற்றை போலவும் இந்த நாட்டிற்கு உழைத்ததை போலவும் இனி அவர்கள் வந்துதான் இந்த நாட்டை காப்பாற்றுவதை போலவும் இன்றைக்கு சில அடுக்கு மொழியால் பேசி வருகிறார். யார் என்று உங்களுக்கு புரிந்து கொள்ளும் என்று நான் கருதுகிறேன். நான் உங்கள் முன் பேசுகிறேன் என்று சொன்னால் என்னுடைய அரசியல் வாழ்க்கை 51 ஆண்டு காலம். 1974 என்னுடைய சிற்றூரிலே கிளைக்கழக செயலாளராக பொறுப்பேற்றேன். இன்றைக்கு பொன்மனச்செம்மல் புரட்சித் தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர் என்ற மாமனிதால் ஈர்க்கப்பட்டேன். அதிலிருந்து படிப்படியாக உயர்ந்து உங்கள் முன் வந்து நிற்கின்றேன். இது உழைப்பால் நான் உங்கள் முன் நிற்கின்றேன். சில பேர் உழைப்பையே கொடுக்காம பலனை எதிர்பார்க்கிறாங்க. ஆனால் அது நிலைக்காது. ஏனென்று சொன்னால் உழைக்கின்ற உழைப்பு, அந்த உழைப்பு எப்பொழுதும் நிலைக்கும், நிரந்தரம்.
Most significantly, he is turning his attention to the core of Tamil Nadu's future, education and employment. In this segment, we delve into EPS's powerful vision from transforming government schools with smart classes to expanding university access and bridging the gap between degree and employment. This is more than a journey. It is a blueprint for a resurgent Tamil Nadu, led by a man on the move for the people.
மக்களை காப்போம், தமிழகத்தை மீட்போம். தமிழகத்தை மக்களை தமிழகத்தை
In his Payanam, former Chief Minister E.K. Palaniswamy is not only meeting people, but also raising one of the most vital issues for the state's future, education and the well-being of students.
அந்த கல்விக்கு வித்திட்டவர்கள் பொன்மனச்சம்பல் புரட்சி தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர், இதே புரட்சி தலைவர் அம்மா. அந்த இருவரும் தலைவருடைய ஆட்சி காலத்தில் தான் நிறைய கல்லூரிகள் தமிழகத்தில் திறக்கப்பட்டன. எண்ணி பாருங்க, புரட்சி தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர் காலத்திலும் புதிய புதிய கல்லூரிகள் திறக்கப்பட்டன. இதே புரட்சி தலைவி அம்மா 2011 2021 வரை 10 ஆண்டு அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சியில் நிறைய கல்லூரிகளை நாங்கள் திறந்திருக்கின்றோம்.
Education has always been at the heart of AIDMK's governance. During its earlier tenures, the party introduced several pioneering schemes that transformed school education in Tamil Nadu. From the midday meal scheme that ensured no child goes hungry in classrooms, to the free distribution of laptops, bicycles and textbooks, AIDMK governments created opportunities for every child to learn and grow. Palaniswamy's administration carried this legacy forward with smart classrooms and improved infrastructure in government schools.
பள்ளியில படிக்கின்ற குழந்தைகளுக்கு காலணி, சீருடை, விலையில்லா புத்தகம், நோட்டு, கொண்டு போறதுக்கு பைய, பள்ளிக்கு போறதுக்கு சைக்கிள், அறிவுபூர்வமான கல்வி கிடைக்க லேப்டாப் எல்லாம் கொடுத்து அதிமுக ஆட்சி. திறமையான மாணவரை உருவாக்குவதற்காக நாம் லேப்டாப் கொடுத்தோம். அது கூட அரசியல் காழ்ப்புணர்ச்சியின் காரணமாக இன்றைய முதலமைச்சர் ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் அந்த லேப்டாப் திட்டத்தை நிறுத்தி இருக்கிறாங்க. இந்த லேப்டாப் தமிழகத்தில் 52,35,000 மாணவ மாணவிக்கு லேப்டாப் கொடுத்துருக்கோம். இதற்காக அதிமுக அரசு 7,300 கோடி நிதி ஒதுக்கீடு செய்யப்பட்டது. ஆக தனியார் பள்ளியில் படிக்கின்ற மாணவனுக்கு இணையா அரசு பள்ளியில் படிக்கின்ற மாணவர்களும் திறமையான மாணவர்களாக உருவாக்குவதற்கு அம்மா கொண்டு வந்த திட்டம் 10 ஆண்டுல இந்த திட்டம் 52,35,000 மாணவ மாணவரை கொடுத்து அவருடைய வாழ்க்கையை ஏற்றம் எடுத்து அவர் வாழ்க்கைக்கு ஒளியேற்றிய அரசாங்கம் அதிமுக அரசு. அதை இன்னைக்கு நிறுத்தி இருக்கிறாங்க திரு ஸ்டாலின் அரசாங்கம். மீண்டும் அதிமுக ஆட்சி மலர்ந்தவுடனே நிறுத்தப்பட்ட லேப்டாப் நம்முடைய மாணவர்களுக்கு வழங்கப்படும்.
EPS's Payanam speeches underline his commitment to ensure that no child in Tamil Nadu is left behind due to financial or social barriers. His vision for the future includes further upgrading government schools with digital tools, enhancing teacher training, and ensuring skill-based learning that makes children ready for a competitive world. As he interacts with parents, teachers, and young students in his Payanam, one message is clear. AIDMK under EPS wants to make quality education a right, not a privilege. His roadmap aims to nurture the next generation of innovators, scientists, and leaders, starting from the school level itself. Beyond schools, Palaniswamy has consistently emphasized the importance of higher education. During his tenure as Chief Minister, new universities, colleges and polytechnic institutions were established, expanding access to advanced studies even in smaller towns and rural districts. Initiatives were taken to improve research facilities, strengthen engineering and medical education, and provide scholarships for students from economically weaker sections.
அதிமுக ஆட்சி 10 ஆண்டுல 67 கலை மற்றும் அறிவியல் கல்லூரி கொடுத்திருக்கிறோம். 67 கலை மற்றும் அறிவியல் கல்லூரி. எந்த ஆட்சியிலும் இவ்வளவு அரசு கலை மற்றும் அறிவியல் கல்லூரி திறந்த வரலாறு கிடையாது. அந்த வரலாற்றையும் அதிமுக அரசு தான் பெற்றது. 21 பாலிடெக்னிக் கல்லூரி, அதையும் அதிமுக ஆட்சியுடைய சாதனை. அதேபோல பொறியியல் கல்லூரி 5, வேளாண்மை கல்லூரி 4, கால்நடை மருத்துவக் கல்லூரி ஆராய்ச்சி நிலையம் 5, ஐடி கல்லூரி, பிஎட் கல்லூரி, இப்படி ஏராளமான கல்லூரிகளை திறந்து இந்தியாவிலேயே பட்டப்படிப்பு படிக்கக்கூடிய முதல் மாநிலம் தமிழ்நாடு. வரலாற்று சாதனை.
EPS's government also encouraged women's higher education by expanding hostels and ensuring safer campuses. Recognizing the global opportunities available, he supported programs that aligned with industry demands, thereby bridging the gap between learning and employability. Now, in the 4th phase of his Payanam, EPS is again listening to the aspiration of students and the concerns of their parents. His future vision is to make Tamil Nadu a hub for higher learning, with world-class universities, advanced research centers, and more government support for first-generation learners. Importantly, EPS has also raised his voice for MBBS aspirants and the issues surrounding the NEET examination. He has stressed that the system has caused difficulties for many Tamil Nadu students who come from rural and underprivileged backgrounds. As part of his agenda, he promises to continue pressing for reforms that will protect the interests of the state student.
நீட் தேர்வு திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் என்ன குறிப்பிட்டது? திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் ஆட்சிக்கு வந்தவுடன் முதல் கையெழுத்து நீட் தேர்வு ரத்து செய்யப்படும் என்று. செஞ்சாங்களா? பொய்யான அறிக்கை தானே. திரு உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் அவர் சென்றடமெல்லாம் தேர்தல் நேரத்தில் சென்றடமெல்லாம் பரப்புரையிலே குறிப்பிட்டார், திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் அந்த நீட் தேர்வை ரத்து செய்வதற்கு ரகசியம் இருப்பதாக சொன்னார். இதுவரை இந்த ரகசியத்தை வெளியிட்டதாக தெரியவில்லை. அண்மையிலே நடந்த சட்டப்பேரவை விவாதத்திலே முதலமைச்சர் தெளிவுபடுத்திவிட்டார், நீட் தேர்வு எங்களால் ஒன்றும் செய்ய முடியாது என்று கையை விரித்து விட்டார். நீதிமன்றத்திலே வழக்கு இருக்கின்றது, அதனால் எங்களால் ஒன்றும் செய்ய முடியாது என்று நீட் தேர்வுக்கு விளக்கம் கொடுத்து விட்டார். இதைத்தான் நாங்களும் குறிப்பிட்டோம். உச்ச நீதிமன்றத்திலே வழக்கு, அந்த வழக்கின் தீர்ப்பின் அடிப்படையில் நீட் தேர்வு அமுல்படுத்த முடியாத ஒரு சூழ்நிலை, அதைத்தான் நாங்களும் சொன்னோம். ஆனா பொய்யை திருப்பி சொல்லி.
With education forming the backbone of his higher comeback pitch, Palaniswamy is positioning AIDMK as the party that not only talks about development but also invests in the future, the youth of Tamil Nadu. At every stop, EPS reaches out to the youth, underlining that employment is at the heart of his vision. According to the Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, CMIE, as early as 2024, Tamil Nadu's unemployment rate stood at 5.2%, higher than the national average. During past AIDMK governments, Tamil Nadu witnessed remarkable strides in job creation. Industrial corridors, automobile hubs, IT parks, and special economic zones were established, bringing lakhs of jobs for engineers, graduates, and skilled workers. Employment schemes under AIDMK were New Entrepreneur Cum Enterprise Development Scheme, NEETS, Amma Skill Training and Employment Scheme, Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation, TNSDC Strengthening, Special Economic Zones Push, MSME Sector Promotion, ICT Academy Partnership. Moreover, schemes like Amma Unagavam not only ensured affordable food but also created thousands of jobs at the grassroots. The Amma Unagavam scheme directly employed 12 to 16 women from self-help groups in each canteen. Now in the fourth phase of his Payanam, EPS is setting a new tone. He promises an employment-driven revival of Tamil Nadu's economy. His roadmap includes new MSME clusters, stronger industrial partnerships, and a renewed focus on startups and entrepreneurship. EPS has also assured that every district will have dedicated job facilitation centers, bridging the gap between employers and job seekers.
அதேபோல படித்த இளைஞருக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பு உருவாக்க வேண்டும். அந்த அடிப்படையில் இதயம் புரட்சி தலைவி அம்மா அவர்கள் தமிழகத்துடைய முதலமைச்சராக 2017 பொறுப்பேற்றவுடன் நம்முடைய இளைஞர்களுக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பை பெறுகின்ற விதமாக 2015ஆம் ஆண்டு உலக முதலீட்டாளர் மாநாட்டை சென்னையிலே நடத்தினார்கள். அந்த சென்னையிலே உலக முதலீட்டாளர் மாநாட்டிலே 2,42,000 கோடி தொழில் முதலீட்டு ஈர்க்கப்பட்டு 98 புரிந்துணர்வு ஒப்பந்தங்கள் போடப்பட்டன. 98 தொழிற்சாலைகள் வருவதற்கு அம்மா வித்திட்டார்கள். அதில் பெரும்பாலான தொழிற்சாலைகள் உற்பத்தியை தொடங்கிவிட்டன. பல ஆயிரக்கணக்கான நம்முடைய இளைஞர்கள் வேலைவாய்ப்பை பெற்றார்கள். அதே வழியில் வந்து அம்மாவுடைய அரசு 2019 ஜனவரி மாதம் தொழில் முதலீட்டு மாநாட்டை நடத்தினோம். 3,05,000 கோடி தொழில் முதலீட்டு ஈர்த்தோம். 304 புரிந்துணர்வு ஒப்பந்தங்கள் போட்டோம். அந்த பணிகள் எல்லாம் இப்பொழுது நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றன. அதில் லட்சக்கணக்கான இளைஞர்களுக்கு வேலைவாய்ப்பை உருவாக்கி தந்த அரசு அதிமுக அரசாங்கம். இன்றைக்கு திமுக அரசாங்கம் ஏதோ கதை பேசிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சியில் தொழில் முதலீட்டாளர் மாநாட்டை நடத்தினோம். லட்சக்கணக்கான கோடி தொழிலை முதலீட்டு ஈர்த்தோம் என்று பெருமை கொள்கிறார்கள். ஆனால் நாங்கள் கேட்ட கேள்விக்கு இதுவரை பதில் கிடைக்கவில்லை. திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சி 50 மாத கலாட்சியில் எவ்வளவு முதலீடு ஈர்த்தீர்கள், எவ்வளவு புரிந்துணர்வு ஒப்பந்தம் போட்டீங்க. அந்த புரிந்துணர்வு ஒப்பந்தம் போட்ட தொழிற்சாலை எந்த நிலையில் இருக்குது? வெள்ளை அறிக்கை கேட்டா இதுவரை கிடையாது. அத்தனையும் பொய்யான செய்திகள். ஆனால் அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் படித்த இளைஞர்களுக்கு வேலைவாய்ப்பு கிடைக்க வேண்டும் என்ற அடிப்படையில் இந்த தொழில் கொண்டு வந்து இன்றைக்கு நாட்டை உயர்த்தி பிடித்த அரசு அண்ணா திமுக அரசாங்கம்.
For the youth dreaming of government service, EPS pledges transparent recruitment drives and the filling up of all vacancies in a time-bound manner. He emphasizes that no educated youth should remain unemployed in Tamil Nadu. With his commitment to development-led employment, EPS's Payanam is positioning AIDMK as the party of opportunity, promising a future where every young Tamil has the chance to work, grow and succeed.
You are watching India Today.
वो अरविंद केजरीवाल जिन्हें पंजाब के पंजाबियों ने भरपूर समर्थन दिया था, उनको वहां रहकर उनकी मदद करनी चाहिए थी। लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल गुजरात के ऊपर है। जब तक दिल्ली की सत्ता में रहे तो दिल्ली के लोगों के सुख दुख से कोई लेना देना नहीं था। दिल्ली से बेदखल हुए तो पंजाब में जाके डेरा जमा लिया। और आज जब पंजाब पे मुसीबत आई है, उनके मुख्यमंत्री अस्वस्थ हैं, बीमार हैं, उस समय उस नेशनल अपने आप को नेशनल लीडर कहने वाले केजरीवाल को पंजाब के साथ खड़ा होना चाहिए था। लेकिन भागकर, फितरत है उनकी भागना, भागकर गुजरात चले गए।
और जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अब लगने लगा है कि वो जीत नहीं सकते, तो वो वोट चोरी करके अब जीतने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
वो अरविंद केजरीवाल जिन्हें पंजाब के पंजाबियों ने भरपूर समर्थन दिया था, उनको वहां रहकर उनकी मदद करनी चाहिए थी। लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल गुजरात के ऊपर है। जब तक दिल्ली की सत्ता में रहे तो दिल्ली के लोगों के सुख दुख से कोई लेना देना नहीं था। दिल्ली से बेदखल हुए तो पंजाब में जाके डेरा जमा लिया। और आज जब पंजाब पे मुसीबत आई है, उनके मुख्यमंत्री अस्वस्थ हैं, बीमार हैं, उस समय उस नेशनल अपने आप को नेशनल लीडर कहने वाले केजरीवाल को पंजाब के साथ खड़ा होना चाहिए था। लेकिन भागकर, फितरत है उनकी भागना, भागकर गुजरात चले गए।
और जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अब लगने लगा है कि वो जीत नहीं सकते, तो वो वोट चोरी करके अब जीतने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
कि हम इन दोनों नेताओं से साफ साफ और इंडी गठबंधन के सारे दलों से साफ और स्पष्ट जवाब चाहते हैं कि भारत की पहचान के प्रतीक, भारत के सम्मान के प्रतीक, भारत के इस निशान पर हुए ऐसे आक्रमण के बचाव का जो प्रयास हुआ है, इस पर आपको देश से माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
हजरतबल दरगाह हो या और भी तमाम जो धार्मिक स्थल होते हैं, उनके अपने व्यवस्था होती है, उनके अपने जो भी सिस्टम होता है, उनका सबको सम्मान करना चाहिए। और ये मैं मानता हूँ कि देखिए, ना पत्थरबाजी का मैं समर्थक हूँ और न ही जो है वो कोई किसी राजनीतिक लाभ के लिए पत्थर कोई गाड़ दे वहाँ पर, उसका ही मैं पक्षधर हूँ।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
जिस प्रकार की बर्बादी हुई है वो सारी देश ते दुनिया देख रहे हैं। हालात बड़े नाजुक ने और राहुल गांधी ने बहुत ही गहरी चिंता दिखाते हुए सारिਆਂ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਲਈ ਹੈ कि ਤੁਸੀਂ जाके फील्ड ਤੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਹਾਇਤਾ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਾਥ ਦਿਓ ਇਸ ਦੁੱਖ ਦੀ ਘੜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਔਰ ਬਗੇਲ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਵਿਸ਼ੇਸ਼ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ 2 ਦਿਨ ਦੇ ਦੌਰੇ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਜਾਇਜ਼ਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਵੀ ਕਰਨਗੇ ਤੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਨਾਲ ਰਾਹੁਲ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ।
ਮੈਂ ਹੈਰਾਨ ਆ, ਝੂਠ ਦਾ ਨੈਰੇਟਿਵ ਚਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ।